What's going on? What's going on? Y'all come up in here. Let's get ready. Let's talk about FBA love versus FBA hate. Thank you for the likes. Let's come on in here and start tapping the screen. Let's get to 11K likes, and then we'll start the conversation and we'll start bringing people up. I'm a little late, y'all. Forgive me. Oh man, it's hard out here for a pimp. You know what I'm saying? It's hard. It's tough. The struggle is real. But I'm here, and we're gonna have a phenomenal live today. We're talking about FBA hate versus FBA love. FBA love versus FBA hate. We're talking about it. All this praise, all this love we get all over the world. And then for some reason, when they land their ass here into our country, that love turns to envy, turns to jealousy, turns to hatred, turns to, I want to be you, nigga. I want to replace you. I think tomorrow we're going to have the political debate. So y'all make sure y'all come in and y'all tune in tomorrow. All those who want to talk politics, tomorrow is your day. Good morning, good morning. Tomorrow is your day. But today, we're going to talk about FBA love versus the hate. You know, we're going to start that out. We're going to deal with the tethers first, get them out the way, knock them out the box, right? And then we're going to get on with the show. But we're going to talk about FBA love versus FBA hate. Why they love us so much, and then they hate us at the same time. It's just crazy to me, right? It's crazy. Y'all get the likes up. Get the likes up. Let's get to peace, bro. Peace. Get the likes up. Get it up to 11K, and we're gonna start bringing people up. We're gonna deal with the tethers first. Give them a chance to air their grievances, and then we're gonna get right on to FBA business. Y'all with me, family? So get the likes up. Come on in here. Tap the live. Okay. Working on some things for the family. For those who subscribe and want to support the channel, I'm working on some things that I can give to you guys, that I can give back, that nobody else will have. You will be, you'll have preferential treatment. We're going to, I'm going to make a lot of things accessible to you. So those who subscribe, those who already subscribed, I thank you. And those who are going to subscribe in the future, I'm gonna have stuff. I mean, it's going to be perks. Okay, it's going to be perks, and these are going to be good things. You're going to get access to everything else before everybody else. All my notes, I'll give you guys access to that. Any type of new music I drop, any type of merchandise, you guys get half off automatically. It's gonna be fun. We're going to do some tiers. I'm going to ask you guys some suggestions of what you guys may want. The specific videos that you, specific discussions that you guys want me to talk about. Specific money-making topics that you guys want me to talk about. Any type of research that you guys are curious about. You know, we'll do a deep dive into it. We'll get down to it. You know, so those who subscribe to the channel, man, it's only $3 right now. You know, you guys get the early bird. So the first 50 people that join the channel, you guys get to join at an extreme amount of discount, and you're gonna get a lot of perks, man, just for supporting your boy, man. And I appreciate everybody. Everybody, I appreciate you. The good and the bad. All the hate I've been getting, I appreciate. All the love I've been getting, I appreciate it. So it's all love, no matter what. Whether you hate me, thank you. Whether you love me, thank you. That's how I'm rolling. Okay. So yeah, let's get to it, man. Let's get to it. Y'all keep tapping that like button. I'm a little late. I might change the time to around 5-ish, y'all. Forgive me. I might change the time to around 5 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 8 a.m. Eastern Standard. I see some my mods are up in here. Good morning, good morning, good morning. We about to get this thing started, y'all. FBA love versus FBA hate. We're going to talk about it. We are going to talk about it. So y'all keep tapping that like button. Make sure if you haven't already, I put up the FBA Constitution already. You know, everything I do, I expect the family to get a hold of it and make it better, right? Make it better. Get a hold of the Constitution, get a hold of the Code of Honor, and get a hold of the treaty. Okay, and expand upon it. Expand upon it. Make it better. Get it to the family. Get it in the right people's hands. Put it in a lot of these activists' hands. We need to be talking about it. We need to talk about the moves that we're making that are going to benefit the family. We need to talk about the code, the unity, you know, the unification, the solidarity that we all are sharing and have for each other. And we need to grow. A lot of people still don't know what FBA is. A lot of people know what FBA is, and that's amazing. That's awesome. Y'all keep tapping the like button. Keep tapping the like button. We're going to talk about FBA love versus FBA hate. Okay? My notes ready here. And we're just going to grow, family. We're going to, you know, we're not worried about tethers, man. Tethers will be tethers. When they come in the room, we'll just deal with them. We'll deal with them. But tomorrow, we're going to talk politics. So y'all don't want to miss tomorrow. Everybody wants to talk politics. We're going to say who you voting for, Trump, Kamala, who you voting for, why. I want to know why people are voting for who they're voting for. You know, it's important that we are informed, not uninformed. You know, a lot of us, we're not informed. We don't take the time to be informed. We don't do the research. We don't read the policies, right? We listen to mainstream media and we base our decisions off of fake news. Think about that. A lot of us base our decisions off of fake news. So we're going to talk about that. So let's get to it. Let me go over some of my notes here. Did y'all want me to type a 1 in the chat before I get started? If y'all want me to read the CIA news for real. Yeah, y'all see that comment right there? That's a fact. Did y'all know that the CIA works hand in hand with Hollywood? A lot of your people, you know, think about this. What's the best spy? If I wanted to be a spy, right? If I needed a spy, what would the best spy would be an entertainer, because entertainer, they can use their global influence, their influence all over the world. Think about that. Most of your entertainers, the people that you guys look up to, that you guys listen to, because I don't listen to them. You guys do, right? You guys praise Beyonce and Jay-Z and all these other characters. You guys praise all these actors and actresses, because I could care less, man. Listen, I'm from California, man. I mean, you see them. You see these people on the streets, okay? You're oftentimes you're eating and they're right next to you. Now I'm not saying it's like a dime a dozen, but man, they're out. And so many times you see people, oh, movie stars, oh. Y'all go crazy. You know, when I see them, I could walk right by them, or I could acknowledge them. I could shake a hand, but I keep it moving. I'm not oh, let me get a picture. Oh, I mean, you got to be somebody like Farrakhan, for me to want to, man, now that's a brother I got to get a picture with. I mean, you got to be somebody like that to make me just, I mean, I might be in awe if I run into a legend like that. If I run into one of our legends out there, that's different. But movie stars, actors, entertainers, man, I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed. I'm really not. I could care less, man. You know, I could care less. You know, like I said, I met guys. I met giants just in the financial industry. You know, I've shaken hands with 𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝘀𝗀𝗵𝘁. You know, and you know, I don't even look up to them. You know, I respect them. I want the game, but I'm not like, oh, sir, let me get your autograph. Oh, sir, let me do anything. Now. When I first started out in my early business, when I started out in the financial arena, my game was take everybody to dinner, take everybody to lunch. You know, but it wasn't a begging tactic. It was more of a strategy tactic, right? Because I wanted to learn the game. You know, I figured everybody got to eat. So if you got to eat, I'll pay for it, but I'm gonna ask you some questions. That's not begging. That's me actually respecting your time. I'm like, listen, sir, you got to eat. I respect what you're doing. I'm seeing you do phenomenal things. I want to be just as good as you. What can you show me some tricks? What am I doing wrong? I'll take you out to dinner. I'll put it on my credit card. Whatever you want, I'm gonna get. You know, and I'm gonna pay to get the game. And that's how I learned the game in the financial industry. I took a lot of people out to eat. We had meetings after the meeting. Meetings after the meetings, my credit card was on the table paying for the meal. And the guy would stay longer, eat with us, and talk to the group. Okay? Maxed out many credit cards. My first wife, oh, she was hot. She was mad. Like, nigga, why are you spending all our money? Because I'm trying to make more money. That's why. So I've been there. Y'all tap the screen. Let's get to 11K. Thank you for getting us to 3K. But you know how that goes, man. A lot of times they come in here and they try to take down the live. We're gonna deal with the tethers first, get them out the way. But we're gonna talk about the love and the hate that we receive, man. We receive a lot of love, worldwide. The global influence of Black American culture, FBAs have shaped music, fashion, art, dance, worldwide. Y'all see that Olympic debacle? Y'all see the Olympic debacle? That's us. That's what happens when people try to take from us and they mess it up. The kangaroo lady, the Australian lady, the lady that got 0 points, that just thought breakdancing was rolling on the ground. Jesus Christ. Very shameful. Very, very shameful. And the lack of foundational Black Americans involved in the Olympics, that was even more of a shameful. We didn't even have foundational Black American judges. Think about that, y'all. Think about that. We are the inventors of this thing, and we don't even get to judge this thing. And we're not even competing in this thing. We got people from all over the world but us doing what we do and shamefully doing it. Not having the cadence, not having the proper groundwork and up top work. You know, they make it's like they make breakdancing all bottom. You know, they don't understand the rhythm, the flow with it, the style that we have. They don't get it. It's crazy. It's crazy. So the social and cultural pioneers, man, from Harlem Renaissance writers to modern day musicians, FBA creatives have set global standards in culture and entertainment. Fashion and style trends. The FBA community has consistently influenced global styles, with trends often originating from the FBA community, later being adopted and commercialized by global industries. Look at what's going on. Look at K-pop, y'all. Look at what's going on in China. Look at what's going on in South Korea. Look at what's going on in Asia, period, man. They're just coming over here, Japan. They're coming over here, learning our swag, learning our style, and then taking it back home. Taking it back home. We get love, man. We get love worldwide, man. It's crazy. But we also get that hate. It's like as soon as they land here, they start practicing. It's like they get on code. It's like they get on code with the dominant society and they practice anti-black hatred towards us. Isn't that crazy? The world loves to hate FBAs, but they can't live without us. What would y'all do if no FBAs was on the planet, man? How would the Olympics look? God, Jesus Christ. How would the Olympics look if there were no FBAs involved in competing? If you took away all our music right now, we just dropped off the earth and all our music came with us, what would y'all have? What would y'all have? The world would be a man, boring, just boring. But we're talking about FBA love versus FBA hate. FBA established many of the first black-owned businesses in America, from the Black Wall Street communities to modern-day entrepreneurs who empower and employ within black communities. We have phenomenal people out here, man. We just got to find them. Nobody's going to promote us but us. We're not going to get the mainstream media to promote FBA anything. We are the ones that have to do it. That's why it's so important that everybody gets tuned in with the grassroots and that we produce more cultural pioneers, more black media. We need more of us spreading this word. We need 24 hours round the clock people spreading FBA consciousness, talking about the phenomenal things we're doing, talking about the attacks that we're under, letting people know what's going on. We have to tell our story. We can't allow them to tell our story because they're not going to tell it with grace. Yeah, man. Imagine the food, man. Imagine the seasoning, just the seasoning. God damn it! Imagine all the plain food. Can you imagine getting out of segregation, right? Getting out. It would be a seasonless world. You damn right. You damn right. Get me to 11K, y'all, and we're gonna get everything started. It would be a seasonless world. It would be a seasonless world. It would be a seasonless world. Get me to 11K, y'all.
What would they call themselves? Would they still consider themselves black?
They wouldn't even know what to call themselves. They'd be Negro or other. I don't know what the hell they would. If they didn't have black Americans, man, I don't know what the world would do.
Oh, you remember yesterday too much? Good morning. You remember yesterday? We had some people to say, stop begging for reparation.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I got? What I started doing?
What's that?
Seeing who all beg for reparation. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Let's
And I
see.
got the numbers, how much they asked for too.
Okay. Okay. Oh, we got to talk about that.
Because
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you why they mad. You know why they mad. Why you think they mad? Why you think Tethers is over here mad and is going against us getting reparation and not fighting for themselves to get reparation?
It's crabs in a barrel. You're mad because you're looking at FBA. Them niggas can't.
Okay.
The same reason the Hispanics are mad. They don't want us to get reparations before them. Let's keep it a buck.
What you mean? Look at how much money the USA gives to Mexico. But that's besides the point. Trillions of dollars for its owed to FBA versus billions of dollars that they're asking for.
They see that's the problem. Y'all not afraid. Y'all afraid to stand on. See, we're not afraid to get what we're worth. That's the problem. Y'all will work for pennies, and we're gonna stand on business and get what's owed to us. We're gonna get what we're not gonna do these minuscule jobs and get paid nothing. Because y'all come over here and y'all be like 10 in one house. Y'all can survive off those small wages. FBAs, we're not 10 in a house. We're not 20 in a house. That's not it. We need living wages. So when we step to reparations, we'll come and correct. We're like, hold on, we calculated this thing. Like, man, you know what? Based on what land was worth back then, 40 acres, boom, 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 boom. Okay, we're gonna calculate this up. It's about trillion. It's about trillions. About 4 trillion. About 40 trillion. It's about 20 trillion.
Someone asked,
Y'all asking for billions, and we asking for trillions, and we're gonna get our trillion.
who you want to see first, Haiti, Jamaica, or Africa? Because Africa asks for the most. Africa asks more than what we asked for. Africa asked for $777 trillion for translate slavery and colorism. Do you think they deserve that?
Hell, they didn't go to no slavery. What
Ghana
slavery?
did it. Ghana did it.
Oh Lord, have mercy.
$777 trillion. They demanded.
Can I have some more? Are there
Then you
more?
get resources and currency when you sold us. You have a whole building.
Y'all didn't even listen. I can see. Listen, y'all didn't even fight to get us back. And y'all talking about y'all need from what government? What government are they seeking this? I just got to know what government are they asking for 700.
Us, the United States, the UK. Yeah, you want to see it? Just let me know if you want to see it.
I want to see it.
Oh,
I think I
let me
think
put myself on mute because I don't want to echo.
I think we need to show the family. I think we need to show the family. I think the family want y'all get the likes up to 11K, and I'll bring more people up. Y'all bring more people up. But inventions and innovation. FBA inventors and scientists contributed significant technology advancements from Garrett Morgan's traffic light to Madam C.J. Walker's beauty products, which transformed industries. Madam C.J. Walker, one of our first millionaires, black millionaires in this country, woman, one of the first black female millionaires in this country, Madam C.J. Walker. Building economic networks by supporting FBA businesses and services, the community has made strides in economic empowerment, laying foundations for black economics and independence. Man, we're so innovative, man. They can't stop us from making money. We are gonna find a way. We're gonna find a way to thrive. We're gonna find a way to take care of our community. There's no ifs and buts about it. But I can't wait till we get this information, man. On this, I can't wait till she showed this information. I did not know that Africa was asking for $770 trillion from our government. They must have lost their mind for something that they didn't even go through. Let's get it. Hold on. What's that there? Yes, African nations have been asking for reparations for the transatlantic slave trade and colonialism. Wow. African World Reparations and Reparations Truth Commission in 1999, the commission called for the West to pay $777 trillion to Africa within 5 years. How are you going to get that, Africa? I'm just curious. No hate. But I'm just curious. How are you going to get that? How are you going to stand on business and get that? A lot of black Americans believe that Africa owes black Americans.
I do. I believe. What that lady say? The big three: Africa, the UK, and America. We want it from the big three.
Man, I mean, I'm like this. Y'all, if y'all sold us, right? Y'all owe too.
But since they don't want to say we are indigenous to the United States of America, we was under the UK. So the UK, Africa, the Europeans, the Africans, and United States of Americans.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
But look how much they asked for.
777. I'm curious how they came to that number. I'm curious. Are you mad? Is Africa mad because when we left, all the innovation left? Right? Y'all sold and kicked
But
out the
how
good.
is the people from the Caribbean, South America, and United States of America will benefit from the 777 trillion that they demanded? They wasn't thinking about us.
That's just for Africa.
And they like to say pan, but they only let about 2 or 3 Caribbean islands can go to Ghana without a passport. What about the United States of America? They're not into the pan. The difference is the people in the United States of America currency is higher than the people in Jamaica, the DR.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I can get deep with it, but I'll show you what Jamaica asked for. I'll show you what Haiti asked for, because it was the young gentleman on here that stated that we are continue begging for something that we're not going to get. When you're president in 2024, what you want to call it, begging for something that he think is owed to him?
Let's talk. Let's deal with these tethers. Let's just start bringing. I'm gonna start bringing up people. Tethers, you are welcome to come up. If you are a tether, come on up and state your case. Why the hate? That's what I want to know. Why the hate on foundational Black Americans? All right. When y'all come up, make sure your mic is not hot. Go ahead and mute your mic. Let's not have a hot mic when you're coming in here. All right. What's up, Chaz? You there, Chaz?
Yes.
How you doing, brother?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just dialing into my computer for work. Yeah. I'm listening. I find the conversation, I was talking to a neighbor yesterday about the same subject that you're talking about right now. And I just find it very complexing how some of us FBAs don't have the proper energy on discussions dealing with politics and just the blatant anti-racism. It's kind of like some of us want to act like it don't exist. And I'm just like, if that's how you feel, that's good. But let's us have a discussion. You know, it doesn't have to be like you have to discuss it with somebody outside of the group, but let's try to get some stuff off our chest. It's therapy.
Yeah. Yeah. That's real. I mean, I'm like this, man. I give everybody a chance to speak. Whether you're a tether or you're not a tether, whether you're FBA or non-FBA, I try to give everybody to speak because it's all a learning lesson. We're all learning right now. We're all listening and learning because a lot of times you let somebody talk, they're going to tell you their true intentions. People
Yeah.
are braggadocious and boastful. You know, just let them talk. Their pride will kick in, and you'll know how they really feel.
Can I say something? Appreciate it. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
My brother been working national security for 22 years. I'm 58 years old. And what really got me is that I don't know why people don't see, maybe because they clouded with all the propaganda, because that's what it is from 1913. But I don't understand why people don't see stuff like this. So I'm going to just call out a category instead of making a big issue out of each one of them. Now, according to a company called Moody's, I don't know if y'all know what Moody's is. Like if you want to invest in a company, you go to Moody's, you find out the debt of that company in debt or bankruptcy, whatever. Donald Trump is in debt for $1.25 billion as of February 17, 2013. That's public information for anybody in the world want to see. It's called Moody's. Donald Trump released a booklet. It's called Black Identity Extremists Most Likely Motivated to Target Law Enforcement Officers Falsely Accusing Black People of being a threat to law.
All right. We always getting this. I don't know if you're a Shield brother, but I don't know how we turned to talk about Donald Trump. I don't know how we went there. We're talking about FBA love versus FBA hate. I don't know how we went there. You know, you sound like an older gentleman, so I want to show you some respect, but I mean that's not the topic. Tomorrow, come back tomorrow. This is for all the shields out there, all you Republican and Democrat shields. Come tomorrow. We're going to talk politics tomorrow. That's tomorrow's show. We're not talking about politics now. I don't care about Trump today or Kamala. Tomorrow is a different topic. You can rep your flag. You can rep your political party, your leader, who you want to vote for, all the above. You can do that tomorrow. But everybody always wants to, you know, you got to, man, it's getting obvious, man. It's like people have an agenda, man. They just, Trump, Kamala, vote. I get it, man. It's a countdown. It's days. So we're going to give time to that. But I'm more interested in what our sister 𝗤𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀 here. I want to talk about these begging non-FBAs.
Did you see the amounts? I was just posting, hoping that you read it fast.
I
but
want to read it. Go back.
Okay. But before I go back, just remember when they get up here and they say, wherever y'all are, you hear them using the word Afro, right? You hear Afro beats, Afro this, Afro that, Afro. And we was the first to call ourselves Afro-Americans, right?
Yes,
because the word comes from our language. It was first used in 1930 among us. We made it up.
Come on.
So I just want to show you that we made up that word. And so when they talking about these new identities and they talking about I'm Afro this and I'm Afro that, yes, yours was made up after we created that word. Do you understand? Mm-hmm.
We still talking about FBA love and hate because that's what it is. We get love, but we also get that hate that come with it. You know, when you're such a global influence like we are, and when we don't have mainstream media behind us, we have fake news and provocateurs and all this stuff, man, trying to tell our stories because we're so phenomenal, because we're so influenced, because they have to combat that. Think about this. Think about FBA having the ability to galvanize people. We have the ability to galvanize countries. We have the ability to change the world influence and ideologies out there. That's why they have to control our message, because they don't want us to control it. They want to control it. They don't want us to control our own influence. They want to use our influence and control it for their benefit. So think about that. We have that type of power in this world to galvanize countries based on our influence and our culture. We can do that. When we speak, people want to listen. They want to hear. They want to know. When we do something phenomenal, everybody wants to latch on to it. Everybody. They're coming in here and they're studying us, and then they're going back to their countries and taking it back over there. Now let's read this. Kingston, Jamaica plans to ask Britain for compensation for Atlantic slave trade in the former British colony. Okay, that's awesome. Go get your money from Britain. Go get your money.
It is awesome. But it is unawesome for some of these Jamaicans to be over here and say, oh, they keep begging, or they need. Why are you concerned when your people need to, and your people is asking and demanding to be paid for what they have done? $7 trillion will go to Jamaicans.
Shout out to Jamaica, man. Get that money, man. I hope y'all get every single dime of it.
$21 billion will go back to Haiti.
So Haiti's asking for 21. Haiti's asking for a B. Yeah, man. Let's get that money over there. Let's get that money over there in Haiti. $21 billion.
But guess how much will come to a descendant of enslavement, a Black American freeman? I want you to, one person, Just one. How much you think it will come?
Chaz, go ahead and unmute your mic, Chaz.
Mr. Chaz, how much you think is owed to one person, a free woman, a descendant of United States of slavery?
I think it should be a whole lot of money. It's kind of biased with me
Give me
because
an amount because I'm finna show you what they said.
off the bat,
Mm-hmm.
the first initial payment should be about $350,000.
No, give me a total amount. How much you
Oh,
think a descendant of enslavement is owed?
Also,
Per
all
person.
of us. How much you think?
Not, I can show you all of us, and I'm gonna show you per person too.
Oh, per person. I think you said
I said it should start out something about $30 trillion. Not the 15.
They saying it's
but they-
131, and they broke it down by the hours.
Mm.
They said it's 131 million per person.
Woo.
Woo! I like
Let me
that.
They don't want to do that. They don't want to make us. They don't want to make us. Man, you talking about calling everybody king and queen?
What that say? Is that it? No, that's not it. I mean, I was just snapping.
Elon Musk off his crown.
Million per person. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you if they give that type of money to us. I don't know what to tell you. We gonna rule. They don't want to do that because we're gonna control. Man, all of America belongs to us if they do that. Not that it doesn't, but I'm just like, we the kings. You gonna have to kiss the ring if they do that. They don't want to do that. I don't believe they gonna give us 131 million per person.
That one say 97 trillion. Look at that one. I'm finna post it. You see? You want to read that?
Harper's Magazine estimates that total of reparations due was about 97 trillion, based on 2 million. Hold on, I can't even say it. 222,505,049 hours of forced labor between 1619 and 1865. Regardless, the United States wasn't a recognized independent country until after the Revolutionary War, 1787, compounded at 6% interest through 19. That's just through 1993. We in 2000.
You caught that, right? You caught that. Come on, keep with me. Because remember, we've been enslaved before 1619, some of us. You know?
Y'all tap that screen. Tap that screen. Tap that screen. Tap that screen. Don't stop tapping that screen. Jesus Christ. That's just till 1993.
Is that a... Read that.
The amount...
What that say?
The
Oh,
amount
that's Haiti.
That's Haiti. Haiti got you for 21 billion over 150 billion. Okay. All right. Haiti, get your money, man. I ain't no hater. Get your money. Get your money, Haiti. Get them billions. Get them bees up. Get them bees up.
Is that us? Did you read that? Can you see that?
Let me see that. After reparation study suggests 151 million for each Black American, experts say. Wow. 151 million. Them white folks gonna go crazy if they give us that money. You know what? They got it.
That's why people keep on trying to tell Black Americans that we don't know how to spend our money. If Black Americans do not know how to pay bills, we would have more Black Americans homeless on the street, knocking down doors. What are you saying? Our money is our money. It's none of your business what one person do with their money.
Man, but we still need each other, though.
Okay. We do need each other.
You know, but when I say that, though, I mean it from the perspective of this. Like, okay, when it comes to our skin, you know, it's important over here because this is my opinion on it. I think we like the missing piece. It's something about Black skin in America where, I don't know if it's the air over here, even when it's like people that come over here, when they go back to where they go to, they don't never be the same again. You know what I mean? Once we realize where it don't matter where we was at, if we got Black skin, they play. You know what I'm saying? That's when we can start, you know, coming together and really like adding value. Cause, you know, nothing goes, nothing gets approval until we say it. But it seems like amongst the group of everybody, we appear to have the least. But the truth is, we ain't never had to catch up. You know what I'm saying? We just got to catch on. The richest man that ever lived to this day is still a Black man. And I'm going to show you a cold story. I wanted to share this on the last time we talked, but the live ended. let me show you as far as, and it's gonna sound crazy, but you're gonna feel where I'm coming from as far as the perspective of to be a real one. I was gonna say a real nigga, but I know this is not the time to be dropping them bombs like that. So as far as to be a real one, let me tell you how cold 𝗔𝗯𝘂𝘁𝘂𝘁𝘂 was. When that man went to Mecca, that man gave out so much gold in Egypt, it trumped their economy and messed it up for 10 years. Then he came back. When the brother came back, he told everybody that he gave the gold away to, he say, man, my pocket's kind of fucked up right now. Let me borrow that gold. Let me hold that gold back. I'll give you something. Everybody that he gave it to for free told him, all right, we're gonna give it back, but we're gonna give it to you with extra interest on it. He took it, right? But why is this man still the richest man that ever lived, and he died in 1337? So as far as being a real one and having things, showing people how to shine, we've been doing this forever. Once we realize this ain't nothing new and we something true, I think we'll start to wake up. You feel what I'm saying? And I'm not saying we all sleep, but that's really what it be. You know, everybody got played and everybody got their antennas up. But it's only us that's over here that realize that, like in other countries, they wonder why they can't go to another country. But I explained to an African, man, if you was in a state over here, bro, and you go to a state where some jumping at, yeah, we can drive anywhere. But if it's going down over there, they gonna stop you and ask you, okay, well, what you doing over here? Why you coming over here? So it's like we need to throw the opportunities over there, and then them gates gonna start to open. Yeah, I don't got it all figured out, but I'm definitely thinking about this, man.
Okay. Let me read this at the bottom here.
Yes, sir.
Who all have the United States paid reparations to? Americans who received compensation by historical injustices include Native Americans for government seized land, Japanese Americans for being held in internment camps, survivors of police abuse in Chicago, victims of forced sterilization, and black residents of Rosewood, Florida town that was burned down and then by A. Yeah. Yeah. It's like those aren't nations, you know. I
In 9/11.
Yeah, 9/11. I don't see I see Japanese. They have a nation. Native Americans, well, they're from here. I guess they're recognized as sovereign. Police abuse in Chicago, that's not a nation. Forced sterilization. Did y'all know that the 𝗤𝗏𝗄𝐺 that they were sterilizing brothers? Did y'all know that?
Did you know they was doing it to women and they still haven't stopped? So when they talk about the roadway, it was one time I was just educating on how they did not stop sterilizing Black American women.
Y'all know that
I can show you a picture of me in high school, me holding a fake doll where they try to teach us not to have babies. They call it take care. You know, y'all want to see the picture?
No, we listening. We soaking it up. You can show us how you want.
No,
Not
I'm
to say
saying y'all
like
want to
we
see the
don't
picture
want
when
to.
I'm
I
in
want
high
to see.
school holding a fake baby doll that we had to take home and take. You know, they've been sterilizing Black women. They've been giving us birth control pills that cause cancer. And I keep telling y'all the
a
age
lot of
limit for us to not talk, for a child not to tell an adult, or the HIPAA law starts at 13.
Well, y'all know that a lot of the experimentations and the breakthrough in medicine
Radiation.
came from Black women. They dissected our Black women, y'all. They were using our Black women for pharmaceutical tests, pharmaceutical drugs, for a lot of your operations, right? A lot of your key operations that they do today, they started that with Black women.
They
So,
still do the test, but now you sign your life away now. They used to do it to us without telling us. The syphilis. How they infected those men with syphilis and gave them vitamins just to watch how the syphilis run through the body. I've seen those raw pictures that they
That
don't
is
show,
messed up.
that you can't Google.
But you know what though? They've been doing that. That shit go all the way back to when they came over here to America and they gave them indigenous people them blankets infected with smallpox, knowing what the shit was gonna do. They been wicked. They ways been wicked. The same way we been shining, they been violent. And this is the truth. The reason they so violent to us is the facts of this are white skin only been around for 10,000 years. They are relatively new. You feel what I'm saying? And on top of that, you probably never looked at it this way, but they're so vicious because their fear is being loved out of existence. You feel what I'm saying? Like you could have a baby with one of them and the baby will come out, it'll be both of y'all baby, but they feel like it's not that anymore because the skin's not present. So that's their fear. It's not, they don't fear who they can't outwhoop, they fear who they can't outwit. You know what I'm saying? I guarantee you, you set a person like that straight mentally. When they come and they see you again, they'll never look at you the same. They'll have some type of way look on their face because they realize it's deeper than face value. And that's why the knowledge is so important. So, you know, when you share that stuff like that, I'm definitely all for it. I hear what you're saying. Because they did that shit in South Africa with telling them people they giving them vaccines. They injecting them with HIV and everything like that. And that shit's documented. So it's like, I'm telling you, man, they've been
Oh,
playing.
they doing it to people in Africa because currency rule everything around us, y'all. Dollar bill, y'all. U.S. currency is powerful, and they have laboratories set up, and these people coming because they need to feed their family. It get deep like that.
Oh, it's deeper than that.
When I say look at the actual numbers, and when I brought up the picture of me holding a fake dog, bringing it home, that should have went so deeper among y'all men because while other coaches are teaching their young girls to be mothers, you know, be homemakers, they was teaching us in the 90s not to have kids, to be independent. Do y'all not see that?
We do see that, but this is a question that I ask you because you are a woman and you do possess black skin. How do we get through to the women that don't want that? Some women just want the baby daddy. They want that shit. How do you get through to them if you want that? Because a lot of the times, if you good, the weak get punished. And right now, even though we're coming to
surround yourself with those people.
Okay,
it's just that simple.
That's very true, but it's not that simple because that evil shit be abundant. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I'm this
evil
not
is around us, and you do have that choice to separate. It might be hard because by now you probably build feelings for a person, but if you see a person not serving you correctly, it is your choice to stay or to move. It's gonna hurt to move, but you must move.
And that's a very valid point. That's a very valid point. But I just want to share this. My feelings is for us all. Not even on no defense shit. You know what I'm saying? I want you to know that when you're giving me consoling, healing words, I'm taking them in. I genuinely feel them, and I wanna share the love back to tell you that I'm looking at it as a all of us type of thing. I'm built for this shit. They can't hurt me. It ain't gonna never make me better. It's just gonna make me better, but it's not gonna make me stop thinking about us as a whole. You feel what I mean? I genuinely.
Yeah, my favorite saying: "Never bitter, always better."
Oh yeah, it's either gonna make you or it's gonna break you. You feel what I'm saying? So, we still
hold people accountable.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We hold people accountable. One thing about holding a person accountable is not accepting their wrongdoings. We always talk about how to make the community better. The community starts from the people who you surround yourself with and who surround themselves with you.
Right.
Anytime you go out, I make sure I'm a Black American woman. I cannot change that. I want to show y'all Saturday who I'm in a room with. Did y'all see a lot of Black people?
No.
Okay.
Where was you Saturday?
I am a Black. So when I come out, I represent us. I'm proudly representing us. Proudly. And that's my interaction with others, even if they are tethered.
Hey, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Could I ask the panel a question? I've been listening in for a few minutes about the reparations, if I can.
Go ahead. I want to see some more of what she wants to show on the big screen of the reparations. But go ahead.
Yeah, you need me to move out the way? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm in my truck. I drive trucks. I just been parked listening at you guys. But I wanted in terms of the reparations, how would we make the determination? Let's just say that Congress passed the bill reparations were approved for 10 trillion, 30 trillion, or however much the amount deemed suitable would be.
Oh
How
man.
would we determine what African Americans that live in this country would qualify for that money?
Okay, you want to hear the answer?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It has to be lineage based, brother.
Man, let me get in on that answer too, because my people from a whole nother country, and you gonna
Hold on.
feel this.
Hold on,
Yes,
brother.
sir. Yes, sir. I'm listening.
It has to be lineage based. Okay, you have to be able to trace your lineage based on at least the 1870 census. You have to be categorized as black. Okay, you have to be classified as black at least for the last 10 years. Okay, and you have to have, you have to do your genealogy. We have to know. So if you can trace your lineage back to the 1870 census and your family members were actually slaves, because that's what we're stopping for first. We're not looking at Jim Crow yet, but it has to
Yes,
be.
sir.
You have to be a foundational Black American. Foundational Black Americans will get reparations. If you're not a foundational Black American, you don't qualify for reparations.
So when we say foundational, I'm from the South. I'm from states that approve slavery. So how would I trace my lineage directly to a particular person who was actually a slave?
You
that
from the
would-
South.
Hold on,
So
brother.
me just being from the South would qualify me.
No, that doesn't qualify. You have to you have to do your genealogy. You have to trace it. So you have to, your you talk to your parents. Who are their parents, right?
Yes, sir.
You saying as far as your name and stuff, your bloodline?
No, not in terms of my name. I consider myself, my birth certificate, I'm 52. When I was born, it's black on my birth certificate. So
Your parents so your parents is listed on your birth certificate, right?
yeah,
Was
my
your dad
parents,
a Negro?
I studied my genealogy. I went to the
No, I was just trying
library.
to put to you
Okay,
how
go
would it
ahead.
be easy for us to find out. See, you was born in 52, so your parents
No, I
is
was born
on
in
your
72.
Oh,
72.
72.
What's
Okay.
your last
Then
name,
that's
big bro?
good. So your parents from
Richardson.
72
Man,
is listed on
part
your
of
birth
the
certificate.
Hold on,
And
don't
their
overtalk
bloodline
me.
could be traced down to who their parents was. Because whoever their parents was enslaved or free men.
Well,
Like
when
I
I
can trace
did,
my
It's not
lineage
that long
back.
ago.
Like AJ, I can trace my lineage back to my great 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 grandfather Oliver,
yes, sir.
who was born in 1858.
Yes, sir.
You see that?
But at a certain time, and the reason why it concerns me, I was born in Louisiana. So my family originated from Orange, Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi. But when I did a genealogy search, I traced back as far as my great grandmother. And in terms of my great grandmother, there was a period in Louisiana where slaves, they had no birth certificates. There are records that are missing in terms of how to determine a direct descendant was actually a slave, and that's just the question I'm trying to find out.
It's a good one though.
One of the ways. What was she classified on her birth certificate?
In terms of my great grandmother, she was classified as black. My grandmother was classified as black. My grandfather was classified as black.
That's
But
on
my
their birth certificate. What's on their birth certificate?
in terms of what?
Race.
Yeah. What was
Yeah,
on
black.
their birth certificate?
It's
It was
black.
black. It wasn't colored. It wasn't Negro or anything like that. It was black.
No, yeah, it was black, and it was actually handwritten. It was almost it's handwritten. It goes back so far that it was actually handwritten. So when you try to trace back during that time when she was born, who were slaves, you can go back to the plantations and stuff like that, and the last name. So say slaves at that time, they earned the last name of the slave owner. So my descendants go back Richardson, Warfield, Warfield.
What are the year? How far back are you going back? Like, is it
I'm going back as far as 1912. 1912.
1912?
But
Okay.
what's his dad's race, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, my dad's race is Italian. My mother is black. My grandmother is part Native American and black, but her birth certificate has black. It has no connection to Native American.
So you would be considered Italian.
But what I'm saying is not according to my birth certificate. According to my birth certificate, it has black since 1972.
So your father was 100% Italian,
Yeah, he was 100% Italian.
and your mom was, I mean,
100% black. Black as Ace of
100%.
Spades.
Okay, and you can only trace your mom. You can only trace your mom back to 1912.
Yeah, that was as far back. And I went all the way into the microfilm in the genealogy department of our local library, which had a huge assortment going back beyond, it went back all the way to the 1700s. And this was our main library in New Orleans. And I went into the microfilm and found as many records as I possibly could, but there was a break where I couldn't go no further than my great grandmother. I couldn't on my mother's side.
Let me point out one thing for you, Mr. Richard, is
go ahead.
You hit that roadblock, but now you got to pay money and get a real researcher because, you know, even back in those days, you have migration, you know, for various reasons, and you need a real researcher that can pick it up. You did good in the one area in the state that you're from, but most likely the state that you doing it in is not the origination state of your family tree.
Oh, but yeah, that's good you said that because I did. I was such in search of this because Orange, Texas is not far. That's like the border between Texas and Louisiana.
It's by Vida,
So
Texas.
it's by Vida, Texas. So
I-10.
I went back, off I-10. So I went to Orange, Texas. I actually stopped there because my mother, Anna Warfield, was the first black child born in that hospital in 1947 in Orange, Texas. So I went to the hospital and I went to their library to see if they had a genealogy department, and they didn't. They didn't have, so you had to go to the hospital's archives. And I went to the hospital's archives and found my mother's birth record, my grandmother, and it ceased at my grandmother. I couldn't find nothing out the archives beyond my grandmother. And the only thing about my grandmother was she was listed on my my mother's birth certificate. So I couldn't go no further than that in terms of the Orange, Texas connection.
Well, I hate to say that one thing that you're gonna have to do is, like, when you do a DNA test,
Yeah.
you connect with relatives that you didn't even know that you had, and then some of them can fill in those pieces because, like I said, you went from a border town between states, but that's not necessarily the root of your ancestryship. It could be in Georgia, it could be in Virginia, it could be all over the place. So I think you did an excellent job off of what you did, but the reason you got that roadblock because you need somebody within your bloodline to fill in the picture.
But how do we
Okay, I
trust that
got
the
you.
DNA is going to be correct? Because if we know anything about these DNA centers, they're giving us false information. Some people, I don't know if it's happening.
No, you got to look at it from this point because me and my brother did it.
Okay.
They're matching up people that you have kinship with. Now, the other purposes that they use DNA for, yeah, that might be the case. But I connected with some cousins that I had in Georgia and in California and various other places. But when we talked about it, we had the same, like my grandfather they knew as their cousin or their senior relative's cousin and everything. So we kind of conversed and gave information. So we know that we were tied together. And from
Okay.
there, some of them and my cousin from Detroit, which was with the military and analysts, they did the family tree that goes back 1840. But you as an individual, if you do it, you're going to be limited. You got to have communication because there's certain people in your family that know certain things that you don't know.
Yeah, I'm on the path of doing that as well because of the whole straw man thing as well. So I don't know about reparations if that's going to be something that we end up getting, but my genealogy goes back from all the way till 1800, but it's mostly my granddad's side. My grandmother's parents were slaves. I haven't found the record of that yet, but she told me of the stories back in that they would sit down and tell her and her brother all the time about the plantations that they worked in Mississippi. But where I find it difficult right now is I'm stuck because I have the tree up and I have all these people that have popped up in these different names because it goes from Culp, my last name, to then my grandmother's maiden name to Hatchet, and then back further it goes to Jackson, and I'm related to all these Jacksons in Mississippi. But I'm trying to, honestly, reparations isn't what's on my mind. I'm trying to get my status change from I'm trying to figure out who I am so I can get it on my birth certificate and change my status, because right now we're all straw man. If you look at it, I'm not trying to change the subject, but
Can I touch the
that's
topic on the reparations?
May I say something, please, about genealogy? Good morning, everybody.
Good
Peace
morning.
risings. So with genealogy, we have to remember that at one time after after the ancestors were emancipated, a lot of them had changed their names. And so you need to know how to spot name changes. If you find, say, the same household, right, looks similar from 1870, and then what was the first 1870, and then you see a family in 1880 that keeps coming up in your search results, but you notice that the name may be different, but the first names are the same. The ages are the same. The race is the same. It's more than likely that your ancestors had a name change, that they chose to change their name. And I find that a lot of people get stuck with that. You know, they feel that they hit a roadblock. So it's not necessarily that you need a professional genealogist, but you might need to know, you know, certain tips and tricks and stuff for certain time periods.
yeah. And
So
then
I
that's
would
another.
like everybody to keep that in mind.
So going back to that though, wouldn't they try to railroad us with the whole, oh, this isn't really you because your name on your birth certificate shows you as the straw man, not who you are, to try to like tell us, okay, now we can't give you reparations because now you have to change your status and do all this other stuff that some didn't know about. You know what I mean?
Okay,
Man,
so
let me touch that reparations topic.
I don't believe that's true. I believe if you um can lead back to being a Freeman descendant and you have always identified as they said you should, and that those are the people that we descend from, then you shouldn't have a problem as long as you could come up with that descendancy, if that makes sense. Because I know what I'm trying to say, right? So
Yeah.
if okay. Um, Let me see what else here, because I've been doing genealogy for a while, so I found out some things, and then some of the ancestors they passed into whiteness and things of that nature. So I
Yeah,
just
mine doesn't
think,
go like that. That's
no,
Excuse,
messed
I
up.
know.
excuse,
I'm just giving out all types of angles that I have seen. And please do not be afraid to reach out to these white tea people who you may be related to if you take a DNA test and you know that y'all have some type of DNA shared. Because a lot of them do have the records, they have property deeds, they have wills. And so that stuff teaches you more information about the ancestors too. Now you will find some races that will tell you or throw up a Confederate flag the moment you contact them, because that happened to me, or that the test was wrong. They're not related to us. And then you'll find some helpful ones that want to atone for their ancestors' sins, and those are the ones to be more helpful. So
I
that's
want
the only tip I wanted to really tell y'all. Oh, and as far as there are misspellings in names too, because sometimes the census takers were kind of illiterate themselves. And so what they would do was write the ancestors' names the way it sounded to them. And
Mm.
the race was based on what they perceived, not necessarily what your ancestor was.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
I was getting ready to
All
say
Hey,
my
that. Watch out for the
excuse
misspelling.
me. I want to say thank y'all. I got to drop down. My dispatch just sent me a load. It's a very interesting topic. I'll try to catch you guys again to get more information, but I just wanted to say this panel was great, and I appreciate you letting me come on. But I got to get rolling. So y'all keep up the good work. God bless.
Safe travels, big bro.
good
Love
stuff,
you,
man.
black man.
Yes,
Have a
sir.
good one.
Okay. And I have an example of a name change, and I think this is what Daniel Cope is talking about, right? So my Alabama ancestors, my fourth great grandparents were named Bibb, right? That was their last name during the 1870 census. Then I couldn't find them, but then I found them on the 1880 census as Pleasants, right? Pleasant, but everything matched up accordingly. And a spelling line later on was what my granny told me. So they can't deny that. They really can't because they know what happened during those times. They know the ancestors took on other names. So I don't think any of us should be afraid that they will deny who we are just because of a name change, because it's documented. They tell us that the ancestors took different names after emancipation.
It wasn't necessarily me being scared. It's just, you have to have all your ducks in a row because if
Yes.
you do sometimes try to file some of these things, you don't, sometimes some people don't know what they're doing. It could get in some sort of trouble or there's anything could happen. So I always like to, cross my T's and dot my I's before I decide to start putting in paperwork or start doing things that they know. It's like, uh-oh, we got another one. You know what I mean?
Right. So for everybody who has hit a roadblock, if you are FBA, I do have a name of a genealogy group, and some of those people in there are very knowledgeable, very helpful. I have had people from that group get up because I'm in the north and they are actually in Alabama. They would go to the courthouse for me and pull records. I actually
Hmm.
found a lady who went to the library, found out that me and her family knew each other, and she had pictures of my ancestors. So I do have that type of name for you, and even the white tea people in that group are helpful. I still have questions to this day, and I run to that group, and they will help me. And so I'd be willing to share that resource with you guys.
Yeah, can you share that resource? I think a lot of people would find that interesting, and I think a lot of people want to do their genealogy, and they want to
Yes.
find. And a lot of people are stuck. Let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck. A lot of people are just stuck because they don't know what's the next move. I thought that's great. You can hire a private investigator to go out and research and find information on your family. I mean, it costs money, but I think it's worth it. I think a lot of the times that people, they walk around in life and, they need closure. Some of this stuff is closure. Knowing where your family came from,
Mhm.
that's closure. Like I can trace mine back to my great grandfather, Oliver, who was a slave. He was a slave. Okay.
Right.
So that's closure for our family right there. We know where we come from. We know our lineage. We know our genealogy. And again, I just did my DNA recently. So I would do DNA. Now, some people say DNA is for entertainment purposes. I would do DNA more than once. I would, you're like, you're spending money, but you want to fact check the information. You don't want to just trust everything. Even me, I'm going to do another DNA test because I want to make sure, I want to see if it all lines up because I did my DNA test and none of my relatives showed up. I got people that say, "Oh, we're related," but I didn't see any of my relatives in there. And
Did you know if your relatives actually took the test?
I'm calling around right now. I'm in touch with my grandmother. Supposedly, one of my cousins took the test, so I'm gonna get on the phone with her and talk to my cousin, and we're gonna figure this thing out. And then I'm gonna get my grandmother to do. She hasn't done her DNA. I'm gonna pay for my grandmother to do her DNA because both my parents have passed away. My mom and my father have passed away. My dad passed away in 2018. My mom passed away in 2021.
Oh, I'm sorry. What test did you take, Mr.
I did the
Moxie?
I did the ancestry.com DNA. I did that one.
Okay, yeah, so I would go with the big three, ancestry.com,
Hmm.
FTDNA, Family Tree DNA, and then 23andMe. I know they're having
Yeah, and there's some big
problems.
things going on with
Yeah,
23andMe, and
yeah.
23andMe might be going out of business soon. Like, what are they gonna do with all
You
that
think that?
DNA information?
Oh, there's a video that he shows those who already used it how to delete it from the database so that way our DNA is just not floating out there. So I started DNA testing in 2014. Those were the big three. So when I heard 23andMe was going down, I asked my cousin what was going on with it because he's like in those professional spaces, you know. And so he was telling me that what happened was the director had wanted to go private, but she did not inform the board members, right? And I believe, was it 23andMe that had a leak? So there was a company that had a leak, but they were looking for those with 𝗔𝗯ance DNA. And unfortunately, his was leaked. So what else was he telling me? So yeah, so I 23andMe is iffy, but 23andMe is the one that would most likely pick up your any indigenous DNA that you would have. So just weigh your options. So for now, I would only suggest ancestry and FTDNA. Those are the two main ones. I wouldn't go with African ancestry. They charge you a lot for certain
Yeah, it's like
things that
199 and then
try
400,
to, yeah.
and
And
then you
then
got to
even the
do.
owner said that it was only 1% of the DNA that was tested, you know. And then if you have European blood, you know, unfortunately how that was introduced, they may not to connect us to anybody if I understand it correctly. So you can get a lot more from the other tests. Everything that says African is not necessarily for us, you know.
Okay,
You know,
I
when
think.
I'm
we
Go ahead.
I'm gonna drop. I just want to wish everybody a good day and good luck on your genealogy. If you have any questions, then I'll try to answer
Yeah,
them
we're
as
gonna
best
have
as
a
I
deal. I'm gonna
could.
bring you back up. I want to bring about more people up. We're gonna have
Thank you.
a actual topic on genealogy, so we can help our people find out who they are. You know,
Right.
I want
Yeah,
to
yeah.
people trace our lineage back.
one important thing about us saying we are Americans because a lot of our stories, and we don't think about it, but we talk about it among us. We talk about the great, but we don't think about the indigenous that impregnated women,
Mm-hmm.
and they story do not. That's why when we talk about the census, mind you, the census was taken 2 times after America became united and after the 1870 census. Louisiana was already United States of America by 1870. You was already on the census. And then another point is paperwork still exists. Stuff is still written down. Your bloodline, when you was born, especially in the 70s and the 80s, babies, they can trace if your family was born here, if your family was born other. They can trace that back into the early 1900s and the 1700s who came over here. This
Well,
is
if you
America. People just not entering America and they not knowing who's here.
Well, I mean, and it even kind of shows you without even if you don't even like with mine, everybody's either from Iowa where I'm at now, or they were in Mississippi. There's no, there. I mean, I haven't done the DNA, but nothing goes overseas. Nothing goes to Africa. So it's kind of like it goes without saying that it's just right there in front of your face that like if nobody's gone nowhere, no, everybody was born right here that kind of can show you, but I know you need the actual proof to get some of the things that, that we're going to
Your
be that's
proof is
coming
your
up
birth
here.
certificate, is your name. Even though they misspelled the name and the names is spelled differently. Even we have people who even change their names, but the paperwork is still traced to who their daddy was, who their mama was.
Hmm.
And and the enslavement of our people and the freemen of our people is not that long ago, y'all.
Right, right.
We only been free for how many years?
We still ain't
Right.
free if you think about it, but that's another topic.
Because emancipation wasn't real.
Exactly.
Let me say this, and then I will really drop. All of us, especially if wherever the Dutch was present, Please search those records for your ancestors' names. What is it called? The Dutch West India or West India Company, the Dutch Reformed Church records. So places like New York, New Jersey, Philadelphia, and I believe they had a tie to Kentucky. The ones from up north had ties in Kentucky. You may find your ancestors on those records too, and those records are pretty well kept, and they are available in Ancestry. So please do that as well. And so with that, I'm going to drop. And I like the subject because I love genealogy. I just haven't been doing it lately because life has been life.
I might have to shoot you. I might have to shoot you a message in your inbox or some of that information or whatever. But yeah, I'm stuck right now, and I need some help to kind of guide me to get me off of this stuck island and get where I need to go.
Sure, no problem. No problem. All right, everyone, have a blessed day.
You as well.
Yeah, man. Let's get back to the jumbotron. I don't know what we're gonna call that. We're gonna call that the big screen.
Cousin, was you here when we showed the pictures of reparation?
No, I wasn't.
I knew you was coming on Color People Time.
Let's see why you say that. I just got off work and walked in the house. I ain't even had my beer yet. Okay.
I'm trying. It takes me day by day. I'm getting sweeter day by day.
You are, baby. You are. I want you to know that. I first off, thank you, panel, for having me up. What's up, Too Much? Panel, how y'all doing today? What is the topic, per se, if I may?
We're talking about FBA love versus FBA hate.
Oh, damn. We was way off topic.
But no, she brought up the reparations, and I'm interested in seeing how much money that these other immigrant groups are begging for. Since we're beggars, I want to see what they're begging for.
Aren't they claiming that we're supposed to be getting like $12,500 a month or something like that, or some stupid amount that's like not enough?
Well, go back to the beginning. Let's go back to the beginning real quick, Wolfie, and let's start there. Let's unpack that first. So we got people in the room. Let's go back to the first. Let's go back to what Africa was asking for. What's this?
No, that's not it.
It doesn't matter.
At the end of the day, it should be FBA that should be getting.
Talking about us with our reparations, but they have a astronomical claim. They are.
I find my glasses, y'all. So I'm gonna need y'all to help me, okay?
We got you.
Right. They're asking for reparations for slavery, y'all. Africa is asking for reparations for slavery.
Honestly, in my opinion, it should be.
This is Haiti. It's gonna start right here. This is Haiti and what they asking for. Y'all see?
April 7th.
I might call it colonization. They're trying to charge for. I wouldn't call it reparations. I don't. Were they abused? 100%. Were they taken to the levels of slavery? I don't know.
To what Africa is asking for. I just can't see.
Let me read this real quick, okay? Reparation request. This is Haiti right here. President of Haiti, 𝗔𝗯𝗵𝗵𝗵𝘁𝘀 Aristide, demanded that France pay Haiti over $21 billion. What he said was the equivalent in today's money of the 90 million gold francs Haiti was forced to pay Paris after winning the freedom from France. So they just asking for their money back.
Yeah.
Okay. Shout out to Haiti. Get your money. Get your money.
Get your
back.
money, Haiti. I stand behind you.
Yeah.
I stand behind them, but they charging the United States when they should be charging France.
Exactly.
The United States gave Haiti already $300 million.
I don't necessarily have a problem with that because, again, of course, America has abused them.
Colonize Haiti. Keep that in mind.
America has abused Haiti for decades. So the fact that they're getting any monies from America, I'm all right with.
Because America want to what's called have it as a territory like they have Puerto Rico and the Virgins. But that's another story. I want the Haitians in America to look it up. I don't want to tell them. I really don't.
Get your money, Haiti. No hate involved. Get that bread. We want you to get it. I don't care if you get it before us. Just get your money, baby.
Oh, you know they're going to get it before us because come on, man. You know how they do us.
Do you see that, cousin? Do you have on your glasses?
Let me read that. African nations have
Stop with the. I'm not that old, okay?
No, I can't see. I can't see. I can't see. That's why I said the glass. I can't see.
Okay.
we gonna call you
Okay.
cousin uncle. We gonna call you cousin, uncle, grandpa in a minute.
Yeah.
I know that's what it seemed to be heading into. I'm all right with it, bro. I picked that one for a reason because actually, I picked that particular name because I kind of looked at our community and said, "What's missing out of our communities?" And I thought, I was like, it's a male figure in some way, shape, form, or fashion, be it a cousin, a uncle, or even grampy. Somebody's gonna need to talk to somebody like that and potentially maybe think about getting some advice and maybe using some guidance. And I guess the idea was to help them or help guide them on their path.
Would y'all
That's
prefer me to use this Google, or would y'all prefer me to actually go into the government website and show
They don't
you?
like using Google. Stop using Google. Why not? Why can't we use Google?
Would you want me to go and actually into the site? Because on this, I think I could do it this way because it showed more than one, where you can actually go for yourself and look it up. You just don't have to take my word.
I mean, right now we not. Is there a rush on? If it's not a rush on, baby, go ahead, take your time, give it to us.
No, no, he gonna read because I can't find my glasses, cousin. I'm blind.
You check on top of your head.
No. And I just did. No.
Let me read this.
Go ahead, read it.
It says African nations have been asking for reparations for the transatlantic slave trade and colonialism. Colonialism, I agree, but transatlantic slave trade, if y'all selling us, how y'all gonna get compensation for selling us? Y'all got compensated already. In 1909, they called the commission for the West to pay 777 trillion to Africa within 5 years. Think about that. They want $777 trillion in 5 years paid out. Colonialism, I can get under, but transatlantic slave trade, if y'all was selling us, y'all don't get that.
No, I get it.
Okay. In 2001, the conference sponsored a resolution that stated the West owed reparations to Africa for the Atlantic slave trade. That's crazy. I just still think that's crazy. Let's go to the next slide.
I got a question after you get finished reading.
I think I read what I need to read. Do I need to read?
How is that happen? The people that was actually the descendants of the transatlantic slave. You know, us on the West, the Black Americans, the South Americans, the Caribbeans, you know, the Puerto Rican, you know, how do they help us if they're asking for 777 trillion? They demanding it.
It don't help us, right?
How do that money come back?
They're trying to cripple
us?
the country. They're trying to cripple the nation.
And remember, they receive resources. They have a whole building, y'all, that they charged you to go to. To go see your people, how your people was treated.
They making money off the transatlantic slave trade by tourism.
Yes.
I think that's their reparations right there for transatlantic slave trade. So they need to take that up out of there because they're the main perpetrators of the transatlantic slave trade. Okay, so you get your $777 trillion, Africa, and then we're going to take about half of that back. How about that?
Then we're going to end up going to war with Africa.
No, our money shouldn't even travel like that. Our money needs to, they owe, like I say, Africa not only owe Black Americans, they hold the whole descendant of transatlantic slaves.
Yeah. So
you know what this sound like? Last time I was on the chat.
Oh, yes.
What we call it, victim Olympics, but on a global level.
Come on.
That's what it sounds like.
And for them to act like they wasn't involved, yes, you was. Some of y'all people that's living in America real benefited off the transatlantic slave. And y'all act like they don't know what we know.
But my thing is, too, with that is like, they talk about this country so bad and how this and that, but they come over here. What are you over here for? Why are you here and on our lands if Africa's so great, so this, so that? Why are you here? And they never can answer that. Or they give me, oh, well, my mom, I was a kid, and but now you're grown. And so you're making money. So make the money and go back over there.
Dario, they over here because we made it fly.
Yep.
He made it
Right.
convenient.
Hey, America always been
But I
fly.
think we
That's why
kind
they
of have to
always
also remember when Africa was colonized, they did it with extreme violence to a people who had not experienced, even in their warfare, had not experienced the type of violence that they were hit with.
True.
Okay,
Can I touch
so the
something up?
idea, and again, remember, this is a 500-year colonization program. This is not just a short period of time. 200 years was only not even halfway into what they've been doing. So I guess I'm just saying, let's remember to acknowledge, yeah, they've been suffering, and we ain't knocking that they suffered.
Let me let me
They
touch
ain't
this
suffered like
topic
we have.
because I hear what a lot of everybody says, and I feel where everybody's coming from, and that's you're right about a lot of things about wrongs that were done and shit like that. But let's look at it from the perspective of sort of Buddy that said, okay, well, you grew up over here, whatever. Now you grown and you African. Well, you go back home. See, this the piece right here that you missing out on, buddy. The people that grew up over here, right? That had the African parents and shit. We the ones that's thinking about y'all different, bro. It don't matter if we get anything. We want y'all winning because they played us. We came up with y'all over here. We one of y'all. So the whole thing of going back, unless we going back to go and get something that'll be beneficial to y'all, bro, that's the only thing that we on. You feel what I'm saying? We ain't asked to be up over here. We didn't know what was going on. And when they came up over here, they didn't know what the fuck was going on over here, bro. Everybody got played. When you grow up with the people that got played and you go through the same shit as them, we're the ones that realize, bro. We're the ones that have the different shit in us. You see what I'm saying? So we the ones that gotta
It's
come
not
together.
the people. It's get like this. You get different types of people. You get the ones that grew up
I'm
around
not rocking with that. All
the
that.
community and they have respect for the community, but they know who they are, but they still respect that community. I grew up around other people. I have respect for other community, but I still know who I am. You get the ones who grew up around those people, who's bitter about those people, who go around spreading lies about those people because they're not those people. They just had to immigrate over here. They always felt different from those people. And then you get the ones who did, when they came over here, they was never around those people. They didn't grow up around those people. They know nothing about those people, only what they see on TV, and they go around spared and stereotypes.
But see, that's why they need us though. And I'm gonna tell you what make it different. So let's use specific people. Okay, let's use Nip. Nip changed the whole game as far as the way he took approaches to things. Nip had culture. When Virgil Abloh died, Virgil Abloh changed the whole game of fashion. Virgil Abloh is Ghanaian. That's what I'm saying. It's like, it's not a defense thing. When the people that have the culture come up over here with the people that we are speaking of, us, y'all, because you're looking at it like y'all. So we'll say that from your perspective. So y'all, you feel what I'm saying? That's what happens. Game changing shit happens because we love y'all like that. It's not about us. The man bought the corner he was from. Now, I want you to really look at it from a deep perspective like this. Nip goes back. He buys the corner where he from. He a Crip. You feel what I'm saying? He goes and hollers at the people. Tells the man, hey, man, something going on with you. You know what I'm saying? Get it right or whatever the situation is. Nothing bad. I want you to think about this, though. So the man gets told by somebody that he knows that he can't come back over here. But this person owns this now. You feel what I'm saying? So now where he from, it's hitting him different. And he kills this man. You feel what I'm saying? So I think that's the thing that we got to understand. It's like the people, it's the ones that got culture that I swear to God, man, they looking at it bigger picture different. It ain't even about them. They could have been got the bag and left. I'm sorry, bro.
Who has culture? I'm trying to follow you.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time too.
I'm having a hard time following where you're going with this. Like, you're talking about a lot.
I don't think he's aware of that he's been in Black American culture. He only thinks culture is
no. That's not what I mean. That's not what I mean when I say that at all.
Levels to culture.
Hold on. Who are the people who has culture? Who are you talking about that has culture? Because we have culture. But who are you talking about that has culture?
We definitely have culture. We are the world's culture, bro. That's what I'm saying. We're the world's culture in America. Don't nothing shake until we say so, bro. You feel what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is from the perspective of the people that grew up.
Are you talking about African culture? Are you talking about the people with African culture? Like they're doing something phenomenal. What do you? I'm trying to follow this, brother.
I'm saying that we're doing.
How old are you, brother?
Bro, I'm 39.
You 39?
Yeah, we're doing things.
Okay.
I don't know nothing about no Ipsy Russell. For you to be 39,
Hold on. You're from Cali, right?
I'm from Texas.
I'm from Houston.
I'm
just trying to follow
I'm from Third
along.
Ward.
You from Texas?
I'm from the East Side, Federal Road. I don't know nothing about no Nipsey.
I ain't trying to be funny, but you bringing up California and Nipsey Hussle, and you in Texas?
Well,
like, how do you
the
know
reason I say
bro?
that, big bro, is because
I mean, it ain't. I get that Nipsey was doing his thing.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't Nipsey African too?
Yes, bro. That's what I'm saying.
I am African. That's what we're saying. We're not the
Eritrean, and he has a foundational Black American.
You all know the difference between a tether, right?
And Nipsey Hussle is a foundational Black American.
Was Nipsey a tether in that way?
Saying. That's what I'm trying to
Why
get out.
Nipsey Hussle named himself after Nipsey Russell?
He did.
Let me tell you what it sounds like to me. Let me tell you what it sounds like you're saying, because he had an African culture, that he brought that over here to the West Coast, and that influenced him.
No.
Nipsey Hussle do not have an African culture, bro.
No, I don't think that's what he's saying.
No, that's
I think he's saying Nipsey came in, embraced the culture that he was born in, and since Nipsey embraced the culture that he was born into and around, along with his African culture, now it's become a we culture. And in this regard,
mother, I just looked it up. Nipsey Russell's mother is Black American.
He as an African.
I think.
Huh?
Yeah, his father is Intran from Africa.
That's what I'm saying. So look, this is what
white
said. He said,
Okay, I need you to be clear. What are you saying about
Nipsey? Let him say what he's talking about.
Okay,
what are you
about Nipsey?
Nip born here, like we born here, right? So we of this. The man said this. The man say, man, my daddy wanted me to go back to Eritrea. He say, man, I ain't gonna lie. He say, man, I ain't even feel like doing that shit. He said, man, I was getting money at the time. He said, man, I was not with it. He say, man, when I went over there, he say, man, he said, it changed the way I looked at everything. When he came back, he got back with the same gang and everything, but he took whatever he saw, bro, because I ain't been to Africa. Whatever he saw, it changed this man, and he changed the game. Whatever he saw, whatever epiphany he had, bro, it made this man change the way that things were. And it was the same thing with 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀. And that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's when you attach it all, bro, it does some different. It does some different shit. I don't want you to take nothing personal. That's why I say no. It's not a one-sided thing.
I just need you to explain that. I can agree with that. I've been to the continent, okay, and I'm not saying the continent hasn't affected or changed me a little bit. I came back with I came back with a different understanding after I went.
Hold on a second, host. I'm sorry, but Emmett keeps laughing, and I'm really wanting to know what's so funny. I really would like to know, like, what's funny. What do you have to say, man?
It's not my right to laugh. Do I have to?
No, he's being disrespectful.
No. Say that, but there's nothing in here that's funny. Nothing in here that's.
We're just having a discussion, and I think we are mature, and it's a good topic. And I don't think we need to attack one another because
no one's attacking you. I'm just asking a question. What's so funny?
You have
There's
to.
Nothing in here that's hilarious. We're all discussing things to educate ourselves and to figure things out. And you just keep laughing. So I just wanted to know.
I just smile because maybe that's my way of approaching and smiling about it. I don't think it's a problem to be attacked, sir. So
I'm not trying to attack you. If you feel that I'm attacking you, I apologize. I just wanted to know what was so funny. That's it.
God bless you. Have a good conversation. I'm right here. When I get to talk, and we will have a very blessed and good conversation, sir.
Can I ask you something, Brother Emmett?
Yes, sir. How you doing this morning, brother?
I'm good, brother. What I would like to ask was, what did make you smile in a sense, as far as the thoughts that crossed your mind? Not even from a negative perspective, because you said when you had the floor to talk, and I'm looking at it from a open perspective. I just like you to share your thoughts because I know we can't read your mind. And Brother Dario, I definitely commend you and thank you, bro, for trying to see the good in what I was saying. And for everybody that I confused, I apologize. But I swear it's us or else type of perspective. So even if you go off on me, I'm with it. Like, I'm gonna take that shit, because you gonna see when it's all said and done, I'm riding for us, man. I swear to God, I'm here for this topic. But Brother Emmett, I want you to share your thoughts, brother, because it's
good morning, everybody.
Good morning, brother.
I hope everybody doing good. I pray that this week be a blessed week for all of us. All we color people, and even those that is not color, God bless everybody. So, brother, you can still go ahead. Maybe that's just my way of laughing, expressing myself. That when I get a thought, but it doesn't mean no harm. It's all love. Unless you're done, when the partner want me to talk, then I can talk. I will wait for when I get time to talk.
All love, brother. If you say
Let me say it like this, if I may.
Hold on real quick. We'll come back to you, brother. Just sit tight.
I
want to
think
finish up what we were going through over here on the reparations she was going at the thing. And then I want to get back to the topic. But go ahead, cousin. And then I want to get back on topic. Go ahead. Go ahead, cousin.
Well, I was, first off, I want to thank the family again and acknowledge Brother Dario, because the purpose of this space is to be fertile, fruitful ground. And so the idea is to have interesting, challenging thoughts, but we're going to, again, just treat each other respectfully, kindly, as you did. So I commend you for that. Brother Emmett, I realize that not everyone, as the therapist I had in the past said, everyone responds to certain things a certain way. I get it. You weren't trying to be disrespectful.
Not at all.
Even though in the moment it seemed that way. I know that's not what I believe. That's not what your intention was.
I'm a very civilized man and very respectful.
I honestly, when I saw your name pop up, I almost screamed out, "Hey, Emmett!" Okay. Okay. I want you to understand that.
That is not part of my bloodline. We respect people.
And you, if I may,
Emmett, we didn't talk.
I would only. It was confusing, just so you understand.
Yes.
It was confusing because you were talking so fast. My suggestion would be just slow down and be able to get every word out that you want. Don't skip them because they're important.
Okay, I'm sorry, big bro. You know what it is? That's how much I love y'all in your skin. Mind moving a
Brother,
million
we passionate.
And I'm sorry.
We passionate.
Bro, like no bullshit. You caught it. Like I'm in it.
I know. I'm telling you. I know, brother. You ain't alone.
I'm not lying.
That's what this space is for.
All right. Go.
All right, I'm gonna go to chill.
Go to the next slide, Wolfie. Go to the next one. Let's go down this list. I want y'all to see that they're calling us beggars, but what they begging for. And if they can get it, God bless them. Kingston, Jamaica plans to ask Britain for compensation for the Atlantic slave trade in the former British colonies. A senior government official said under petition that could seek billions of pounds in reparations. How much does Britain owe Jamaica? The United States owes Jamaica $9.5 trillion in reparations, according to statements presented to the Jamaican government by International Crime Court. UK, Jamaica, $9.5 trillion in reparations. So they owe them the exact same amount. How does America owe Jamaica reparations? I'm just curious.
Yeah, that's what I was confused about, because it's like Britain is one thing, but how do we?
Yeah, I can see Britain, but I don't understand why America.
It says United Kingdom.
Oh, okay.
Did I read that wrong? Did I say United?
Yes.
Okay.
The United Kingdom.
It says United Kingdom.
You found your glasses.
No, I just remember what it says.
Hey, listen. You know what? Y'all gotta. I gotta clean my phone screen. Y'all better clean y'all.
Look, I just remember what it says. I read it just like him the first time. That's all I remember.
Let me wipe my screen off, because that's what's going on. I got a little cookie crumb.
I need to look for these glasses, y'all, if I get ahead of it.
Can I touch
go to the next one?
that reparations one though? Because I ain't gonna lie. I got a cold.
Hold on, brother. I just want to get through this, brother. I'm sorry, bro. Go to the next slide. No problem, brother. Let's go to the next slide. I want y'all to see this, okay? The amount France owes Haiti in reparations disputed, but some estimates range from 21 billion to over 150 billion. 21 billion, the New York Times estimated that Haiti loss was 21 billion. 20 billion, French economist Thomas Placardy argued that France owes Haiti at least 28 billion. 150 billion or more, 𝗤𝗵𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀, a professor of global race. Okay. France demands compensation for the loss of property enslaved. Haiti was forced to pay France reparations after winning independence from France in 1804. You know, that always seems strange to me. You win your independence, but you got to pay.
That's where they played it.
But you got to pay.
You know what they did, right?
Yeah, that's what they did to Haiti. Yep.
They went and surrounded the island of Haiti and told them, if you got your freedom, and we go grant you, yes, you got your freedom. You are free. However, if you do not pay us this exorbitant amount, I need you all to understand this. This amount at the time was so exorbitant that the other neo-colonial powers said they'll never be able to pay that back.
Yeah.
And then you have to keep in mind.
And France said, so the frick what?
You have to keep in mind.
When Haiti turns around and says, no, we want what we paid back, plus, I'm with that, from France, specifically.
Yeah.
Not forget these other countries and nations. This is just France's debt.
That's why they don't have a stable peace to this day.
Okay, I am.
If I can come in, can I ask a quick question?
Was the fact that France is in business with the United States. Haitians is mad at the United States because they stopped giving resources. Every country needs to trade with each other resources to survive. Why you think United States of America is so powerful? Because of the resources it's able to trade with other countries. And so when they start giving Haiti resources, they not able to survive on their riches of the land like they normally. United States, France, instigated that porcelain war, and they did that through colorism.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
and also the resources that were provided to Haiti were inferior. They weren't even able to stabilize their infrastructure or even make it strong because they gave them inferior materials. Mm-hmm. They always shorted them on what they really needed to get started and rolling. It was just for them. On Haiti, it was systemic racism, just like we deal with here in the U.S.
And they don't have the weapons to fight back.
Correct.
Keep in mind.
I'm telling you, everybody was played, man.
Yeah. I got a little bit confused on what his sister was saying and what brother the host was saying. And what made me confused is I got a question. Then I will come in later. I want to know, do you guys know the differences? Or can I understand what you guys saying the differences between the people from Haiti and the people from Africa, the black from Haiti and the black from Africa, the black from Puerto Rico, the black.
Did you say hate?
No, Haiti, the country. Haiti. I'm sorry for my accent.
Okay.
the black.
No. I just the difference. No, because you said that there was a difference in how you believed we were treating Haitians and Africans, and I'm trying to. What was that word that you said was the difference?
No. Don't put word in my mouth. I never said that. Just give me a second. I can repeat myself. What I said is I was confused. I'm confused, and I need to understand if you guys know the differences, or I need to learn the differences. So I'm giving myself open mind. Even if I don't know it, maybe even if I know it, it may not be right. So I want to know the differences between. I want to know if you guys know the differences. Say again.
Are you Haitian?
Yeah, sir. You just cut me off.
Yeah, I cut you off, but
he's not. He's not Haitian. I don't think he's not Haitian. He's African.
You just cut.
That's the businessman from yesterday. It's 30 employees.
Okay, okay, okay. Go ahead.
I don't think we need to be attacked. Yeah, I do got a company, sir.
Okay.
No, no, no. He was just explaining that you the Liberian man.
So,
Yeah,
you're
I'm the guy.
from
I'm from
Liberia.
Liberia, but my name is right there. And man, I would prefer you guys address me by my name. At least we all are friends and stuff. But what I was trying to say, let me get back on topic. What I was trying to ask is, do we know the difference, or do I need to learn the difference from you guys? Like the black from Haiti, the blacks from Mexico, the black from Puerto Rico.
Brother Emmett.
Are they African?
No, let him
Are they
finish.
classified as African? Am I understanding you guys right?
They are part of the transatlantic slavery.
Ooh,
So,
Lord.
Okay.
you know about the 13 states in the United States, right? I didn't think so. So, it
I'm
was a
talking
part
about
of the
13
countries.
transatlantic
colonies, yes.
slavery. It's a part of. They was a part of it.
Okay.
They had Africans that was sold to the Europeans to come through there and work the land. They
No, it
even
sounds like he's.
transported them to either South America or North America. They
So
So
the
let me
moved
ask
question,
you
the
around.
question I just
a
asked just
question.
now, that's
Yeah,
the answer you just gave me right now, right now. That's the answer you giving me, and that's the one you googling right now to give me that. That's the
Brother,
You don't
answer
need to
right there.
Google. One thing about it
brother
is
Emmett.
I'm educated on it. What you're mad at is the point what I know what to look for, and
I'm
you
not
don't
mad.
know.
I don't
You
Brother
get
Emmett.
cannot.
mad.
Brother
No,
You
Emmett.
don't
cannot.
say he's mad,
Okay,
sister. Don't say
gentlemen.
he's mad.
Let's get this
I'm not
thing straight.
mad.
I would
I
not
know.
be rude or abrasive to you if you don't throw shade at me. I
No,
would
I'm
show
not.
you as much
My bad,
respect
sister.
if
My
you're
bad,
No,
sister.
I'm
respectful
not.
towards
I'm a
me.
My
no,
bad.
man. I'm a
Until
poly.
then, because
No, I'm a
sometimes
sweetheart.
shade goes over some of our FBA men head and it don't go over my head. So
Give her a
if you
chance, Emmett.
continue to throw shade at me, I'm gonna mute
Exactly.
you because I'm not on no hateful stuff.
Oh
I'm not
no,
on
I'm
no
not.
belittling you. You feel challenged by my Black American skin and my Black American knowledge, and I'm a Black American woman. Don't have nothing to do with me. That's your insecurity, sir. Because I
Brother
Oh
was
Emmett.
no,
never
I'm
rude
not.
or
I think
abrasive
she, I
towards
You
you.
think she
keep
just answered you.
asking, do they
Hey,
Gentlemen,
brother
understand
brother
the
the way
Emmett.
that
difference
came,
between
do
one
y'all
thing and the
sound like
other?
I'm
Chosen,
Because
Devion.
attacking
he's looking
Mic
anybody?
down
up,
his
please.
nose
She
at
acts as
us.
everybody
We
African.
are
She just told you she's
Americans. We're
Black
Black
American.
Americans.
Right.
The,
No, I
She
think he
just told
was
you.
the way that I understood it. He was asking. He
yeah, I
basically
was
saying
just
that there's
asking
black
a
people in
simple
Haiti,
question and I get
black
No,
people in
attacked.
he's
That's
asking
Africa.
all.
her,
Brother
does she
Emmett.
know the difference between one thing and another? Yes, she does. Why
But
does he need to confirm if she
Yeah, I'm
knows
not
the difference
No, that
between
understanding
the
the
was not what I
question
system?
why
was
you asked
saying.
that.
See,
That's not
I'm
what
we're
I
not
all
was
understanding
saying.
why you
misunderstanding
No,
asked
he's
him.
that.
saying I'm googling up like if I don't know,
I
and I'm
said,
just
is it
using Google for my
no?
knowledge.
That
And
the
if
question
he
I
was trying to
We're
asked.
belittle
all
my
I
misunderstanding the
said
education and
Puerto
my
brother.
knowledge
Rico,
and my
Puerto Rico
experience.
get black people.
He was
Yes, he
asking.
was.
Mexico
He
get
was
black
asking.
people.
Was all the Aboriginal people on the land black
No,
Africans?
France
that's not
get
what he
black
said.
people.
You see how
No,
he
Uh,
was
it's
so quick
not.
Great
to
Britain
dismiss
got
how he
black.
disrespected me?
Brother
No,
Emmett.
we're not trying to do that,
Hold
Wolfie.
on.
It just don't. I
Hold
don't think
on.
that. I think that the
He
language barrier
said
is not.
Hold
he
on.
said it
Now,
The
yesterday.
now,
He
hold
host is
said it
on.
trying to say
today.
something.
Wolfie, hold on. Everybody hold on. Okay, listen. Uh, you're talking about all these melanated people from Mexico, from Puerto Rico. Okay, where you can unmute your mic, Emmett. I just want to know, where are you going with this? You're asking a question. If we, of course, we know the difference between a Puerto Rican and a Haitian. Of course, we know the difference between a Jamaican and an African. So, what is your point in that? That's what
I want to
you're
ask him. I
losing
want to
me.
ask him one question.
Hold on. You're losing me, Emmett. What is the point in the question that you're asking?
Okay, my reason I'm asking the question because I've been watching you guys, and when she Google about countries that ask America to pay money that they owe, and such certain things were Google, and you said Africa, and she said no, it's not Africa, brother.
Not true.
That's Haiti. Then she corrected you. Then I got concerned. Then I asked, I let sister or you. I want to ask a question because as I listen to you guys, I get confused because every time I understand where you guys going at, then it gets sidetracked. And so I was confused because I really want to be a part of the topic. I want to understand when you're talking about Africa, it's a continent, and you're talking about Haiti. Haiti is
You
not
called
part of
Africa a
Africa.
continent. I mean, you called Africa a country yesterday when you talked about it. One thing I do listen and I pay attention, and that is not true. So maybe you need to learn how to listen and pay attention. he read
I didn't
the
even finish
United
it,
States
man.
of America, and
I didn't
I
even finish.
corrected
Can
him,
I
and I
finish?
stated, sir,
Right.
Mr. Ibn, I
Let me
corrected
let
and
me
I said,
finish.
no,
I
it's
know
not.
Let it
I
ride
would
in it.
never call Africa a country. I'm from Liberia. My
You did
country
call
is what I
Africa a country because I said it yesterday after you said it.
up there to make you
Okay. Now, what was stated was when he was reading, he said United States instead of saying United Kingdom. The only place that I post that the United States owe reparation to is Black Americans, and I haven't yet posted that yet. Everything else has been to the British.
Yeah,
Is
he
I'm
accidentally
lying? And
said,
France.
he accidentally said United States, and you corrected him and said the UK. That's the only correction
Everything,
I heard.
the reparations been for the British and France. Is that correct? Is
Correct.
it not against the United States because they wasn't enslaved? It wasn't enslaved in the United States. They was under the British and the French Empire. But you can easily research
Authority.
this, and this knowledge is not only on Google. This knowledge is in books too.
Can I ask you one question, Brother Emmett?
Yes, go ahead, my brother. How you doing, my brother?
I'm good, bro. I'm good. So the question that I want to ask you is, okay, with the question that you ask everybody, when you listen to the topics and everything, right?
I hear a little echo in your phone. I can hear echo. You got an echo.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me better now, bro?
Yes, brother.
Okay, I apologize, man.
You're fine.
Okay, so when you ask the question, as far as asking the differences and everything like that, when you're listening to the topics, are you looking at it from the perspective of you're asking that because you feel like it doesn't matter where we are, we've been played?
Yes, sir. I said it yesterday. We all been played by one person in the middle.
Man, ask these questions because I'm understanding.
And I can explain it to you today.
So could I ask a question?
We've been played by somebody in the middle. Okay, we are the same. We are one tree, and the tree got the leaf. It got the roots.
I disagree.
It got the branch. So we all the same, one people, but what happened is we've been played by something in the middle. So instead of us attacking one another or figuring it out, is we need to get. We've been played, brother. Yes, we've been played. But thank God our eyes are open now. That's all I tried to say. Our eyes open now.
I don't got an accent like you.
That are getting played right now. I think the only people that are played right now are the Africans.
Well,
You're allowing yourself to be used by the colonizer that y'all claim y'all don't like.
Right.
I ain't gonna lie though. That's why I want to touch the reparations topic.
Hold on,
I'm sorry, brother.
I'm speaking. Okay, you guys are being played by the same colonizers that you claim you don't get along with, but y'all worship so much. You're allowing yourself to be used by them now by coming over here, by not educating yourself, by paying attention to their media and acting like what they're saying is true. Y'all always claim, oh man, the media told us this, so that's no. Y'all have tribalism. Y'all don't have empathy. Y'all don't have empathy towards black skin. Y'all don't empathize. When you see another black man getting harmed, you're thinking, well, thank God it's not me. And we don't think like that, brother. We see a black man getting harmed. We're like, hold on, we can't have that. When we see something going on in South Africa and they got skin like mine, oh, we don't like it. When we hear that they're putting y'all in barrels to punish y'all when y'all don't do y'all chores, we don't want nobody putting y'all in barrels, in boxes.
Why you would say such a stuff? This is your show, but I think your comment is not really nice comment. You can't say they put people in barrels. They don't put people in barrels.
Yes, they do.
Man, one mic, let them talk.
It's not a.
Yes, they do. They put y'all in barrels out there. You know it. Them white folks in South Africa was putting them kids.
Maybe not where you're from, Emmett, and I wholeheartedly accept that. But these atrocities are happening on the continent. Okay, it might not be happening where you are, but the atrocities are happening.
We don't like that. We see those and we're like, nah, that's not right. We're not going to stand for that. When we hear them come back and say, oh, there's so much low IQ, and we like, nigga, shut up. What are you talking about? We don't like them calling y'all low IQ and treating y'all like dogs and saying, they're African. You got to watch out for the
I'm not
Africans.
being treated like
Let me
dog.
tell you what.
You keep on saying yo. Say Africa. Use the word general. You say yo.
Man, one mic, man.
Relax, brother. When I was over there, brother, you know what the Somalians were telling me? These are Somalians. I'm over there in Kenya. Watch out. Watch out. Don't trust these people. You have to treat them like this. When you bring them into your home, you talking about when you get a house girl or a house boy, he was saying, hey, watch out, treat them like this. Make sure they don't have pills, lock up everything so they don't steal and they don't do this. Watch out, put cameras in your house. That's what they were telling me when I'm over there. They're like, hey, man, when you're over here, man, let me tell you, Somalians were getting them. Somalians were trying to act like they were on my level. They're like,
They're doing too much. Can I say this?
We're the same.
Respectfully.
We're the same. That's what they were saying. Go ahead.
You notice how all we was talking about is reparation and showing how other countries, other regions are asking for reparation, right? And you notice someone found negative in that and they self-centered themselves. And we only said that Africa asked for $777 trillion. Did we get to that yet?
No, we haven't got to that yet.
I didn't think so because America come after that, right? Mm-hmm. But like I was saying, if you have a problem with Black Americans getting reparation, you just mad because you're not with your people about their fight for reparation too.
Why it have to be attacked? We're just having a normal conversation.
Who is attacking you? You're irrelevant. We are talking about reparations, sir.
Yes, I'm part of the conversation.
You're from Liberia. If you want to go back to Liberia and get back with the natives of Liberia and talk about suing the United States of America, we will understand. But you're over here trying to talk against what we're talking about right now. You're trying to cause a scene or make yourself self-centered.
He has a point.
Yesterday, I keep on telling you no. I keep on telling you no. You keep on attacking. You keep on saying I'm mad.
And if you think FBA is divided, get out of here. We're not worried about you. You're trying to y'all coming in here starting division and divide and trying to be important in the world that we're telling you you're not important right now. You're irrelevant right now. We're worrying about ourselves right now.
Exactly.
So what you're doing is you're stopping us getting to the point of how much America owe us by trying to self-center yourself. Go to Liberia and fight for your rights among those Black Americans and those Caribbeans who colonized Liberia. And instead you're here in America. If you're in America, fall into play and be quiet.
Yeah, say again, brother.
You agreed to Brother You when he asked you, was you referring all this information back to you? You said yeah. So she's absolutely right about what she's saying, bro.
Yeah, she is, but I just said from yesterday.
So why are you gaslighting if she is?
Yesterday she keep on attacking and trying to say, look, this is a good thing. Listen, I watched the show.
If you know you're wrong, if you know you try
the only problem I got to tell him, let me finish.
You don't have to address what she's saying. Let her walk. That's it.
Say again.
You don't have to, if you feel like she's attacking you.
Sometimes you got to sit in the back of the pew and not in the front of the pew.
Yeah, just let her walk. You ain't got to keep addressing what she's saying.
Oh, no, I don't address her. I don't follow.
Keep saying she's attacking you, bro. Let her walk.
So,
absolutely
back to what I was saying yesterday, to today, brother. So, what I always said, like, we are one, and
all right, we got to get back to.
You know that. How you trying to refer it back to?
No, I think I will say it like this, if I may. This is a financial distinction only.
I want in on this reparation. This money talk.
This is a financial distinction only. FBA are asking and demanding reparations and delineating for a financial reason only. Has nothing to do in any way with denigrating the roots of which we come from to the motherland. We, as Brother Too Much has said, are the fatherland. We are not trying to take anything away from you, but we are saying in this moment with this particular topic.
Let's get to the money.
This is us. This is, if there is a distinction that you feel differentiates you from us, please understand it is not us making you feel that way. It's the line that we are setting. Make sense?
Okay, so this one just basically said that, I mean, we showed this, but I'm going to go back forward to American with American OS. This is saying that Africa asks for $777 trillion from the United States to pay within 5 years.
That's insane.
And that's $777 trillion for transatlantic slavery. Okay?
That's insane. Ain't no way.
Can I ask a quick question? Okay, are they asking America or are they asking Western countries? Because America didn't colonize any part of Africa. England did. France did.
They asked the Western part of the world to pay them back.
Okay.
Yeah. And now, and you can go into,
like I said, Western neo-colonial powers.
And they explain how they have organization already set over there for Africans to get reparation from the Americans and the Europeans, you know. So you can look it up. It gets steep.
Let me read this. We read this before, but I wanted Cousin to read to hear this too because he wasn't here. But Harper's Magazine estimated that the total of reparations due, this is talking about Black Americans right now, was about $97 trillion based on 222,505,049 hours of forced labor between 1619 and 1865. Regardless, the United States wasn't recognized independent country until after the Revolutionary War, 1787, compounding at 6% interest through 1993. And that's just up until 97 trillion is just up until 1993. We're in 2024, y'all.
And that's just forced labor. That ain't got nothing to do with dubs. Nothing to do with. Yeah, that's crazy.
And to the people that's saying, you can look up the numbers and you can do it on your own. It won't come up to 97 trillion. It will actually come up to more. But you do the math on your own. Y'all like to send these comments, and I can tell that y'all don't even attempt to look it up, research, or attain the knowledge for yourself. And then y'all get here and y'all get mad because I can chew you up.
Oh.
Going in.
And Google is not the only source you can go by. And even with Google, it refer you to other sources. That's why I'm gonna just show you how they refer you to the real source and the government information sites that they get it from. Keep up.
Ooh, tell them, sweet.
Who that say? That's Jamaican. That's Haiti, right?
But can I speak on the subject?
Hold on, brother. I just want to finish this up, and I want to get back.
Not yet. In a bit, yes.
Hold on. I'll bring you up. I saw you in the comments, brother. Don't worry. I brought you up.
Oh, no, that's not it. You know which one I'm trying to get to. That one, is that about America? No. I'm sorry, y'all. I can't see, and I don't know where my glasses at. What did I say? Is that us?
After reparation study suggests 151 million for each Black American, experts say. Perry, I can't read. Let me bring this closer. We gotta make that bigger. Refers to the assigned slave 1860 of $3 billion as another part. I can't even read that, to be honest. I can't. That's too
Let me
small.
see. I'm finna take a picture if I can read it out loud.
That's too small for me to read right there.
It says African reparation study suggests 151 million for each African American, experts say. Is that the part y'all talking about?
No, it's
I'm sorry.
The January 19, 2020 Perry refers to the value as greed or I don't know what that says, to slaves in 1860 of $13 billion as another point backing calls for reparations.
Okay.
And it goes down to say who all, that's what y'all was reading, who all has the United States pay reparations to?
Yes.
Right.
Americans who received compensation for historical injustices include Native Americans for government seized land, Japanese Americans for being held in intermittent camps, survivors of police abuses in Chicago, victims of forced sterilization, and Black residents of Rosewood, a Florida town that was burned down by and it doesn't say anything after that.
And it also states 9/11 receive reparations, the people who was on the boats receive reparations, and the farmers receive reparations.
What?
Yes.
Now, the Japanese and the Native Americans and all that I've heard about, but this other stuff I have never heard about.
Yeah, I heard they all got 10,000 when they touch American soil for the first time.
And America is still paying the JEW's family members reparation.
Wow.
And it didn't even happen in America.
Wow.
Over billions of dollars. Yes, because they agreed to help.
The sweat off our backs, huh?
11 billion. And they what they call they legacies, or they I can't think of the word, y'all. My mind is gone. Their kids are still getting it. Their offspring is still receiving it. The heiresses, thank you. I love y'all. The heiresses are still receiving payments. And it goes for the Asian community too. So you telling me that our heiresses cannot receive payments?
Exactly. Run me my money. Yeah, exactly.
So
yeah.
All this
I ain't gonna lie. I got a cold way to approach it.
Even without a study, y'all, we here who are not part of whatever their study group they put together, we can see that we deserve reparations. So anybody that's coming here, YT, non-FBA, oh, you don't deserve this. That
shouldn't be the topic. Yeah, it shouldn't be. Nobody should be saying you don't deserve it.
I am a direct descendant of the people that you wronged, and if you didn't pay them and they happen to pass away before you paid them, that debt doesn't go away. It stays on the book.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can I explain this to this person that said not the Asians, just the Japanese? It wasn't only the Japanese that they threw in the camp, sweetheart. They didn't know the difference. It's just like when they started deporting the Mexicans from the United States. It was Mexicans that's been here all their lives, they picked up and they threw up and back to Mexico. Put them on a plane and flew them back to Mexico. They didn't care. And when people say, where y'all gonna go? They're not gonna do that to us. Because they know one thing, we're gonna fight to the day. And we're gonna tear down everything.
Sit down from over here. He's gone. You gotta add more.
But no, everybody should go back and get their reparations for whoever done your people wrong.
You know how I think that everybody should go about it? That's a real cold way. That'll really shake their asses up. You should compound interest like you speak of over all of the years, and you should set up a structure as far as approaching them the same way the Rothschilds set up the banking system. They started that shit in the 1700s. Now they rich as fuck in all different countries and shit like that. And you gotta highlight things like that where they took advantage and to say a head start is an understatement. When you start approaching them with their approaches and unfair shit like that, and you come talking about that money, you gonna shake them up then.
All right. Communists, go ahead.
That's actually why I like what Traore has done. And
Communists, unmute your mic. You wanted to say something? Because I'm about to get back on topic.
Yeah, what I was saying, man, there was so much going on, but what I was saying was, man, the reason why black people is in this situation, man, is because majority of us are cowards. We are scared to death, right? Like Malcolm X said, I just posted a video of Malcolm X speaking, right? and he made a quote. And his quote say, "Land is the basis of independence, freedom, justice, and equality. We cannot discuss freedom, justice, and equality without discussing it within the context of land." Right? So our land was stolen from us. I'm a descendant from the 𝗤𝗏𝗏𝗵𝘁𝘂𝘁𝗁 people. And if you know the history of the 𝗤𝗏𝗏𝗵𝘁𝘂 people, we defeated Andrew Jackson.
They in the
Right?
South, right, big bro?
Right. We were, my ancestors were rice and pea planters, right? And the islands down there, like North Carolina, Florida, all of that down there, Florida, South Carolina, that land was stolen from us, from my ancestors. We're talking about 12 million acres of land that was stolen from the 𝗤𝗏𝗏𝗵𝘁𝘂 people, right? And they built hotel resorts. Colonialism have the same pattern all over the world. When you look at South Africa, colonialism had the same pattern, discriminatory laws, right? Apartheid. It was U.S. corporations that funded the apartheid. It was only us over here in America that put pressure on these corporations is the reason why they slowed up. You see what I'm saying? So when you're talking about black people, right, we are being oppressed by the same system. I don't care where you at in the world.
We need each other.
Right, we need each other. I sympathize with all oppressed groups. I don't care what, like if you Jamaican, I don't care what label they gave you, because all of these are labels meant to divide us. Oh, you're Jamaican, I'm African. They labels that they gave us, just like our names, just like the holidays. They gave us this to cause division. Colonialism can only exist as long as we are at conflict with each other. And when when you said, oh, we not the same people, we are the same people. We got a lot of black traders. We're going to have to go to war with before we even get to the white man.
We are identifying ourselves as FBA. We are foundational Black Americans. We are trying to build up
these white people not going to give us anything.
The money that is owed to us.
Brother, why are you speaking this negativity in the zone?
You are asking your
now, if you've listened to us say that this is fertile ground and we like positive energy in here. You rolling in here with some real negative squat.
This not negative. This is facts. I don't spew opinion.
You act like we don't know this.
Hold on, brother. But what I'm trying to tell you, you asking and begging for reparations,
though. Is trying to say something.
You shit.
See, there you go with that begging thing. Ain't nobody begging.
Please let the host say what he got to say, please.
This is what I got an issue with. I got an issue with him calling us cowards, because he must be calling himself a coward.
Exactly.
He's including himself with us, okay? I got an issue with this brother saying that he called us cowards, and he said we're beggars. Well, he's a beggar also. Because he
begged for citizenship. His family came over here and they left their land. But that's besides the point. They left their family, their culture, because whatever was happening over where they was, they could not handle it. And they felt like America had a dream that they can attain. They didn't care about the genocide. They didn't care about the bombings. They didn't care about the lynchings. They didn't care about anything. They was only being selfish and worrying about themselves. And then they come over here and say we the same. Until your family and your lineage of blood be genocide on this land, then we can be the same. Until your family and your bloodline be genocide on this land, then you can say we the same.
My bloodline beat the hell out of Andrew Jackson, and when he couldn't defeat us, he went and slaughtered our men and children when we wasn't in our villages. We have defeated the U.S. Army.
Brother, let me ask you this.
Know your history.
You know, your brother, you on the right path, but you're not explaining it right, brother. You're not explaining right, brother. You're not explaining it right, honestly.
I want to touch some more topics on the money. Once y'all done with that, because I realized that.
Go ahead, walk, y'all, because he just.
If I can, let me say it like this.
Even know what the real 𝗤𝗏𝗏𝗵𝘁𝘂 was even about.
Brother, you do understand that FBA was down with Marcel Dixon, right?
You haven't fought for your independence as black people since
you do. Can you answer my question, brother?
What are you talking about? Then?
Can you answer my question? You do know that FBA is down with Marcel Dixon.
Okay, hold on, everybody. Listen.
What are you doing?
I don't care what they down with.
Why you're not back where you from?
Have you took a
Hold on, Wolfie. This is why I keep talking about the black consciousness. When you start hanging around the wrong people, hanging out with white tea folks and listening to that narrative, that we ain't never did nothing for ourselves, pull yourself up by our bootstrap. We've done a lot for, we're not cowards. That's one thing Black Americans are not.
You escaped what was going on in your country and you came here.
We did everything except fight against the U.S. government.
Are willing to unalive ourselves on certain hills at any point.
Cowards. When you gonna fight? You fought in all.
When are you gonna fight? You're gonna get your mother is a coward, your daddy is a coward. Before you disrespect our ancestors, what we're not gonna do, we're not gonna disrespect people who actually sit here and they fought for you to bring your raggedy, ugly butt to the United States of America to do your minimum wage job. The reason that you don't see success is because you're not successful.
This is what happens when you have that self-hating mentality about your people. When you don't really truly love your people, you don't have empathy towards your people, you talk like that brother right there.
Exactly.
Can I say something real quick about this whole thing about the different tribes, 𝗤𝗏𝗄𝐿𝐺𝐵𝐺𝐶? Like, my relatives are from deep Georgia. 𝗤𝗏𝗄𝐿𝐺𝐵𝐺𝐶, all of that stuff is mixed in there. That's not a separate entity from FBA. That's just another version of our history.
That's another tribe within.
Right.
Exactly. He's kind of Sambo-ish the way he's talking.
Yes.
Right. And that's the problem that I have with because you're misinterpreting the history and you making it a separate issue. Like we fought Andrew Jackson. Come on now, let's stop. It is no we. The condition, and that's another thing. People keep on talking about. FBAs talk about being indigenous. We are indigenous. We do have African DNA and we have Native American DNA, which is different than other groups in the Black diaspora. So that's not a bad thing. That's just saying how the African roots and stuff melted together to create greatness. And not saying that we're the only ones great. Jamaicans are great. I have to give them their flowers when it's due. Everybody's great. So this whole thing about, let me tell you where I'm better than you. See, that's wrong. That's hate.
Yeah, I hear you, but I don't agree that we all Africans, bro. We got to stop pushing that agenda, bro. Africa is in Africa. America is in America, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
But then
I'm not even pushing that.
Can I walk for a second? Because I ain't get to really walk. Can I walk for a
Let him
second?
go, y'all. Let him go.
Can I walk for a second, bro? Because they over here calling Africa, they calling America the fatherland when this is the land of milk and honey. Like we had mountains of gold. How is this the fatherland? Our system is ran off a matriarchal system. The Khalifa Queen, people got to really do their history, bro. I don't think they really know what really went on, bro. We went through a whole paper genocide war, bro.
Right. And going to what you were saying, that's what I was saying.
So he's talking about the Gullahs, brother.
He's totally wrong.
Movement. The 𝗤𝗏𝗄𝐿𝐺𝐵𝐺𝐶, bro. People need to understand this. The 𝗤𝗏𝗄𝐿𝐺𝐵𝐺𝐶 was a movement, bro. It was during the Gullah Wars, bro. The reason why it even took place is because we was trying to help the Africans that got brought over here. And more Africans that came over here linked up with the Africans that was already over here. And we all came together, bro. He's talking about 𝗤𝗏𝗄𝐿𝐺𝐵𝐺𝐶, he don't even know the history.
He don't know the history. It's all one and the same.
I remember when TikTok first started and I posted about the 𝗤𝗏𝗄𝐿𝐺𝐵𝐺𝐶. And I remember that how it went viral and so many of those young kids, that was their first time hearing it. And then a whole year later, all I seen was 𝗤𝗏𝗄𝐿𝐺𝐵𝐵𝐶 this and 𝗤𝗏𝗄𝐿𝐺𝐵𝐵𝐶 that.
Right.
I took kind of pride in that because there was a lot of people that did not know about the 𝗤𝗏𝗄𝐿𝐺𝐵𝐵𝐶. They don't realize when people say, ooh, they sound slow. Ooh, they talking about our dialect.
Right,
And not only 𝗤𝗏𝗄𝐿𝐺𝐵𝐵𝐶, the southern dialect.
First off, I know there's some South Carolina girls and North Carolina girls that sound Jamaican. They sound African, and they are not. Do you hear me? They are not. So we got to stop pushing this that we all African, we all not, bro. If you can't trace your genealogy back to Africa, stop saying we all African.
Trust me, Mo. We're not even saying we want to be called African.
I would only add, if I might,
insecurity.
let's all.
I wish y'all. This is what I
it's
wish.
clear.
I wish y'all insecure tethers and Africans, Jamaicans, insecure. Take y'all insecurities on someone else's live. Go host your own live and talk about us. Because that's the only time your page is relevant is when you got to put down a Black American.
Exactly. Right. Everybody got something to say about Black Americans. Every time we trying to do something, pull it together, get what we owe, everybody want to look down their nose or have an opinion. As far as I'm concerned, if you not FBA, step off then.
Think about it.
I don't need your approval, and I don't need you to, ask me questions like you testing me. Okay?
Think about it if
I've
it really happens.
Tested.
Think about it when it really
by
happens.
Systemic racism that we've been living in. If you're not FBA, goodbye.
When we really actually get the stuff that we're asking for and the things actually happen, watch how everybody turns. Watch how mad everyone gets. That's when you're going to see the true colors in everyone.
But see, our premise is that we do care about other people of color. We're not against other people. We're just trying to gain what we're owed as FBA. And for some strange reason, people want to flip it and act like we're putting ourselves up and looking and but they want to put us down because every time we go try to get what we're owed, everybody got something to say. And all these different blacks from all around the country, we're not talking to you anyway. We're not going to be fighting you anyway. So why are you here trying to divide us and act like we got a problem with other blacks from other? We do not. What we're saying is we want to fight for what's due to us as foundational Black Americans. That's it. That's what we're trying to do. I don't know why you in here acting like we're trying to put down or say who gets this or who gets that. We are talking about us. FBA. Period. It's nothing against no one else. If we're not fighting you, mind yours then. Mind your business.
That's the problem, though. It's just us. Once we start deciding to do that, I don't know what it is, but it awakens this monster in everyone, and we don't understand because we're trying to come together. And
everyone's afraid. Listen, they're already afraid of us. They're already afraid of us. They know that within our communities, we got everything we need. Have we opened up and tapped into all our resources just yet? No, but that's what we're here to do now.
Yep.
If not for us, then our future generations.
We gotta avoid the
but really, ideally, it's now. Tapping in the real Black consciousness, Black American consciousness. Yep. We are our own culture. Everybody borrows things from our culture, but then look down their nose at us. But you're always cherry picking stuff from out of our communities. You bite everything. Remember Ralph Lauren? He started making outfits just so Black people want to buy them. I don't buy a damn thing from them. So, but
I don't think we should be.
I'm gonna say it like this if I can, one more time. The difference between our immigrant brothers and sisters who have migrated here since the 1960s, 70s, primarily second and third generation cats, is they believe that our journeys are on the same trajectory. They are not. Our journey is decades ahead of theirs. But the idea that they see us decades ahead and saying, why are you all not, or delineating from us, we're not delineating from you.
Well, that's their perceived
in that way. No, we're delineating from them, but not in that way.
Yeah.
We're delineating from them in the sense that you've got decades to go where we are today.
Correct.
Come on, say that. That's what.
But decades from now, we'll still be further ahead than you.
Hold on, cousin. You got to slow down and you got to really nail that home. Cook on that, because they need to hear. People in the comments, they need to understand they are decades behind where we're over here fighting for this, and you're still over here for the scraps. We're done with that. We fought for those scraps. We got all that already. We're here now, and we're standing the line here, and we're saying, listen, if you want to join in the fight, right? you need to come up here because we can't go back down there. We're not on that colonized mindset. We're surpassed that.
We ain't going back down there.
Cook on that, please. Cook on that, cousin. Just talk about that real quick. Please elaborate more. What I'm trying to elaborate more. Go ahead.
This is why when I speak, I like to speak in the generalities of terms of the nation or the continents themselves. I try not to make anything personal towards any person or group. It's a term purely. That's it. Now, my African brothers and sisters, and I've stated before, they haven't even gone through the Industrial Revolution as a continent. That happened for America almost 150 years ago. Okay? The idea of owning a home, they consider a shine in America. As if black people haven't had everything already. And this becomes a bit of a, well, I'm doing what you did. No, you've done what we've already done.
Exactly. Reaping the
You are
benefits of
achieving
what's
what we've
been
already done.
Exactly.
That is not anything that we are going to say hip hip hooray about. Sorry.
Exactly.
We acknowledge that you've done it and we commend you for doing it. But we ain't gonna hip hip hooray.
1930s. We've been owning a home since the 1930s. What are you talking about? We're 2024 and they're still on. We got a home, nigga. We got an education, nigga. We got a job. We've been doing that since the freaking 1930s.
Exactly.
At the end of it all, everybody want to be a nigga, but don't nobody want to be a nigga.
But no, see what it is when it comes to black.
Hold up. Don't ever refer to me in that word again. My father told me when I was a child I wasn't. I'll be God blessed damn if I'm gonna let y'all do it to me.
I'm not saying that.
I will never be. No, I understand, brother. Don't get me wrong. I know what you're saying. But if you ever see Cousin Up or Gravy somewhere, I don't want to hear that in reference to me and black people one time.
I understand.
Word, nigga.
I understand, bro.
I have to agree with you because I grew up from that generation. My grandparents told me, and I used to get my butt whooped if you even said the word nigga.
That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you. And why people
you want to talk about black consciousness?
Excuses for it? That's crazy. That is freaking crazy. And FBAs should be defending not saying that word. Now,
Well, see, I don't want us to distract
want to
ourselves fighting about that because the youngins did flip it on them. Even though I still don't like it, but they did flip it on them.
They flipped it because they lost the generation to correct them.
To that as that either. I guess it could be our generation. We not with it, no. But
it's offensive.
Let's stay here
I don't
for a
care
second about the word. Okay, you said the younger generation, and we can who we want to credit for changing the word? The 90s or the 80s?
But the fact of it is, the word never changed. The word never changed.
The word
meaning
heavily in the
still
70s, wasn't they? When did they start using NIGGA?
It doesn't matter. The word still means
it mattered because by the 90s the word became popular for other communities to use.
Right.
I never used it.
So I want to find out when was it made popular for us to use it? Because other communities are using it and they feel like it's okay.
Yeah.
I feel like if you're not a descendant of enslaved,
that's because of the music industry. That's because of the music industry, quite honestly.
And then you got other Black Americans who are giving them.
That's just music industry.
But has that word, the NIGGA, and I do say NIGGA, has that word caused our community harm or empowerment?
Yes.
I'd say more harm, yes.
Oh, hold on.
But you have comedians who have flipped it as well and made it something too. But
that's what we do. We flip it and we turn it into something phenomenal and everybody hollers. That's what we do, y'all. That's part of our Majara spirit. That's part of our innovative and creative mind that we have. That's part of that intellectual that says we're going to stand up and fight against the system. When you call us the ER, we're going to be like, okay, nigga, shut up.
Yep.
Okay, that's how we respond. When you diss us, we can be just as petty, and we can throw the stone back. But our stone's gonna hurt even more. That's all.
We do have
That's how we do it. That's how
we
we
do
do
have
it.
that understanding that we're not going to use it with people that, you know, maybe of an older generation that don't like it as disrespect, but it has been flipped. And then go back to the whole other people saying it is because, like I said, people have given them a so-called, oh, I got a black card. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of that.
Yeah,
and then they got to try to do, you know what I mean? And I try to tell them, bro, there's no black card. There's no none of that.
Let me tell you something. A lot of these actors and entertainers, they're not our friend. They're not. You got to understand, these people are working for somebody else. They're working for the machine, and the machine tells them how to think, what to tell the people, and so on and so forth. And they know it. That's part of why they get to live a little bit better than everybody else, because they're working for the machine. The machine is telling them, hey, we want you to make this word popular. We want you to make this. We want you to put on these Gucci sweaters and make them popular. This is what the machine is telling. They're nothing more than influencers.
Do the youth say the word nigga in front of everybody, or do they still say it behind closed doors?
It's in front of everybody.
It's in front of everybody. You see.
So you're saying that when a child is sitting in front of their grandparents, they talking to another person saying nigga please and nigga this?
No.
Not in front of the grandparents.
No, because I want to show y'all culture. When y'all saying when a child is in front of their mama and their father, they going at their sisters and brothers and saying nigga.
In front of mom and dad,
y'all have
maybe.
seen it in households, right?
Yeah.
That's how we talk. Do we talk to each other like that in households around authority?
No.
No, not around.
So who do that? It's not us. It's not the Black American culture that do that inside their home.
My dad a nigga, he would slap my mouth.
Yeah, I'm just trying to put it out there because we the way the pictures is being painted is we just be all day, all long, like we don't have no integrity, and it's normally done behind closed doors, even though people don't realize it. We use the word only among certain among people in a comfortable
We
situation.
are an articulate people.
We do not go in. You will not catch us in a crowd of white people.
We can find many other things to describe ourselves.
The young
generation. This is the difference between a Black American and a tether. It'll be a crowd of white people. You will not see two Black Americans calling themselves niggas.
No.
But you will see two tethers trying to be cool calling each other niggas.
In the young generation, you see it. I just maybe it's just in my state because I live in. This is a predominantly white state, so there's more white people than there are black, than there are, you know, FBAs here. So when I'm at a football game or around the school and just listening to these kids talk, it's everyone saying it, including the YT kids. And the YT kids say, "Oh, my friend gave me a black card." So, and I've had to correct so many, but it's so bad now. I'm telling you, this is predominantly white states, not black. Most of y'all are from the South. I'm hearing the draws. I'm hearing you say where you're from. But you got to think about all these states.
We're up here. We're from the East Coast, West Coast. No,
we're from the South.
I've never.
Is that child's friend from a single mama?
I don't know all that information.
I'm from California, and
I'm from New York, man.
I have an accent because guess what? My dad was from Alabama.
I ain't got no accent. I mean,
I'm from the D.
I don't hear the accent, but some people think I have an accent, and I have a slight lisp too. So I got all that going on too. So people think I have an accent. I'm like, no, I'm from Cali. That's where I'm from.
I ain't gonna cap OG. You like South man.
My dad was from the South, so of course I'm gonna have a little bit of that twang in me, a little bit, because I grew up around my parents.
That's right.
Right.
That's the same for me. What part of Alabama was your dad?
He's from Jasper, Birmingham.
Yes, it's called culture, sweetheart. We don't do everything in front of others. I'm just pointing out that you don't know that culture because you're not involved in it. And it was easy for the people on the panel to relate to it because they're involved in the culture. They know they're not going to speak a certain way in front of their grandmother, their mother, their father, or somebody that they respect. It's just honesty.
It's disrespectful because the definition, I don't care how you try to spin it, it's still a negative word and it holds a lot of pain and a lot of history. And when you have people that are not FBA coming from other countries taking on that culture and saying this stuff is wrong.
I don't like Africans using the word. I don't like anybody, Jamaicans use. I don't like it because they don't understand what they're saying.
Period.
And it just sounds weird. It sounds weird to me. You know,
matter of fact, I had some Latinos say it down here in Florida, and they were talking amongst themselves, but I took offense.
It's like it's just cringy for me when I hear these Asian, the young kids, the young Asian kids. Hey, my nigga, come here. I'm like, what?
But do you notice that we can't take offense to anything? Has that ever happened to any of y'all where something like that does happen and it's just like a problem that we're taking offense? But
we don't have a right. Like
exactly. Let an Asian person feel a certain way. Let another culture of people feel a certain way, and they get something happens to you for saying or doing what you did. But as soon as somebody blurs out that N-word and you feel offended to it and you want to take it like the right way and not fight someone, then all of a sudden it's, well, what's the problem? Or I'll talk to word.
It's like being anti-Semitic.
No, I all I can say to that is say it in front of me.
It's like being anti-Semitic. You can't be anti-Semitic.
So think about
say it in front of me.
Real quick, cousin. I just want to say, think about
be bold, be bold, be brave. Say it with your chest. Say it in front of me. You have the right of free speech. This is America. Wake up! No.
I get that.
This is a right in America. They have a right as a citizen of America to say what they want to say. However, you are not free from the consequences of your words.
That's it.
That's why I said earlier.
Feel free.
I understand what you're saying.
Feel free. Say it in front of me.
So my question to you then is, if you're in a work environment, and it happens to happen, you're going to risk your job and just say, all right, I'm about to beat you up because you know what I mean?
There's people that will see. Here's the thing. That's what you don't understand. There are foundational Black Americans that will say, fuck that job.
Yeah, I feel that.
Thank you. My respect is worth more than everything, bro.
And I'm gonna turn around and sue the job for allowing that bullshit to go down.
Okay, there you go. There it is.
Trying to tell you, bro.
I wish somebody
stand tall.
Change.
Hold on. There are certain people they can't say that around, bro. They know.
And they know it.
Like they not gonna say it around a group of Black. They might say it around one Black person. But they're not going to say it around a group of Black people.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to tell you the last job I was fired and I sued them and won.
Hold on. If we're being honest, if they say it around one Black person and they don't got no backup, they're
done. I won that. Let me tell you what my supervisor said out loud in front of a whole bunch of YTs. I wasn't there, okay? They were going into a meeting, and we were going to be off the following Monday for MLK Day. My direct supervisor said, well, why do we have to celebrate MLK Day? One of the other house managers like myself came back and told me. Probably about 4 to 6 weeks later, I was fired because I started because I was taking notes and dates and writing down all this stuff. I got fired. I only won a little piece of change, $24,000. But the point of it is I won. Now, that's not a lot. Now, if I would have had 4 or 5 other brothers or sisters, they were too scary to join me, we could have got $500,000. But they so busy over there pecking and shooking and driving in front of one to keep that bullshit ass job. I said, this job come a dime a dozen, bitch. I got $1. Let's go. But they didn't want to join me, so I got a little punk $24,000. But I took it because it's on the books that I won. It's on the books that I won, and we will sue you. So the point of it is we can't allow anyone. Yes, I'm glad they flipped it. I'm glad. But it doesn't serve us, though. The only time it will serve us if you catch them, you hold them accountable, and you take it all the way. And yes, cousin, I wouldn't black nobody in the mouth. I would just sue them. I would write it down in my book, head straight to HR, and get it documented. That's what we got to do.
I ain't saying don't do it. I'm saying always be strategic. Okay.
Department of
I'm going to say this first to the family out here, B1 FBA. If you all are not being strategic in every move that you make, you've lost.
Right.
That's fact. You don't walk out the house without knowing that every step you take is powerful. Every move that you make, somebody watching. Mm-hmm. Everyone. Mm-hmm. Why is that? Because you are powerful.
We gotta be
that power you have to embrace. If you do not embrace that power, you are shorting yourself on the fuel that you need to overcome.
Question, you guys.
That power.
Fighting for reparations, right? Would that be called class action? What is it called? How would we, because I hear about all these states doing it. Is it class action suits, or does it fall under like amendment type policies or whatever? I don't understand that just yet. In my mind,
I would almost say that would probably be more of a I would probably say
that's
that
what
the definition we would probably have to be, as long as it's going to take, because it's going to take some time. So what we're going to have to do is get the think tank together as rapidly as possible.
Yeah, because lawsuits
and have
can be done,
them present to the body electorate. And again, I'm going to put it out here.
Is it constitutional?
Well, however long it takes is what it's going to take.
No, he said,
and that's the point. That's all when I say it in that manner.
Regarding the Constitution, even though we know we weren't included in that, but
technically you can't sue the United States of America.
Can't we sue?
Technically, you can't sue the United States.
You can't sue because you're still a citizen.
You can petition for a grievance. Yes.
Okay.
But an actual suit, that is the issue. So whether or not it is a class action suit, or whether we are coming as we are going to come with our demands. And quite honestly, we're black. If we say it's going to be reparations, that's the power move we make. It's not up for debate. It ain't a question. That's what we said.
It is what it is.
Period. Were the words unclear? Was the definition of the word unclear? Because it hasn't been unclear for these other groups.
Yeah.
They haven't needed to bring these suits, have they?
No, they were awarded.
Well, some did. Yes, not going to say they haven't. Some did.
They encounter, and for some reason,
the Native Americans did sue.
Say reparations. And I don't understand why they can't just print the money up. They bailed out the savings and loan. They just went to the mint and printed out all the money they needed and bailed them out. Why can't they just go print up our money? They could just print it.
I'm not gonna lie. I think honest to God that they're scared with enough financial backing behind us all as a whole, right? That we're so influential at this point. It's like the nail in the coffin to them. It's kind of like, okay, blame no man for the sins of their fathers until they take pride in it. And once they end up in that position, that's how they thinking and that's how they moving. I think it's no different from when the Moors ruled Spain. Like, they ruled for only about 300 years, but when they got up there, them people ain't know nothing. All they knew was disease and stuff like that. They taught them about fall and winter colors. They gave them all education and things like that. And the time that they were in the Renaissance was longer than the time that they've been like independent and free and shit like that. So they always watching patterns. They love to study, and they looking at how their kids and grandkids are infatuated with us. They scared big time. So I think that's the real resistance of it all. They scared that we gonna have it our way, and we ain't gonna never let up after that.
Yeah, they're so busy worrying about who pays reparations, but nobody's got an issue with the billions of dollars getting sent over to Ukraine.
I'm telling you.
Let's not forget, remember when COVID hit and all those Jamaican kids was trying to get out of Ukraine because they went to college over there? They wouldn't let them on the train to get out when the thing hit because they were squeezing their dogs on the train. Now they get millions and millions of dollars to fight against Russia. Not that I think they don't need the aid, but what is the problem? Y'all not complaining about that, but as soon as we need our just due, y'all worried about, well, where's that money going to come from? The same place all the other money came from, the U.S. Mint. Mm-hmm. The same place. So that's why I wish we could find out how we start.
I say make it easy. I say make it real easy. Mail out a black card to every black person in America covered by the United States government.
I don't want nothing from the United States.
Is there anything?
Who said that?
That's you. That's you and y'all. That's the choice you gonna make. That's the choice you make.
I'll be honest. I'll be honest.
But don't say that for everybody else.
I would take land over money.
When they say you want land,
if you don't have the money to put the plumbing on the land, how good is the land?
Exactly.
Right.
So yeah,
I
you
agree
gotta
with
ask
that.
them what type of land are they gonna give you, and what you gonna do with that land, brother?
With no money.
Land and just saying, I want the land.
With no money, you can't do shit with that thing except sell it.
Except sell it, right?
You need both.
But I agree with the pipe. You definitely need that.
We need
what
both.
if you have multiple land spots?
The resources.
You sold a couple of them and then use the, you know what I'm saying? Use the money from that to put on another land. Like,
well, here's the thing. You know, most people they're gonna get that land, and you know what a white person gonna say? Hey man, let's put a hotel on that, man. Let me build this, and we can share in the profits, or I'll cut you in, or let me just buy the land outright from you. And you got people that's just gonna give it right back.
That's right, because they don't got the money to build it up.
Are you gonna find a black builder to build that complex?
Hold on. Look at Manhattan. Y'all know Manhattan Beach. Yeah. Manhattan Beach was controlled by foundational black Americans in California. Manhattan Beach. Okay.
Oh wow.
Look at what happened. What they did. That property over there that got eminent domain and taken. Right. They won. They won and got that and got it back. Right? It was worth way more than what they got it back, than what they sold it for. They sold it back to the same people that took it from them for way less than what it's really worth.
You see?
They took penny, even though they got broke off some millions.
They got $20 million for Bruce's Beach.
They got broke off some millions. But guess what? That wasn't that. It was worth more than that. Those white people bought it back for less, and it's still worth like 40, 60.
Way more.
So I'm not gonna lie. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's California beachfront property. $20 million.
Manhattan Beach was ran by foundational black Americans. We had it popping. It was lively over there. It was. I mean, we took this beach and we made everything fly over there. People were showing up on our beach in Manhattan Beach. But guess what? They took it back to eminent domain because it was so amazing. And that's what keeps happening to us. We'll build something, we'll do something, we'll take the land that they give us. When they push us over into Oklahoma and the Tulsa, say, here, take this land. Go over here. So we all go over there, and guess what we did? We built up Tulsa, Oklahoma, made it popping, and then guess what they do? Oh, it's too popping.
Yeah.
All the other YT communities around Tulsa was poor, and they got jealous. And that keeps us right on topic. I'm talking about FBA love and FBA hate. They always hate on us. We take the lowest of the low and we make it popping. We'll take pig intestines and turn it into a delicacy. You understand what I'm saying? This is what we do. We take the evil that they give us and we turn it into good.
And we tired of turning shit to shit.
That's what we do. So let me ask you this question. I want to talk about the contributions, right? The love that we have all over the world, right? What are some of the most significant contributions that foundational black Americans have made to global culture and society? And I want to go down the list. I want us to understand that we have done some phenomenal things. And I want to start with 𝗖cie because she got this is a library. Wolfie is a library. She does her homework, she does her research.
Yeah, I love her.
And don't be greedy and take it all. Don't be greedy and take it all.
I
can take directions.
I know, but she gives so much, she be taking everybody else shit.
I can take directions, I can take redirection. I am really a good person now. But no, I was just going to name one thing, the refrigerator truck. People
Okay.
don't realize how important the refrigerator truck
Yeah, y'all
hip
shut your
hop
bitch
on
ass up and get to work, man.
whole
Not the
world.
white, the ATM machine.
The refrigerator. No, I was saying the refrigerator truck. The refrigerator truck carried technology. It carried food the most. It's able to transfer food once the plane. You know. Did y'all know that I'm gonna add this in? Did y'all know it was a Black American who invented the plane that go long distance? So the refrigerator truck and the long distance plane. That's why I say that Black Americans have contributed to the world.
All right, go ahead, cousin. We're going to go down and then back up again. Go ahead, cousin.
I'm gonna go on and expand a little bit more on what Sweet said, and go on and call this man out, Garrett Morrison or Garrett Morris. Your street lights,
Wow, you stole
your
mine,
gas
bro. You
masks.
stole
I'm
mine.
done.
I was gonna say the street light. I was gonna say the black man created the street light. The white man created the ticket. Oh man, you stole my shit, man. Go ahead, walk, bro. My man.
Listen, bro, history's history. We got plenty. Keep going. You know it.
We even got people in the chat putting it down. Come on. They know. Go ahead, Chosen.
Oh man, where can I go with this shit? That was a good
What's some of the
one.
most significant contribution that we made globally, culturally, to our society?
I'm gonna hand this one off to you, Chosen. Dr. Drew, what? Plasma?
Okay. I mean, a lot of this stuff is.
Okay, I got a call. I had a call. All right. Yeah,
Dr.
man.
Drew, that's your man.
What else we want to go with? Oh, man.
Okay, he got taken off. I see Yo Man is busy. Go to Southern Kingdom. Southern Kingdom. Go ahead.
Man, I say styles, swag. I probably should have said civil rights,
Man.
human rights, and
I
civil
didn't even get to
rights
the golf. Go ahead,
first.
Civil rights is big. That's global. We can call that global. Everybody knows about our civil rights over here. Everybody benefits from our civil rights when they come to this country. That's a fact. So you can definitely mention that. Civil rights is very important. Go ahead, Chaz.
The Afro Americans was the first ones to patent the airplane.
Come on.
Shoot, it's just about everything. Is most of the stuff that we use today was either patented or invented by Afro Americans or FBA. I'm gonna say FBA, not Afro Americans,
FBA.
but FBA. Yeah.
Right.
There you go. There you go.
𝗖𝗲𝗿𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀𝗶𝘀. Look, we getting help from the chat. Look at the chat is blowing up. Okay.
Yeah, man. When I say style, man, you think about what happened in the 70s when they started letting blacks into the NFL or basketball, and how the game exploded from that. That's just from our prisons, and the style of dunking the ball or the touchdown dance after you score and all that stuff. That man, that was something that was celebrated. When you remember when Walter Payton them used to do their little dance and Dickie Woods, the Dickie Shuffle.
Dickie Shuffle.
That reverberates
That's
around
why
the
they
world.
banned it. That's what they banned it because of Mercury Morris, bruh. They banned it because Mercury got every time he scored, he went in there and did that dance, and they was like, "Ain't nobody else did that." He's showing off everybody, and that's why they did it.
Oh yeah.
Few more cats came through and start doing it afterwards, and that's when the NFL went from the National Football League to the No Fun League. Okay.
let me ask y'all this question: why did they hate it so much when we show off? Why do they hate it so much?
Because they can't do it. They can't do it. Because we're great, like Tony the Tiger.
We're phenomenal and that we're great. You know that like if we just show off just a little bit, be humble. Be humble.
Right.
Calm down.
Yeah.
Don't be too proud.
Yeah.
But
trying to put us in our place. Well, we also invented, my daughter's in the elevator unit, so FBA invented the first automatic elevator doors.
Come on.
They didn't need an elevator operator after that anymore, to pull the door open. The microphone. I know it was an FBA, African American, black sister who invented the first cure for the first chemotherapy. I wish I could remember her
I
name.
think it was a FBA black woman that invented the home security system.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. I think you're right.
Even the home security system.
I used to have these cards. I gotta find them, and it's cards. It's some black company. It has all the inventions to teach your children that are contributions to America, and it's just all kinds of stuff. I gotta find those cards so I could use them for my grandson. I know I still got them. So it's a company that makes these cards. It's about all the industrialized contributions that Black Americans have contributed. And I mean, it's in the hundreds. I think it was about 200 different cards. I'm sure that's not it, but I got to look that up. Next time I have that info. It's good for our kids, for us to have that.
I mean, we're talking about really just
Marie Van
slightly influencing the world. Let's not forget Jack Daniels.
What was that host? Marie?
Oh, yeah, that's ours. Jack Daniels is ours. They stole that.
Yep.
They stole that. But here's the home security system he was talking about. Marie Van Britton Brown. She was born in Jamaica, Queens. She's a foundational Black American woman, and she was concerned about safety in the neighborhood, and she invented the home security system.
Hot damn.
Come on, so when they say, listen, we got black.
Okay, then let's get down to the nitty gritty. The automobile. Y'all heard of the
Patterson?
The Patterson,
Right.
thank you, C.R.
Yes.
Patterson, and you heard of his son. The C.R. Patterson was the first family to own manufacturing of the cars. And then his son invented, he wasn't the only, but his son invented the automobile switches to make the cars become automobiles, basically. I'm gonna look up the name of what his son invented. Frederick Douglass Patterson.
Now,
No,
I could be
Frederick
wrong.
Douglass Patterson was the first to build a motorized automobile, a motorized car. So yes, Black Americans invented the automobile car, the automobile. Mm-hmm.
Now, just for the record, I don't want to discount the importance of something that I've learned a few years ago, and this happened on the African continent. So I'm gonna give shout out to my African brothers and sisters from back in the day. The Queen of Egypt was prescribed birth control.
Huh?
There's no way that 6,000 years ago, Africa wasn't black. Or should I just the color of it in and of itself. That's it. Not saying FBA, but giving shout out and credit to my African brothers and sisters.
Okay, I think everybody had little tricks and trades. The pull-out method is still a form of birth control, brother. Well, I think everybody had a.
But it's an herb that they used back in the day. They still use it.
I'm not doubting anything that anyone is saying. But if the scrolls back in the day are correct, this is where I'm particularly only stating it from that particular perception and perspective. The scrolls say this occurred from doctor, and quite honestly, the doctor was Imhotep.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this question. Let me ask this question to the panel also, man. Why do you think it is that we don't get enough credit for our achievements? Is it because they don't know about that they're using our stuff, or is it just they don't care? They don't care that we invented these things, and they still want to denigrate it. Do they not know that we've done phenomenal things? Is that what it is?
They absolutely.
It's both, brother. It's both, brother.
We're getting our just due. Because I'm like, man, listen. To me, it's like they got to be crazy to think that we've been over here for so long and we haven't invented anything. You got white people Let's talk about the YT people. They believe that they invented everything.
Yeah.
Because that's the picture that the reason I was thinking about that, like,
they don't even know that we've
the
invented some of
reason
the
that
stuff
they
that they're
don't tell
using.
us,
They know.
and the fact that a lot of our adventures are still living, the reason that we don't know is they don't celebrate us. When we invent something with something, we create something, you don't see it on the media, and people saying, look, because it's disgusting. It's hardened to them, like, oh, another Black American discovered. Oh, another, you didn't heard this. Oh, Black Americans feel like they didn't invented everything.
They
Where do
damn near
that hatred
did.
come
Shit.
from? Where do that hatred
Yep.
come from for them to even make those words, especially people who look like us? We used to celebrate when we found out that an African did this or somebody. But when they find out that a Black American is actually the person who invented it, created it, and patterned it, it's more of a hatred. Oh, Black Americans invented everything. They think they know everything. They superior. No, we don't think we know everything because a lot of us don't know who did it. Because the media will show that the white man is profiting, making profit off of it. The Asian community is
Well, yeah,
making
they have
profit off
stolen
of it.
inventions and patterns from folks who couldn't fight for their right to have their names on it. But what's that guy that sued Thomas Jefferson and won? Thomas Jefferson tried to pretend like he invented the
light bulb. What's his name? What's the guy?
The telegraph thing for the train
I think
conductor.
Grainer. I think his last name is Grainer. He even didn't he invent the railroad tracks in New York, like that?
Yeah, it was something like it was something like that. I was on one of them
I know what you're
cars.
talking about.
Yeah.
He
And
died
he
broke
sued.
in jail. He got sued. He died broke in jail, penniless, and that's what happened to a lot of our
And he
adventures.
won. So they made him fight till he used up all his money and still ended up
Yep. And they kept they had more money than him. So they kept on suing him. Anytime that he came up with a new invention, they would say it's theirs and they'll take him to court and sue him over it. And they did that to a lot of our vendors. They either threw him in jail, they became an alcoholic. It was some kind of substance that always took them out.
Yep.
The subway system, thank you. Yeah.
You mind if I ask the panel something right quick?
Had a lot of
Well, the 3-letter organizations will take them out. So
Go ahead, Kevin.
Now this is just a general question. I have my personal answer, but I'm curious as to the panel. What do you all think has been the greatest theft, and who was the criminal in the last 1,000 years?
1,000.
That's a good
I can easily give you that
one. That's a real
The
good one.
greatest theft is knowledge. And who's the oppressor? The colonizer. Because if they hide things, separate us, and make
Who's the criminal? Who's the criminal?
The YT man.
Yeah.
The oppressor.
Nah.
That's too generalized, bruh.
Not
That's
just
too
the
generalized.
Because they was all
Well,
in
the
it.
biggest
It was
thing, that was stolen was our history and our knowledge of ourselves.
Yes.
That was the biggest thing that was stolen. And when you look at who stole it, then who do you point at? Who do you point the finger at?
Let me ask
Do
you.
you blame us?
Hold on. Shireen 411. Why do you believe the elites are melanated?
No, not in this regard. No, these, in my opinion, my answer would be the greatest theft was the theft of knowledge.
That's what I said. Yeah.
That theft was perpetrated by the Catholic Church.
Nicaea Council.
Okay. They took everything there.
This real quick, because we got a lot of people that believe, this is not the first time I heard that people believe in that the real elites that are controlling things are actually melanated people.
No.
In Africa, yeah. I mean,
they might be.
Not even there. They're under British rule.
If you look at the European, it is more colored people in the world.
Once you reach a certain height, people are irrelevant. Once you reach a certain height, people are irrelevant. They're just a number.
Yeah, greetings. Grand Rising.
Grand Rising.
Yes. What's the topic?
The topic is FBA love versus FBA hate, but I want to know why you requested up.
Yeah, no, I was listening and you was trying to find answers to a solution. I heard somebody said knowledge, and I wanted to add to that. Knowledge of self is what they really stole from us, who we are. They had to auto-identify
That's what I said.
Yeah, that's what he said.
I agree that knowledge of self was part of it. It was not all of it. They stole all knowledge. They went around and destroyed everything for 500 years. From 1088 to 1492, there's no history of anything that occurred.
Oh, the Greek did that.
They went around the globe. Well, they went around, I won't say there's no history. They went around the globe and destroyed everything that did not perpetuate or fall under the religious doctrine that they chose to impose.
Right, that's correct.
You don't hear anything that went on until, again, the Renaissance. And now we're finding out that these images that some of our elders had in their house of Jesus praying on the rock was the Pope's drunk cousin or uncle.
But you know,
these are the histories that they foisted
right?
upon us. Say it again.
You know what they did to the Bible in 1942?
1942. Okay.
America, look it up, and I want you to.
Okay, give it to me. Give it to me, baby. Just give it to us.
No, they changed the wording in the Bible. America changed the wording in the Bible to fit their meaning of it in 1942.
We know exactly what was true. A lot of people, some people use
again in situations like this. See, we were already out of power, and there was nothing we could do at this particular point in time. Everything from that particular moment on has been from 1400s on has been written and told to us through the Western colonized position and point of view. Every aspect.
True.
Okay, so the idea of the media pushing something, well, grasp how close to the media was it to power. Power needs the media to move the masses. It needs money and it needs the media. It needs puppets. Many of these, shall I say, traders are puppets. Again, I use the boy in Florida, the congressman. Biggest puppet I used to think it was Ted Cruz, but this boy got Ted Cruz beat. Anyway, I'm not trying to go political, but yeah, you don't know about what you talk about. You're not attacked Byron Donald.
No, who got Ted Cruz beat?
The congressman, Byron Donald.
Oh, Byron Donald.
Am I wrong?
Bastard.
See? I stand by my statement. Now, that being said, people like him, and quite honestly, we got a boy up here in Michigan. I'm gonna call him a carpetbagger because he moved to this city and ran under it and got elected. But that's what he did. Now, these puppets, that's how they move. That's how they operate. They've been being watched for some time. I can only tell you, as the Black Authority would say it, they know who they getting. They've been watching these boys a long time. You've been selling out a long time. We need you.
They're gonna throw them away anyway.
Exactly. You've been selling out a long time.
If you're a trader of your own, you can't be
we can use you, and that is just what they do.
Yep. That's gonna be a wrap.
So
But
why
anyway,
see
back
people?
to the
Why
Bible
see
thing.
people
I don't
still
have
be
too much
pumping?
stock in it. I don't care that they changed it in 1942 because the Bible
Did
that
they
our
change it in
ancestors was using
1946?
to find faith, that was commissioned by King James. He had slaves himself.
So they
So,
changed it in 1946, and
It was the Holy Spirit.
they really just added the word homosexual in there. It wasn't
oh
in there.
wow.
Yeah, because that's what he was
The whole
about.
documentary about it in 19. They did the whole documentary about it. It's about 1946 and the term of homosexuality and how it translated over into the Bible. So, it's actually that's actually what one of the topics that they're discussing about. When did the church start becoming LGBTQ friendly? There was an agenda long time ago to make this happen. Just like 𝗤𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁, the transgendered goat, when that should let us know right there why transgenderism is so popular right now. And these
Yeah,
are
but see, I look at that. That's YT problems and issues that they created, and then they catch an attitude about it now. But y'all started this a long time ago, confusing your
Yeah, that's
children
all hidden
and letting
agenda.
the
Yeah.
little boy wear a dress. But I see. I don't really want to take on their problems because I don't give a damn at this point. Because what I'm worried about is my community and what we promote to ours. And
That's true.
a lot of this stuff started with them. All this stuff started with them. They historically, serial killers belong to them.
On the
Essays
lava.
belong to So I really don't want to necessarily take on all their issues because I want us to do our own thing, have our own schools, and have our own information that our kids should know. That's why they're pulling CRT. They don't want CRTs in the school because they don't want the truth to be told. So the little YT children don't feel bad or feel guilty, and I want it to be where we're all self-contained, like the NOI been trying to tell us for 40, 50 years, because I'm 53, to tell us to get independent, grow our own food, educate our own children, shop our own businesses. So this is why I need my money, because y'all owe me. So I really don't want to take on their issues that they created. I look at it, that's their problem. We can deal with our own and they can deal with theirs, So that's how I view it.
and staying on what you're talking about in the NOI and how we should have listened to them in the 60s, y'all.
We really should have. See what we got caught up in, and I remember this era because I prescribed to it as a young person. I investigated and experienced the religion myself personally. As a young person trying to find myself, right, and religiously anyhow. And we should have. But we got so hung up worrying about that they call God Allah, we forgot to look at their foundational practices, what they did. We were so hung up. And what amazed me about it was the black church was our pinnacle location at one point where we got all information, political, social, emotional, all that, right? We were so busy worrying about what they call God, we didn't pay attention to what they were really doing. They were forging an independence for Black America. And
When
we
did the
got
black
so caught up
community
in the
start hating
religious
the
part
black
of it.
churches? When did the black community start separating? Because the black churches came in big when it came down to us liberating ourselves. When we had the black leaders that came from the black
In the
churches.
60s.
When they got
We had our
infiltrated.
politicians who came from the black churches. The way we bank.
When is the last
When we
time you
wanted to
heard of
bank,
black?
we
When
kept
is the
our
last
money
time? Let me
within
ask you
our
this.
community through the black churches. So, when we talked about the community organization, all that happened because all of us,
They abandoned us.
like-minded us, fellowship within the black churches. When did we start abandoning the mosque, the black church, just whatever you go to? Because I'm ex-religion. I believe everybody believes in one God, and I pray to one God. I think of religion as a division.
They
But
tricked us in the
when did?
60s.
But I'm a
They
PK,
tricked us in
y'all.
the 60s.
Have you ever heard your minister give a sermon? Have you ever heard a black preacher, give a sermon on? I want to make sure I get this guy's on Moses is second in command, Aaron, if I'm correct, right? And it was Aaron, right?
Yeah, Aaron was second in command for Moses. That's correct.
At any rate, they don't do Aaron because Right. Because Aaron was a soldier. Aaron was not a person of faith. Aaron was an action guy. Your preachers, I say your, and I include myself, our preachers never preached to an action. They preached to submission.
Correct.
And subservience.
Yes.
That's not your spirit.
Yeah.
Come on.
That's why we rebel. I'm rebellious.
Now, if you're not preaching to my spirit,
correct,
I got to go. It's nothing there for me.
Yeah. You telling me to lay down and be a punk ass. Yeah, exactly.
That's why
she said no, that or.
I mean, that's today's vernacular, but to be yes.
But no, but when we want to
the simple
talk
fact of the matter is we see that we are being attacked. And you talking about, no, turn the other cheek. I ain't got no more cheeks.
We cannot gather on social media and talk privately. We used to get up in the church homes, remember? Close the doors and have our private meetings.
Yes.
So, and that was for people involved in the church and people outside the church. They always knew you come up to the church home to, you know, to communicate with like-minded people about what's going to go on in our community. Where do we fellowship now?
That's why they used to bomb our churches to stop that. Yeah.
Exactly. They sure did.
Yes. Yes.
They don't want the platform that we have right now.
Yeah.
If you look at it, because we strengthen numbers.
Yes.
Right now we strengthen numbers and we got all this wisdom and knowledge and whatnot right now on this panel that it's scaring them to death today because they don't want that. And a lot of us are very mature people, very educated. The youngsters coming in with the knowledge and the wisdom, they don't want that. Until we rise up, like y'all said early, it ain't gonna happen.
Right. I agree with you. And to add to that, I would say
rise up is different, brother. The thing we have to do. Go ahead, brother.
But let me rephrase that.
Sweetie and
we have to
Cousin,
come
run the
together.
panel, please. Run the
There
panel.
you go.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead, soul brother. I'm personally, I try and use my words specifically. So basically, I'd like to say I'm a wordsmith. When I say what I say, I mean what I say. I'm not using the wrong words.
Well, sometimes when we have a conversation, we speak so fast that some things just come out not properly. That's all.
Cousin speaks slow, brother. You ever heard Cousin speak? He takes his time.
Yeah, this is my first time.
He dragged one word.
Okay? You'll be on one word and he'll be 30 seconds later. And he'll say the next word.
I'm sorry. I've been told that a whole lot. And the only thing I can say to y'all, is think of me as Picasso or Leonardo da Vinci. I'm painting a picture with my words. And when I finish, you're going to see the whole picture. Make sense?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Ow, you mother.
Come on, cuz.
Okay, sorry about that, y'all.
But no, when the reason I brought up what we're gonna congregate is because what do we put our money in? Who do we trust again? If everybody then left the church home, let's think about this, or the community have so divided. I don't think it is. I just think we lost hope. When we come together and say, we need to, the church kept all of us accountable. People question, I can't chase my lineage. Your church kept a record. Your church in the neighborhood kept a record of everybody who attended that church on that Sunday. They kept documentation, They knew your business. They knew who you was kin to. My church is still like that. What do we do that at? How did that fit into Black American in 2024?
They're mega churches
many churches is trying to be mega churches.
They only know our debit card number. Now.
Yeah, you see.
Social security number.
Yeah, the church failed through the C time in 2020 when they didn't show up for the people. So because of that, a lot of people lost their faith in church. and believing in church and them things wasn't a thing what people do anymore because they know that it's a lie. 'Cause they just use it as a front to get your money. But when it comes down to caring about people and you putting them to the test, right now they're not. They're gonna run away from that and they're gonna say that's not what they signed up for. So unfortunately, we gotta now start living in village, not a community. We gotta pick our village to live amongst our people, and then we're gonna have like an outdoor church. But it's not gonna be talking about what the Greek idolatry or the Roman idolatry. It's gonna more talking about self-empowering, remembering ourselves, remembering our true identity, knowing all of our consciousness, not just one, knowing ourselves like you know everything about somebody else, and that's what's missing in today's society. They trying to bring in this imaginary fictitious thing that's a god that it only exists inside your mind, but when you say prove it, take it out of your mind and show me, you can't do it. So it's self. And when you pray, you only hear it. Only you hear your prayer and know when it's answered and know when it didn't answer. So that shows you have your own consciousness and your own free will to do whatever you want to do. That's the power of God, I think. When you can do what you want to do. Choose not to go with the devil or choose not to go with God. Just go with myself. Like, leave God and the devil over there, so. And I'm on my own journey. And I think that's what we need to remember, because if we don't remember that we have our own journey, then we're going to go pick up other people's journey, other people's problems, where these people don't remember themselves, are them so confused, are, they so misinformed that they now believe in things that are not real. Because, that's the thing. We need to stop believing in things that are not real and look for ourselves, which is real. Remember ourselves. Remember with 9 strengths, with 9 weaknesses, right? And you remember in our order where, 9 is the foundation of the ladder. And within yourself, you have 9 thoughts. Why? Because you have 9 different souls. Not just one operated at the same time. It's 9 consciousness are operating a 9 universe, which we are surrounded by 9 planets, right? Showing you the signs of who we are. And once you start doing that, we come out of this fake world. And now we're in the galactic planes, right? And up there, we're looking at it as a planet. It's different from down in the earth, where they're talking just about this land and this country. It's bigger than a country. And you're thinking about it on a galactic plane, and you're remembering yourself that, hey, you got other homes out there. This is not just, it's not just here where they would draw the circle and say, oh, you're trapped with the ice wall. Beyond those ice walls, there are more nicer places. There are places that would make you be like, wow, why I can't go there? So we just got to remember ourselves and start from there. I land the plane right there.
That might be a little too abstract for the masses.
All right, brother. Let me say it like this. That was, well, I was gonna say it like this. You're right, sister. You are speaking of us as a whole coming together on a karmic chord. And in this regard, I cannot disagree with what you're saying. Okay. Now, as to the multi-dimensional phases of existence, I think we each all should keep that to ourselves and keep this panel moving in a slightly different direction. Go ahead, dude.
Yeah, because he lost me a little bit, man. When he started going to space, I want to, if you got that knowledge, brother, I want you to make sure you cultivate that knowledge and you use that knowledge of self and empower yourself. But not all knowledge is good for the people, because if we don't understand what you're talking about, it's not useful to us.
Yeah, it's
right?
distracting. Yeah.
So you got to know what room you're in and where you can talk these certain things. So there is hidden knowledge, and then there is forbidden knowledge. And those people who seek that knowledge, that's the ones you should give it to. You should never cast your pearls upon swine. You should never give out hidden truths and hidden information to people who don't know what you're talking about or can receive it. But there are other rooms where they get down like that, brother, and you can take them all over the galaxies and stars and the cosmos, and they will rock with you. But we're talking about FBA business right now. We're talking about our people, and we don't mind melanated people coming in speaking. If you got something that can help FBA, we want to use it, but we want to keep the main thing the main thing. Y'all go ahead and take over the panel. I gotta do something real quick. Y'all go ahead and run the panel real quick.
Right. Respect, and I didn't mean to go out in the space.
You want to go on and say something, 𝗖𝗲𝗏?
Yeah, I was just saying, like, I could respect his spiritual journey.
I understand, brother.
But it's just not, we're FBA, we're foundational Black Americans. So mostly what we understand is Jesus is Christ, or we understand something about Islam. So that's probably a little off the beaten path, but we have to concentrate. We're looking more spiritually and physically about us getting our due. So spiritually, we know where we come from. We are FBA. We're foundational Black Americans that have been robbed. Our ancestors built this country, so we need our money. Now, spiritually, where I like to go, I like to keep it non-sort of religious, even though it's difficult as an FBA because it's embedded in us. Spiritually, what we need is a strong mind, like we always have, fighting for what we deserve and not letting anyone outside of our community deviate us from our fight, which is to get what's due to us now in the lifetime that we can see it, and for our children and grandchildren. This is of ultimate importance. Okay, we need our money ASAP, so that our next, right now, while we at the top, ready and poised to get what we're owed now, right now. And I just don't want us to be distracted or deviate from figuring out how we're going to get this done as soon as possible. Because the average lawsuit, big old suits, are 3 to 5 years. I don't consider that a long time, and I just want us to get started, because lots of states have proven that we are owed this money. Now they're trying to figure out, all right, if we're going to do this, how we going to give it to them? And what I want us to fight for is that money only. I don't want anything attached to it. I don't want any stipulations. I don't want you talking to me about therapies, religion. I don't want you talking to me about none of that. All I want us to do is haggle and get down to the numbers. What in today's value are we owed? And how is this going to be dispersed? That's what I want us to get to. How we get this done, where we get to see it.
One chosen. You have
Sweet.
something?
Mama Thunder down here talking about, Mama Thunder down here talking about we don't owe, or we don't owed anything. What she said? I'm gonna catch it right. Yeah, you're not owed anything. Would you pull up the chart again, please, dear?
Mama, I'm not gonna entertain that pale cracker.
For real. Because see, that's what I'm saying. This heifer, she got enough time on her hands to come in here and mind our business, right? And act like she's some kind of authority, or we don't need to give her any proof. She can kick rocks barefoot for all I care. Okay? So I see, that's the problem. See, I don't.
Remember, that could be an old man in his 60s years old, and that's miserable, is up behind somebody's account and just can't do nothing for themselves. Is depending on somebody to help them eat, feed them, and wipe them. I don't entertain that, because we already proven that other people and they offspring.
Oops, did I start something?
is getting reparation, is getting paid. Your jealousy is come from your bigotry and your hatred. Whenever
Exactly.
you see Black Americans talking, being themselves, just living life, others tend to say, "What they doing? Let me go see what they talking about."
Because they're
Mind
always
you,
interested in
everybody
us.
else could break away in their own little community where they proud to be who they are, and they speak their own language or like a dialect that each other can understand. And we don't ever go around and be like, "What y'all doing? Oh, what y'all want that for your community?" But they constantly do that. They see themselves in us, but they don't see us in them. Remember.
But I want to say this. If y'all don't mind, y'all hitting everything. Like I want to say to the host, Too Much. Hey, how you doing, brother? And everybody that's on this panel.
Hello.
And I want to say this: the ladies that was talking, and I just want to show y'all what they used to doing, and they love doing it, coming through these panels and say something, and then we divert our attention to them. See, but really, they are nervous.
Yeah.
They real nervous, y'all. I mean, just take time out, some of you guys that's sitting on the panel. There's a lot of great hosts, Black hosts that's on TikTok, and just pay attention to our young youth talking like y'all talking. They came by, the white person, I mean, a YT person came by to see what y'all talking about. See, Black unity is here. Black unity is here, and they can't do nothing about it. They scramble.
And here to stay. Yeah.
They scrambling. And then notice what else y'all been talking about. The man of God, the Black church, the cornerstone of our community. It's not functioning like it's supposed to function for our billionaires, millionaires, and our middle class and our Black entrepreneurs. That's why our 10% come and our donations. And it ain't trickling down to our children's children. And they haven't done it in decades. And you guys are noticing it. And I told the minister here in Chicago, I said, yeah, he got mad at me because I said, you're not pushing Black unity, but you pushing every word of God. And my family members started walking out of here hating me. Yeah. I say, you don't understand what I'm going through, why I have fell down by the wayside. I don't have my family, and you're not pushing for my family to understand that people that's on the family tree is falling down by the wayside, are uneducated, or don't have the proper opportunities. You're not pushing Black unity. He told me to leave the church. I come back to the church with 300 guys because I'm in an organization here in Chicago. I come back with 300 guys, and we surround the church. So he pulled me to the side with his security and said, "What's going on, Mr. Napier?" Not just B-Fly, that's my street name. He said, "What's going on, Mr. Napier?" I said, "I'm tired of you taking the tithes and offering, and we don't have a school system, farming system, or a factory system. But you don't have no problem with taking the barber's money that God positioned to be a barber, a Black barber. You don't have no problem with taking the postal worker's money that God positioned her to be a postal worker. You don't have no problem with taking the nurse money."
Yeah.
But why you didn't surround those
I said it
200 guys
before, and I
around
said
your
if your
politician?
church does not have a school, a scholarship program, you being ripped off.
And then when they say that we're going to get your kids a grant, how you going to give me a grant? And I got a doctor sitting right next to me that's Black. I got a registered nurse sitting on the other side of my children that's Black. I got a plumber sitting right behind me. I got a math teacher sitting on the left side of me. I got a police officer that's Black sitting over here to the right side of me. What are you talking about, bro? It's 2024 and we still sharing sharing pum-pums. And I told him, I say, watch what my Jesus do. He's going to change this situation, and the middle class going to understand, our millionaires going to understand, our billionaires that's Black going to understand that our children need a school system, pre-K through Black university with living quarters. Beautiful. And y'all notice the truth. When Black folks build something and it's beautiful and it's on TV, that postal worker gonna be happy. That Black factory worker gonna be happy. And y'all gonna come together and do exactly what I'm doing. I just put lights up on Lake Street and home, and y'all don't know too much about Chicago. Maybe somebody do. I just put lights in the park. Cost me $4,500. I got 8 trucks on the road. I'm making a difference. God making a difference to me.
Do that, brother. Do that, brother.
Because the money, my house, my legacy, I wouldn't have anything if God don't call my name. I'm on trial basis for these 24 hours. Tomorrow is not promised to me. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, most of these ministers been dropping the ball to talk. Like I'm talking to the middle class right now, maybe, or a billionaire on here, or an entrepreneur that's black on here, hearing me, hearing my plea. I'm serious. They be missing the opportunity. I don't hate all church. I don't hate all black church. I don't disrespect all black church, but I want all black ministers and evangelists and deacons and prophets that's black to understand that your race of people need you. That you got to talk to all billionaires that's black. You got to talk to all millionaires that's black. You got to talk to our middle class in the United States of America that's black. You got to do better with their 10% for your own race of people. That's all I really came on to say. I'm just so proud of you guys
And
talking
I
about
do
this.
but can I say
mean
this, Mr. B Fly? You
Yes,
have the
ma'am.
right idea, but the wrong people you're approaching. The church don't have the power. It's the government, and it's your state government. Take your 300 guys, and you get some laws that y'all want to enforce, and you go down to those courthouse. You go down to your politician, your senator's office. And then you make, why is our community is not, you take those 300 men and you tell them to call these senators three or four times a day each, and demand changes. You have the manpower, but you find a system of the church when you need to fight the system of the government, and that's how change is gonna always been made.
Yes,
It's
ma'am.
always, it's going, and you have that power. If you have 300 men and you know what needs to be changed in your community, you take those 300 men, you take the children and the wives, and those 300 means something. You go down to the Senate office and you protest, and
yes,
you knock
ma'am. We've
down
been
those
doing it.
doors.
We've been doing it. They know who we are. We've been doing it. We're activists. Me and about 3 more guys here. We've been doing it, man. We've been doing it on construction sites.
But that's
We really
powerful.
have. We really have been at them. You know what I'm saying? But the reason I was telling some of the brothers that's on the board with me, we got to get to these churches, because just like you talking, I don't know your occupation. I don't know your occupation. What is
I'm
your
an outreach
occupation?
counselor.
Huh?
I'm an outreach counselor.
See what I'm saying? This is what I was telling them a couple of nights ago when we was talking. I said, yeah, we can run here and we can run there, but we got to catch people like yourself that make money every month.
No, I'm middle class. I'm middle class.
See, that's what I'm saying. You are important to the poor blacks. That's called black unity.
I didn't say poor black. I said middle class.
That only applies, brother, if the church, if that only applies, quite honestly, that only applies to that singular church. Now, if there are not 300 men in other communities broaching that same energy and moving that same thing, unfortunately, as you are seeing, the difficulty that you're going to have is that it's not catching on. It's not that it's not
That's why the
effective.
300 men will catch on if
It's
they
not
do it in the
catching
Senate,
on.
and other people will see it.
Because who you're trying to catch on to is not who the body, the grassroots are clinging to. Because again, you've had time as a body, church, to show your worth and works. And the works and work that you have shown, proven to put forth, have been detrimental rather than helpful to the community. You cannot get a community to run to some place that is detrimental to them.
Let me. You're absolutely right, Kevin. Let me say this real quick. See, I hear what B Fly is saying, and I hear what Wolfie's saying, and I hear what Kevin. All 3 of you guys are right. Right. Here's what's going on. See, the church had the power in the 60s, but they lost the power. You understand? Mm-hmm. When he's talking about 300 men, those 300 men, you're going to find them in church.
Mm-hmm.
But then you're not going to find those 300 men in church today.
Mm-hmm.
Those saying you're not going to find those men that used to hang out at the barbershop and have those deep conversations. You're not going to find that today.
Yes,
that is
you're right.
It's gone.
It's
That is
gone.
true.
Why has it gone? Because
And that's part of community
our
culture.
church got infiltrated. We've allowed pimps to become pastors.
I said
We've
it. I said it.
allowed.
Me
If
too, bro.
hear me out. Hear me out. We've allowed women to overrun the church and run away the men because the preachers start pandering to the women and stop
Yep.
catering to the men. Whenever the
Yep.
men leave, see, men follow leaders. We don't want the pandering. That's why Cousin, you don't see people like Cousin big up in the church. He's probably a man of God or a spiritual man, but he been to too much church. He been church too much.
Yep.
A lot of us grew up in the church, and we said, "Nah, I got to get out of this." Look, I have a bachelor's in biblical studies. That's my bachelor's degree. It's in biblical studies. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
They were trying to push me to become a pastor at one point, and I said, "Oh no!" After I seen what these pastors were really doing, after I got behind the veil and see what was really going on, I don't want any part of that. I don't want any part of that show. It's a show. It's a
classism, socializing.
It's an emotional show. They get you all emotional. The same thing. Listen, it's the same play as the Democratic Party. If you think about it, if you want to know what the Democratic Party is,
write a bigger check.
All they do is talk Democratic talking points in these churches. All they do is enforce Democratic viewpoints in these churches. Okay, you are seeing them go from stand up on integrity and power and principles of God to them lowering their standards and powers and principles of God. You see that, and men we like standards. We like something that's not easy. We value things that are hard. So if you don't have something that's hard to achieve, we don't want to attach ourselves to that because anybody can do it. So why do I need you if anybody can do it? I want to challenge. Men want to challenge. Okay, challenge me to be a better man. Challenge me to be a better father. Challenge me to be, to have more discipline and structure. Men
The
are
leader
looking
of
for
his
that.
home. Yeah.
Right. Men are looking for that. Women are not necessarily looking for that. They're looking to hear the thing. They're looking for validation. So they can continue doing what they're doing. So you got a preacher up there saying, "Girl, you don't need that man. If he ain't doing this. Oh yeah, she gonna sit in that church." Especially if she got
write a bigger check. Write a bigger check.
Got 5 kids by 5 different daddies. Because that man is telling her she has worth. Right? Men are saying, "Hold on, man. Hold on, Pastor. What's going on?
What about me?
What about me?" So when I look at churches, if I see too many women in the church, I'm turned off because I know what's going on. This man has to pander because the women are the ones putting money in the offering. Right. The men are going to withhold their money. They're not going to put their money in the offering if they don't hear nothing for them.
Exactly.
But women are going to just, okay, we're going to donate and we're going to keep this going. Pray for my kids, Pastor. I want him to be a basketball player. I want him to be a track star. I want this one to be a doctor. I want this one to be. That's what it's. So it's a show.
But not praying for them fathers to come back and be a father.
Can I reject? What's the word? What's the worst they do in court? Can I object, Your Honor? Can I object? Can I object? Because I have seen a lot of Black American men be banking church. I tell you, men like competition, and I have seen it. I have seen Black American men throw a lot of money, big money, in church to show that they the man. It's not just Black women.
In your community, you still have access to that. I no longer have access to that premise like it used to be.
No, I'm saying, my daddy was a showboat, y'all. He used to take the whole congregation out to eat. The deacons, the evangelists. I have seen Black men, but they do it in a side of, I take care of my family and I still got money. Black men, they be in competition with each other, just like the women, throwing money in the church. Church has been a business, y'all.
It's not so much competition, sweetheart.
I don't know what to call it when it comes to me.
I got it and I can, so why not?
Can I
in that situation, I'm gonna tell you, it really is God is moving me to do this. I got it, so I can. Why not? I promise you, it's not competition. I'm not looking at that other brother in no way, and particularly if I got a family. No, particularly if I have a family, I am not looking at another man as competition, flat out, because his footprint ain't nowhere near as big as mine.
Can I?
And I know my footprint in his family ain't nowhere near as big as his.
Sister, can I ask you this question, sister?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I heard you said you was middle class, right?
Yes, sir.
Where did that word come from? because there was no such thing as middle class in America. There's only two classes of people, the rich and the poor. They created that name for us, the middle class. It wasn't even us. We was already a classy people.
Middle class, when I was referring to middle
was
class,
already a classy people.
I wasn't talking
Middle
about my
class,
integrity or my character.
middle class is based on dollars and cents.
That's
It's
what I
not based
said
on
it as.
culture.
Yeah, that's what she meant.
Huh?
That's what I said it as in currency, middle class.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay.
I wasn't saying it as the person that I am.
Okay.
I was making a joke that no, I'm not. I'm middle class.
All right,
Mr. Soul
Or
Brother.
tax bracket. So yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to let you know there actually is a middle class, and classism is a spectrum.
Where do classes come from?
So classism is a spectrum. So what it is there's like Jack broke. You can have $0. You can be right in the middle, or you can be rich. Like there's no, because if you have $400,000 in America, you're not poor.
I said that. I said it was based on dollars and cents. I said
right. Yeah, right. But some will consider that like middle class, right? You know, I don't know. But anyways, I was actually going to talk about like how like 𝗖cie said that that she doesn't know what is it with men and having like to compete. I think competition is a good thing, and I think it's healthy. I think conflict is therapeutic, and I think it's perfectly fine for a man to see another family that's doing slightly better than his and want that for his family, if not more. In my opinion, I don't know. What do I know? I'm only 19. I don't know.
I agree.
Yeah, but I don't think that's what she meant by competition. She was talking about like one man giving their tithes, and then another man giving more tithes because he's putting in a nice little handful. So let me put a little bit more since he want to do that, you know?
Yeah, I think she was talking more about posturing. You know,
Yeah.
people who are posturing.
That's the word.
Yeah, that's what I believe too.
Oh, like showboating?
That's
Yeah, showboat.
Yeah.
Because the women that do it, I can speak on the women. Women showboat in church, and it starts from the outfit to the, you know, the way they dress. Even when giving it to the building fund, you know, my family, my husband. That's all you hear. Is my husband.
That's a feminine energy trait.
But men do it too. You remember, I'm around men too.
Sports and manly and like masculine things though, like, you know what I'm saying?
Right, and no disrespect to my nurses, but it especially the nurses, like they be having the Louis Vuitton bags. They're so quick to you know, to bring up the fact that they make $45 an hour. I don't know.
To the fact that the black men are now realizing, let me get into this nursing game.
That's what I'm saying. I'm actually,
and the fact that you know who made getting the education for the nurse so accessible. Black American women that was in poverty.
Right.
And so when you see people coming over here and they bragging on, I'm a nurse and I make 6 figures, it was the woman that was dealing with poverty that said, no, we need to make this education more accessible, more for we can obtain it and do better in our lives.
And we set and black women set the pathway for other races of women to become nurses and stuff like that.
Exactly.
I'm looking at it I'm looking
in
at
a shorter period of time too.
Right.
You know,
Yep.
you know,
because they're the best nurturers.
Man, our races, we don't need their system. I just wish we come together in black unity and start our own system, our own farming
That's what
system,
we're trying to do.
our own factory
That's what we're trying to do.
That's what this is, my brother.
Yeah.
but we
Yo,
do
can I say one thing to be fly too about that?
They take
Can
it
I say
over.
one
We
thing?
started, they take it over. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Nah, cause brother was right on. I'll be honest. I think I'm from New York. I think the same way within my community, but it's like it's hard to get that agenda and that message to fully, you know, like cousin said, to get that to fully, you know, happen. Because a lot of us are trying. We're trying to do that based on, and we don't have real sovereignty. You can't really try to do that still being incorporated and subjugated to the United States. So once we free ourselves, I feel like, and we come together in groups like that, then we have more push and more things happening.
I can't wait.
Can I ask y'all brother something? How did the Million Man March get around? How did everybody find out about the
Word of
Million
mouth.
Man?
Word of mouth. What's a Million Man March? With Martin Luther King said.
How old are you?
Martin Luther King.
Who asked that question?
I'm 19. Oh, he's 19.
Oh, that's okay.
I've heard
He's 19.
I've heard of it. Yeah,
I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh. It's just
it's all good. I just, like, because honestly, I've heard of the Million Man March.
I was in middle school when it happened. I was in the 7th or 8th grade when the Million Man, and I remember all my black teachers. They all
𝗤𝗏𝗴𝗵𝗁.
Go ahead, tell us.
𝗤𝗏𝗴𝗵𝗁 put a call out throughout the Nation of Islam, and it spread throughout the diaspora that he was going to go to Washington, and he wanted 1 million men to show up and hear him.
We didn't have social media.
And take his message out into the community.
And how did
there was no social media.
Right.
And it came again. The word came literally, as it always does, through folklore or the word of mouth.
From the word of mouth.
Word of mouth, that's what I was saying.
And through that communication system,
1 million plus.
1 million plus black men.
That's right.
Marched to Washington, D.C.
And was it just
from
the
all parts of the country?
Men? Was it conservative men, or was it all types of black men?
All men.
It was all types of black men.
Okay. So my point in saying that is when people say how we don't have it, how we gonna get together, all we need is 300 to start it. It's gonna get spread.
Yeah.
That's fact.
I just want y'all to think about that. When y'all say how,
I'll tell you honestly, my belief is this.
Telling us, I can dumb it down and say, how y'all think everybody found out about the Freaknik? And I'm from Houston. Everybody found out about 𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀𝗶cie Party. Word of mouth.
Word of mouth.
Yeah.
But it's hard though. It's hard to. It's like I got 300 guys together. Vice Lords, GDs, Folk Corner Hustlers.
They still have to take some kind of loyalty towards someone.
And some Peace Stones here in Chicago. Do you know how hard that was to talk to different people that's over these different organizations, which the police call us gang members and gang bangers? They always give our black organizations a real horrible name. But it was so hard because the brothers are not focused.
Of course they do, because that's their job.
I feel like it's just a simple matter of the fact that the
Tether want to take on and say Falcon is Caribbean. Let me say this: Falcon is Caribbean, but I want you to look at the bigger picture. It was over 1 million Black American men who came together for a Black American cause, not a Caribbean cause, a Black American cause, and it's to show America that we can come together if it's a need. Right. We never forgot that need. We still know. That if it's a need, we're coming. No matter where it's at, we're coming together.
Hello, I'd like to step in on this part because I'm from Chicago, even though I live in Florida, and we let media define Black America, which I think is just totally wrong. Because I hear a lot of stuff about Chicago from people that never lived in Chicago. You could know people from and be friends with them. They could be GDs, Vice Lords, El Rukins, or whatever. Right. That's not the issue, but that's what the media plays like. These are vicious guys. No, they're not. And the other thing, even about Farrakhan being Caribbean, has no burden because the Nation of Islam was by Elijah Muhammad, which was from Mississippi. And it's a coalition of just black people. It's not about Caribbean or FBA. It's a religion that unifies any Muslim around the world. And it's American grown.
Particularly black Muslims. That's
what is particularly to America form of Islam. It's not the same as the Islam exactly that's in Europe and in the Middle East. They have a whole different aspect. They welcome
Look,
all
it's like
Muslims.
any religion. Each sect
I think they
has
just
their
need some
own
self
set of
esteem, y'all.
principles.
Let's just tell him, okay, Farrakhan is Caribbean, but do you know how many Black American leaders?
Yeah, but he
Not
was
only do
born
we
and bred
have
right
not just
here in the
Farrakhan,
U.S. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
not just not Farrakhan, they need that because they have no one to stay of their
That's
own.
a diversion.
Correct.
This is
Yeah, they have no one from their country, from their community to
family.
say
We don't
this
need to
is
get
that the
we don't
world
need to
know
get
about.
diverted with
Yes.
this.
Yeah, that the
Right.
world knows about that did something to change the
What
world.
are the
People
solutions?
literally had to come to
What are the
America
solutions?
to get
What are the
The,
Well, this
solutions?
is
the,
why
Wait
we're
there, Mark.
speaking. Okay,
the actual
this is
solution that
why
I
we're
feel,
speaking towards becoming. This is why we're speaking towards getting the think tank established as quickly as possible.
Yes.
the,
There are
the actual,
multiple black factions right now in FBA who are actually saying that a think tank is required. So, if there are multiple factions in the FBA community agreeing that a think tank is required, then a think
Let's
tank
make the
is
movement.
required. It's time to make the move. Whether or not we can
Wake
get
up.
it, will. I'm not going to say whether or not. It only takes a dedicated few to get anything done and accomplished.
What is a think
When
tank?
those dedicated few have put in the work, each and every time the masses come through for them
Correct.
because they see that what the dedication has brought forth fruit.
What is a think tank?
Okay,
Think
hold
tank.
on,
Every
hold on.
time. How did
Hold on real quick,
Christianity
man.
start?
Hold on real quick, man.
Just putting it out there as an example. That's all.
Just to piggyback on what you're saying, Kevin, how a few can control the masses. Remember when Malcolm X went to prison?
with Red
Okay,
Fox.
I guess he was in prison with Red Fox. I don't know, but matter of fact, let me take it back. This remember when they were imprisoning certain black nationalist leaders in this country, and Malcolm X showed up. And the men, remember in the movie Malcolm X, how the men lined up outside and surrounded the church, and then you saw the crowd in the back. People were walking around, and then all of a sudden they saw the crowd of well-dressed, militant, disciplined black men, and then all of a sudden everybody said, "We got to see what's going on."
Okay.
And it caused the crowd, it caused the commotion. It caused so much of a commotion that they said, "We got to release this man out of prison, because if we don't, they're going to tear the city apart." So just a few black men getting on code caused that much commotion. Imagine if we do it again. Imagine if we bring something like that back again. That's why discipline and structure is important in everything we do. Because that's what's going to cause the eye. That's what's going to bring the attention. When they see something well organized from the top to the bottom, from the bottom to the top, oh, that's going to get the power that be paying attention. They're going to be like, oh, hold on.
See, you're right.
And I
See,
feel
look at B-Fly.
too
Look at
much.
B-Fly. We have to salute B-Fly because he has 300 men
Hold on.
out there.
There's an echo. We got to get that echo out of here. Get that echo out of here. Don't switch to
Look at
get off.
B-Fly. B-Fly has 300 men in his state alone, in his city alone, Chicago, where he is only 0.001% of an organization that have over 5 million followers in his city. If that organization who has 5 million followers come to B-Fly, they can get a lot of things accomplished, just like Chad said, just like Sweet said, the Million Man March. It opened up eyes. Even though the media wasn't there, they was there. They infiltrated. It's just like the movement back in the Black Panther. They infiltrated. They wasn't a radical organization. They was helping the community. For most people don't know that. So what? They walked in the Capitol
Let me
with
ask you a
guns, but
question,
they
Fly.
had brothers. And they changed the laws because of what we did.
Let me ask you this question right quick. Do you obviously, in my opinion, you seem to have great mediator skills. You see, if you're talking to this disparate group of cats and are getting them to come together, and you have a community that is 5 million strong, potentially, if you can persuade them, for example, to give $5-10, that's it. Put it in a fund that someone that they trust, I'm saying would be someone like you and or someone you would recommend. That money in a trust can then start to move mountains. Okay? Well, I get that you have these guys. They're physical in today's, well, quite honestly, today going out marching and doing things is irrelevant because you don't have the money. You can't compete against Citizens United. And the idea that you can get out in the streets and compete against a corporation that has limitless funds, that's a false thought. I'm sorry. I hate to say it in such crass terms, but you've got to be able to have money move things. If you have a group that can get that kind of money together, just $10 from each member. That's it. How much is that? Somebody calculate that.
That's like $3.
That's some cheddar, ain't it?
That's
No,
$100
that's
million.
It was hard.
That's some cheddar.
Hold on. 3,000 or nothing. Hold on, 3,000. That's about $3,000 you're talking about there. That's 3,000, 30,000. That's nothing. This is what you need. Okay, we need our middle class and our business class. That's all. We don't need to deal with anybody else but our middle class and our business class. Those who have the money and the means that it's not going to hurt them to drop 1,000 or drop a couple hundred.
It'll change the whole situation.
With that
right there, what you just said too much.
If we just focus on the middle class and business class, we can actually get, 90% of the problems will be solved. And guess what's going to happen when the middle class and the business class get on code?
Lord have mercy.
The bottom's going to get on code too. We're going to ride. We're talking about rising tide raises all ships, right? If we get the middle class and the business class on code, here's what we need, because y'all in my realm now. Y'all got my mind working. I love this. Is the real think tank right here, y'all. Hold on.
Yeah.
We need 100 families, nuclear families, men, women, children. 100 families get on code, and we can do some damage. 100 middle class and business families get on code. You got 300, but what if you had 300 families, sir? 300 men, women, and children codified and saying we're going to make a difference. We're going to change something. We're going to focus on a goal. If we can start something where we start like a fund. I don't want to call it a fundraiser because it's a gathering.
Crowdfunding.
Whatever. Crowd. If we can get 100 families to say we're going to meet once a month, once a week, and maybe we rent out a hall. I don't know how it's going to happen. I'm sensing in my spirit 100 nuclear families, men, women, and children. We can jumpstart a lot of things. We can get a lot of things done. The key word is 100 families.
I tell you, you do not need a lot of people. This idea that you need a lot is false.
We don't. We just need to see. The Bible always talks about a remnant. We just need a remnant. Once the remnant gets on code, once the remnant wake up and realize who they are, everybody else is going to wake up. Everybody else is going to wake up.
I agree.
In terms of families, we did the Million Man March. I think we need a Million Women March, if you want to be honest, but we got to as long as we don't bring feminists into it and we keep it lineage, we're going to be fine. But we need a Million Women March, and we need a Million Family March. 100 million.
What's nice about women? What's nice about Black women is, because you're right about that. We don't, we're not trying to do like a feminist movie because we've already arrived as leaders.
We want 100. We want 1 million Black women saying we're going to stand up for the family, for the men, for our community.
That's right. We're down for that.
Yes. I'm telling you, we did the Million Man March. We need something like 1 million women to come together and say we're going to stand up for our family.
We're going to stand up for our family, our lineage, for our black men, for
Black
the
race
children,
situation.
and we're going to speak out because
That's what this
it's
panel
more.
about.
Let me tell you who has power, who has more power in America today. Black women.
That's right.
Wow.
That's a fact.
That's true. I believe
If
that.
black women start speaking out,
politicians
especially,
pander to us. They need us.
powerful?
Yeah.
Do you know what was so powerful when black women was shaming Barack Obama for shaming black men? That spoke more values than the men.
Man, that was strong. That was strong.
When I saw the black women do that.
Well, we don't play that, so
When
yeah.
I saw black women stick up for their men like that, I was like, oh yeah, change is on its way.
It's here. It's here. They don't know what to do with it. They don't know what to do with it.
When
I saw the B1 family on code.
Yes, when the women amplify the men, y'all, we're dangerous. We are dangerous. Let the men lead, but women, you're not too far behind. You're right beside. Okay, we're gonna lead, but you're right beside. You understand? We got to take all the we got to do all the heavy lifting. The men, you got to allow the men to be men, ladies. Allow the men to do the heavy lifting, and you guys just be that articulate voice. Use that powerful voice that you have and draw attention to what the men are doing. That's what we need.
Came from God, man.
That powerful voice
came through you from God.
I would say it like this.
You guys have and
That's
draw
the key.
attention to what the men are saying and point to what the men are doing. Because the men, we're gonna be actionable, but we need our ladies to speak up. You see, the men are gonna stop with the action, but we need our women to start pointing at the men.
I would say it like this, sweet. Let me say it like this. Ladies, what we really need y'all to do is have the back half of my 360. I need you to have my back. I got your front. I got your front. I need you to have I need you to trust me because I'm going to trust you to have my back.
Yes.
You watch my back, I watch your front. Ain't nobody getting through that.
We need our powerful women speaking, and we need our men working security while you guys are up there. Because you're going to draw the attention to the real thing, the real movement that's going on. We need your voices, your powerful, strong voices. If you guys want to talk this is where you get a chance to say, hey, say it with your chest and show the strength and power of black women. This is where you do it. You don't use it against your men, but you this is where you have the avenue. This is where you guys are. Man, I'm telling you, it can be so powerful, and we can get this thing started, and we can change. We can if the women speak out, I guarantee you're gonna wake up the world.
Too much. You right, boy. You right. That was the key thing. I ain't never thought about that. I ain't never thought about that avenue.
I'm telling you, I hear it. That's why I love these gatherings that we're doing because. Listen, my mind has changed. Listen, I used to down talk the youth. I don't do that anymore because I'm starting to see the youth. They want to get involved. It took me being on these internet streets. I mean, I've talked to 1,000 men, 1,000 women all over the world. I've been gathering data, gathering information, and I've just been listening. And I've been processing. And I've been like, okay, let me tell my people what men are saying. Let me tell my people what women are saying. Okay, and then I'm like, okay, hold on. Our black women are more unique than any other woman on the planet. The foundational black American woman is more unique than any other woman on the planet. She has a voice. She has a strength. She has that. I mean, she speaks like us, but she has that articulation with it. See, men, we use very few words to speak. We get our point across in very few words. Women, you guys use a lot of vocabulary words. But here's where y'all strength is. Y'all strength when we put that microphone to you, and you explain how you feel with logic.
Too much. Look at all them black folks you put up there, man.
Yeah.
Thank you for the picture.
Imagine if that was full of
Thank you for that picture.
Powerful black women, just like
they
that.
They tried to say it was 300,000.
For the men. You are the voice of men. Let the men do the action, but you be that voice. If we combine that together, we can do some damage. We can change some things. Like I said, we ended the gender war. There's no gender war anymore in the black community. We ended that. If it's still going on, it's because people don't know. They don't know they've been freed already.
We got to continue freeing the slave mind. We got to bring people back to the black consciousness. We got to put the black consciousness in our women, in our men, in our children, and we got to stand up and fight. The voice, the voice of the black woman is powerful right now. So if anything we got out of it, we got powerful voices in our black women, and we need to utilize them and not let the enemy utilize these voices. Not let the enemy use their voices to divide, but use the voice to edify and build up the black man and the black family. That's what we need our women to do. If we can get on code and do that, man, we can change the world.
To be honest, too much, the black woman could set a war off too. Once they all come together and do that, they can set it off. They can make the black man get so angry.
That's the link. This is what I said. I said when the black woman wakes up, that's when all this shit, everything falls, everything comes back, everything happens. Until that happens, we're gonna keep having these discussions, these debates. Well, when she rises, she awakens.
Remember, beginning of time, the black woman was a warrior.
Listen,
watch out.
Can I add to that as a black woman? I think that what you all are talking about is like phenomenal, and we should have like on the screen right now, what we have up there, the Million Woman March, and we have the blueprint, we have the support of y'all. I'm married, my husband, like I'm on the same type of time that he is. When Obama said something, I was not with that. Michelle, you want it? I can talk to you too, because she has something to say too. And I think that, like you all were saying, like it would be revolutionary for us to come together in that way.
That would end everything. It would dead all the back and forth, listen, we don't do that. We've always worked with our women. Our women have always we go back to the Black Panthers, we can go back to any decade you want to go back. Our women have always worked with the men. We have to, but now we got to use that strategically. Okay, so now we have an opportunity where black men have not gotten the power, but our black women have gotten the power. So now, instead of using that power against the black men, let's use that power that the black women have to continue to build the black community. You guys have the power. Your voice is power. Listen, y'all are out the box. We can't put y'all back. Y'all are out. Now that y'all out, what are you gonna do with this power that you have? Now that you got the power, are you gonna use it to influence your men? Because understand, men, we defend ideology. You can't have an ideology and not have a man that's gonna defend it. You need the men to defend the ideology. But what ideology are you adopting? Are you taking on a feminist ideology? Because men are not going to defend that.
No.
But if you take on the black family and you defend that, you're going to get all types of black men be like, we're rocking with you. Nobody's going to harm or touch these sisters. We're going to ride with them. We're going to let them use that powerful voice and the platform that they've been given and wake up everybody. When women speak, let me tell you, when a woman cries, every man turns around like, what's going on? We got to see what this is about. So if we can
do y'all want to hear
power,
2 minutes of Louis Farrakhan and what he addressed to black men? It's just 2 minutes.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Can I say this before you do that right quick?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. I just, you know what? Never mind. I'll wait. Go on, brothers. Go on, sister.
No. I was just rewinding it. Go ahead.
No, I'm patient. I ain't gonna jump in front of the minister. You crazy?
This is what Louis Farrakhan said in March of 1995 when he was addressing the black men. Okay, and let's pay attention to what Louis Farrakhan said and then what Obama said. Okay.
The march's most prominent organizer was Louis Farrakhan, leader of the Nation of Islam. Farrakhan was deeply attuned to the struggles of Black America, but the solutions he offered were surprisingly familiar. To improve myself. He urged Black men to change their behavior and atone for their failings. Socially, for the benefit of myself, my family, and my people. Big surprise for me is that the message was not downwhiding, critique the system as much as it was individual atonement, individual responsibility. Help me to understand that. I think that surprised a lot of people around the country. In that particular moment, the sense of atonement was very real for a lot of us because we realized as young men that there were some of the trappings of materialism and violence of American society had gotten to us. And we had lost a lot of our friends. We had lost relatives to some of that violence. We had internalized racism. Our people had internalized the way we were being treated. Absolutely. And the way that we were being depicted in the media and the way that we were being depicted in the music. I was at the Million Man March. I respect the Nation of Islam's values to bring black men back to their families, to stop this killing in these communities, to stop the disrespect of women, and to really find and claim our place in America. The trouble was, for all its good intentions, the march embraced a strange contradiction. Speaker after speaker attacked a racist American system, but also called on black men to take responsibility for their own lives. The then black mayor of Detroit, Dennis Archer, he's giving a speech, and everybody was cheering, take responsibility. I remember him saying, if the city doesn't pick up the garbage, pick it up yourselves. And everybody's cheering like, yeah, if the city doesn't pick up the trash, pick it up yourselves. And I'm like, wait a second. That's what we pay taxes for, right? Again, it's this sense that the government doesn't have a responsibility. It's you.
That's a fact. And we gotta hear the NOI. The speech. Listen, I'm not an NOI. Okay, I'm black. But we gotta recognize the truth in the terminology that our brother Mac brought us. Self-reparations. We have to repair ourselves before we can even stomp the yard and get the money that's owed and the land that's owed to us. I think we need to push a million woman march movement, y'all. I think we need to get with some of our NOI people and get them on board. And I think we need to push this.
I like that idea, bro. Honestly,
Can I add? I was gonna add, like, I do like that idea, but I think in the climate that we're in, that it might be the family, like, because I think like bringing us all together under one umbrella would be powerful in this time right now. I do like the million woman aspect. I almost want to just kind of lean into like the family part of it.
But that's what it's going to be about, because the woman is the cornerstone of the family.
Please do, sister. Please do.
True. Yeah.
Please do.
Yeah.
Okay. I just think
let me try this.
Go ahead, cousin. Go ahead.
My whole thing was, I love where we were headed and the direction that we were headed in, and it was beautiful. I'm gonna tell you how it was so beautiful. I kept my thought. Okay, the idea of a million woman / million family march on Washington, being surrounded or secured by black men 1 week, and the next week having black men and their families go down, being secured by their women, would make a massive statement. So I'm all 100% for anything on the extreme radical scale.
Ooh, I like that.
You guys are funny.
I like that.
Can I interject one thing? I was here the other day, and I sent something to the host. I don't know if you got it, but it was like just kind of like a blurb that I had put together, because in every group that I'm in, they always basically say that as a culture, we have a tendency to think, but we never actually get to the point where we start to put it on paper so that it can memorialize and actually turn into something. So I don't know if you've seen it, but I sent it to you.
Listen, a lot of these, if you've been in my life.
So you haven't heard about the.
If you've been in my life in the past, you know that every time somebody gives me a thought,
there's going to come with a PDF file with that, and there's going to come with some instructions on what we need to do. Listen. I take this very seriously. You know, I like solutions, and I'm all about action because I'm an executor. I learned a long time ago how to execute, and when you're an executor, you are attractive to men and women.
Did you get it, or you didn't? Did you get it?
I think I did. Since I get so many messages.
It was basically trying to. I've heard a lot of. I'm in a lot of groups for some reason, and they're mixed, right?
How long have you been here?
I visited. I don't know if you guys are like the same as Tariq. There's a guy named Tariq that does FBA.
Yes,
on
we
Twitter.
know who Tariq is. That is not the question.
His
the
group.
question is, how long have you been here?
Is this group the same as Tariq's group or no?
I'm going to ask the question again. How long have you been here?
Listen, we're not Tariq Nasheed.
If you've just gotten here, then there are many things that you have missed.
Okay, then maybe
not
2 or 3 lives I've witnessed here.
Okay,
I thought you guys were like one big group, but I guess not.
Thank you.
Okay, so maybe 2 or 3 groups, him a little bit longer because he's on Twitter. The one thing I wanted to add was following off of the video that was played, and it mentioned kind of there's this dopamine hit for picking up trash, and then you realize, wait, that's why we pay taxes. I just wanted to add, when you guys were mentioning money and paying money, I was here the other day, and the host was talking about somebody that they had gotten together and gave money to, and that person was supposed to do something, and then he said he was still waiting on them to do it. And so when you mentioned money,
I think you misunderstood that wasn't money.
Okay.
That was somebody was denigrating another person in the live, and they claimed they had receipts.
Oh, okay.
And they never sent the receipts. They lied. And
I think it was Dr. Umar, something about a school or a bank or something that was.
Well, I might have mentioned Dr.
No,
Umar.
I don't think we've ever said anything about Dr. Umar.
It was the other day. Either way, I actually just wanted to say I think the idea is great, but I believe there's you don't have to necessarily take the money from us. I think, and I watched.
Who is us? Whoa.
You never asked for money.
Who is us?
Wait, hold on, because I heard you say go through the group, and this is just an idea. You had mentioned getting.
No, you said take the money from us.
Us. Who is us?
Who
when you
is
said
us?
get the money from foundational Black families, middle class families. That's what you said. You said get.
We didn't say take. We never said take.
Okay.
Okay, if you are going to do this, you are going to do this from a foundation of love, spirit, growth, and fertilization.
Okay. So I just wanted to add, there are a lot of times that I see in Congress where a lot of different groups actually put forth, like you said, think tanks and or projects and or grants specifically for this reason. If it's written out in like a grant form, there's a lot of money sometimes set aside because there's a lot of money that goes to a lot of places. And sometimes this group's ideas like this never make it to the floor of Congress. And when they do, it's other groups, usually speaking for foundational Black Americans, for which I honestly, say it again.
Why do we need to bring this to any type of government agency when we can just keep it within the grassroots?
It's because that's like what he said, it's taxes, it's our money.
That was the Millionaire March.
Specifically targeted to that particular situation.
Is there a reason why you wouldn't like submit, like say all the different groups, all kinds of groups?
Because here's what happens, like you said.
Why would we be concerned about other groups?
They're going to instill their puppet leaders to proceed over it, and we don't want politics involved. If I'm being honest, we want our lineage involved. This is something that's lineage based. This is a lineage based movement. This is a lineage thing we're talking about. We're not talking about.
Okay. So then this is where I really wanted to understand this group specifically. Like I feel like I understand it to some degree, but I shy away a little bit because I don't understand it fully, and so I understand
sit
it.
back and listen, you can learn.
Right. You need to sit in the back pew too.
Okay, that's
Right.
fine. I wanted to offer the idea. I've seen other people do it. I'm in a lot of other groups, like I said. And so I don't know if this is.
Hold on, let her speak, y'all. I want to hear what she's saying.
Would you consider us having been disrespectful to you?
I'm being disrespectful?
Oh,
No, that is not what I asked. Would you consider us having been disrespectful to you?
No, not at all.
Okay, and we just want to make sure that that's clear.
Okay, let her finish. Stop cutting her off. Let her finish. Go ahead,
It's
ma'am.
a little
Let's hear what you're saying.
hostile. It can be
It's not
off-putting.
hostile. It's not hostile.
But
You
I
know,
just came back anyways. I'm
yeah.
determined. Usually I leave because I sometimes I'm not received very well. And my dad would probably do a lot better here than I would. But because he raised me, I feel like I just have to keep coming back until I get it. Because I think that's the problem is there's a huge disconnect
Sit
from
back and
progress,
listen.
right? And our generation and our group. And so sometimes people shy away from this because there's a very strong stance. Like when you say, why would we involve the government? I'm kind of thinking like, why not? So I just want to make sure I understand, is it that this group is not like, is it separate from the government?
I think what we're trying to say is that because we understand, like when you involve others outside of like the group, as in the grassroots, as Too Much said, it kind of it dilutes the purpose and the goal that we're trying to achieve. And I think to like someone else said, like sometimes you have to come into a room and you have to just sit in there and just kind of figure out like what the climate is before you start asking questions. And it kind of like, I think that's probably why you're getting like the responses that you're getting now. Just kind of sit in, understand, like hear it out, get the best view as you can instead of coming into a space for 10 minutes and then start saying things. Because 9 times out of 10, when you come into these spaces, people are already understanding of like some of the people that you already mentioned. Like it's kind of like being off code, and someone said like in the comments, it's like, don't like try to move the conversation to a location that we've already been to, and it's kind of like you're bringing us back. So I guess what I'm saying is that it may be best when you go into these spaces to just kind of sit in and take notes, like you just said.
That's what I wanted to do, but I wanted to make sure I wasn't in the wrong room. I wanted to make sure, like when I heard the part about
you're going out around, just ask your question. What are y'all about? Okay, FBA is Foundation of Black Americans. What do that mean? These are the people who was here before United States of America became the United States of America. They was either enslaved, free man, indigenous, Afro-American. And really we all go under freemen, But basically it's about reparation. It's about coming together, remembering our heritage, our history, who we are, and building back the confidence in our community. This is strictly about FBA, pride, love, and history. So when the man said on the thing, when he was referring to like the mayor telling us, putting the responsibility on us to build ourselves up from the bootstraps like we constantly do. He was basically saying, why do we have to do that when we pay our taxes? It's not the congressman. We need to go to our politicians in our own cities and states and demand. That's when old brother was saying about the 300 men. We need to start bringing our bodies back to the people who actually run the offices, and that's the people, our local government.
I felt like I was trying to say that. I didn't get it all the way out. I was trying to say, like, why not do that? For instance, and now I'm actually going to drop down. There's a proposal by Trump.
We need more bodies. We need people to go to the town hall meetings. We need people to show up and talk when stuff. Don't just depend on someone else to do it for you. You need to do it because it is your family that's getting affected, and you're not even realizing because it's not causing great harm. It's causing longevity harm. Meaning, what's not affecting us today is going to affect our future tomorrow.
Right. So I feel like I'm doing that, but it's a little bit we're alone sometimes because the politic-wise, I'm going obviously another direction. And there's a bill right now, or like there's a idea about Agenda 47, and there is a notion about the school board. And so one of the reasons to eliminate the top of the school board is to bring money back down to the people, the families, and the teachers. And that's actually where I was headed, is that there's something in place now. It's just usually when it's happening, we're nowhere around in the planning until it's all divvied up. and then we're kind of on the back end of it. But if that proposal were to go through, there would be an extreme amount of money because the school board is a huge bureaucracy. If they broke it up,
but at the same, wait a minute, but that agenda 47, they also want to eliminate Title I and Title V, which would historically affect school systems that are in minority, particularly Black neighborhoods, with children that have IEPs. So I don't even know why you're bringing that up, because that would disenfranchise our students, Black American students. That would disenfranchise. We don't have enough
to a
of
greater degree.
For that.
So here, the reason why I'm saying this is like super my passion. When you say that, I'm in Cali, and Cali actually has the highest school district, like the largest school districts. Right now, we hold about 9% of the student body. In 2019, 92% between the 9th and the 12th grade, 92% of that 9% were expelled or suspended. They hold the bottom tier of success in schools. So when you're talking about a group that's already failing, literally. So that's why when I
think it's going to help.
No, that's already been kicked out by a system that's designed to kick them out.
Right.
Correct.
So then when that's the
a
case,
system was set up in place designed to kick them out. Okay, so bringing a statistic based on this knowledge.
Kevin, hold on, brother.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying when he says take full responsibility and stop pushing back and say it's the brick and mortar, change the brick and mortar. I homeschool now for this very reason. So when you mention the moms or women, it's almost as if we're asking a system to do what it may never do. And our kids are getting older and more of them are continuously failing. So even after you do all of this marching and this gathering and this changing, we've got a whole tier of kids that cannot read. They can't add, they can't do math. Like when that's all done, that whole block of kids is now sitting right here. We've done it and they can't pick up. And so that's what I'm saying.
If you attempted to set up an after-school program,
again, you're leaving out most of what that bill is. Again, you're leaving that out. Mind you, the monies that are obtained per capita per student are based on taxes, okay, property taxes. In the Black communities, they tend to disenfranchise and lower the values of our home. So therefore, we receive less money per capita per child.
If you mention IEP, though, the IEP student collects $15,000 per student.
Title V, which is struggling as it is. Why would
that's for the school? I get it, but that's for the school where our students typically are failing. So regardless of where the money's going, our kids still fail. That's the only reason I'm saying this. It's like we're fighting for a system that does not and has not historically been able to serve our kids. So it's not like I'm hurting the school.
Can I say something? Can I say something real? Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
1975, they bust us. They bust us about the community.
I'm going to drop down, but I wish everybody would follow me because I do want to carry forward this idea of the Million Man / Black Family March. I do want to do that. And I do want to say one quick thing too. I got a meeting at 1:00, is that I feel like the lady MAGA, she's coming in and I get it, but it's like you're diverting the conversation. We were building on talking about other things, and I understand where you're coming from, but I think what you're saying is baked into the larger idea that we're talking about. Like it's all baked into that. And I feel like right now you're just off centering the conversation right now, but please follow me and I'm gonna follow you guys back. And like I said, I want to continue the conversation about the Million Woman March, Family March. So thank you.
Thank you. Listen, I want us to have a civil conversation. I think everybody has different views on what Agenda 47 is. I don't know anything about it, so I want to listen and hear both sides, but I don't want it to sound like you guys are attacking her, okay? We're not attacking her. We're listening. She's sharing something. You're sharing something, and we're trying to hear the truth in the matter. So let's not attack. Let's just be, it's okay. Say it with your chest. I'm not tone policing. Say it with your chest, but let's not come off in a way that it seems like we're ganging up on her. I want to hear what she has to say. I don't know, so I want to hear. So just keep that in mind.
But can I ask Mega something? Because she brought up the education, and we already talked about this on this panel.
Correct. That's true.
So
Miss Sweet.
Here, before you go,
Can I
let
tell
me
you
just give you
something
the
about
premise for
that?
my thoughts, and then you can say I'll completely listen. I'm in Cali, right? They spend between 9,000 to 15,000, whether you have, and I'm very familiar with the IEP system. They spend at most 15,000, let's say 20,000 per student once they hit high school, even with an IEP on the students. Most of them, like I said, in 2019, 92% of them still ended up suspended and expelled. For that same group of kids, when they get to juvenile hall, if you look it up, they spend 300,000 per year per student. So the money for that group of kids is already set aside. When I'm speaking, I'm literally saying if you have a proposal, a plan, an idea that would circumvent that budget, right? Like I'm literally saying do what you're doing, but
Okay,
go
but
after
listen,
that budget.
that's the IEP. That's the prison. That's the pipeline to prison
Yeah,
program.
that's what I'm talking about. Attack that.
If the BOE is dismantled and we open up our own schools, that monies will be unavailable. Whatever parents decide to homeschool, whatever online school, the monies that can be diverted to any program of the parent's choice to get a better education. If it is dismantled, they are saying we are not going to have access to that money unless we meet a certain agenda. One of them is we can't teach our children about real history. Those funds they will cherry pick who can get that money. So remember,
I think you're missing it.
When you're voting on an agenda, please read the
here's what I'm saying. The reason why I disagree fundamentally, the reason why Trump, by Agenda 47, wants to dismantle it is because in his eyes, because in the agenda's eyes, that money is to make sure it benefits the kids, right? And so whatever has to be done.
Let me ask you a question, Naga.
They want to put stipulations on the money.
Are you trying to actually advocate for Donald Trump?
They're not going to give you the money.
I'm trying to operate in a really compartmentalized way, right?
Well, that's not how bills work. They attach stipulations.
I think if you the way that bill would work, the reason why he's trying to undo it is so that this could work, so that there's a huge chunk of money being.
He wants to drop it from the Fed level to the state level. If it gets dropped to the state level, therefore the federal protections won't be there. That means they can set up their own agendas on who can get the money or not. And the number one people that won't get the money are children from the Black community. It's
no. This is not taking the money and giving it to someone to do it for us. It is absolutely 100%. I'm doing it myself. Like I'm presenting. I homeschool. Like I have to learn, and it's actually taught me to appreciate teachers because it's actually really hard. But when you get in our communities, they're usually not two-parent communities. So there's a lot of factors that if you just give it to the regular status quo, they don't understand. And then you create friction between.
Right now, those monies are federally protected right now.
Again, they're protected for. But listen,
they're federally protected right now. Any parent, including Black parents with Black children, if they choose an online course, the money is diverted to the course they have chosen to homeschool their children.
I'm doing that now.
Once it drops down to the state level, they're going to be able to cherry pick who can get that money because you're going to have to agree to the curriculum they want you to teach your children. That's why I think it should stay at the federal level.
Yeah, no, that's not true. That's not true.
It is true.
No, the Agenda 47 actually wants to change homeschooling.
That's my wheelhouse, honey. Bull crap.
If you look at
it, let me ask you this.
Go ahead. Just let her finish.
You do understand the statistics from the last.
To make homeschools actually the same as private schools, so that we can still do sports, we can still have access to resources. Obviously, we still have to show.
That. That's my wheelhouse. That's why I wanted to stay on the federal level.
But why? The kids are still failing. They're already failing.
Listen. Because we need to set up different schooling options. Right now, while it's on the federal level, parents can say, yep, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm getting ready to homeschool. They get to choose the online curriculum programs, all these different programs. The money gets diverted to the programs of the parent's choice. If it drops to the state level, They get to cherry pick it and say, nope, you can't teach them this. We're not going to provide you with that. That's what it is, and that's a fact. But everybody wants to ignore that part because they don't give a shit about our kids. Because
They said
even
that
when
down
you
in
decide to
Florida.
I'm one of
homeschool,
you.
you
They
are
said
still
that down in Florida.
It's called an ESA program. Look that up. It's a little different than what you're talking about. I've already done the charter program, and it didn't hold me very well, which is why I moved to this, to do it myself. Because nothing is ever built directly for us, and that's what I was presenting this for.
Who's us? Who's us? Who's
yeah, I
us?
want to know who's us.
When I say the word us, I am explicitly talking about children that look like mine.
Who's us?
I did.
Answer the question.
No, that is the most white broad brushing stroke I've ever seen in my life.
Because I fundamentally care about all kids that are failing, right? So when I say the word us, I am explicitly talking about children that look like mine. They happen to fall into
So
this
let me ask you a
category.
question. Then why are
They
you at
happen
an
to fall into the
FBA specific
IEP
panel?
category. They happen to
Why
fall
are
into
you
a
at
lot of
an
categories.
FBA specific
Yeah, we're
panel?
talking about black children. So
Right, and I feel
Why
like
are you at an FBA specific panel?
because I definitely qualify to be here. And I
Then
think
when
you
we
guys would
ask you
benefit.
who you are and who is us, that shouldn't be that difficult a question to answer, now should it?
correct.
I feel like
No,
if
I can give two
Answer the
damns
question.
about your feelings.
why are you yelling?
Because you're not answering the question, my blessed queen.
Because the way you're
Black
actually
Americans.
approaching me is making me very defensive.
We've asked you this
No.
question multiple
Who's
times.
us?
I'm sorry. Should I say it like this?
Who us?
We've asked
Yeah.
you this question multiple times.
Hold on
Let
real
the
quick.
sister speak to it.
So
Hold on real
again,
quick.
when I was in a room this morning with Native Americans, because my grandfather is Choctaw, he was an Army veteran. My grandmother was raised and born in Mississippi, Columbia. Her father was a German, and her mother was also black and Indian. My daddy is 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀 from Florida. We come from the plantation of the 𝗣𝗲𝗍𝗺 plantation. I know exactly who I am, but I'm a whole lot of things. I just mentioned Germany, Native American, 𝗔𝗍𝗄 people, and the 𝗣𝗲𝗍𝗺 plantations. I don't explicitly sit in this room. While I care a lot about black people or BLK people or foundation black people, I try to understand, once I'm here, do I have to disown all the other parts of me? Or am I okay to be here? I care for a lot, but you guys make it seem like
you don't know. You haven't done your own research on foundation.
I just gave you my breakdown of all four parts of my family. I know exactly who I am, all the way back to
I'm saying the meaning of
1760.
foundation. I didn't say about yourself. I say the meaning. The foundation American is everything you just named. It's all. And I
Well,
already
that's why I didn't
explained-
want to answer the question, because I didn't know.
And I already
That's why
explained
we
to
told you
what
earlier to sit
foundational
back and
black-
listen.
But I want to go back to your because you did deter the conversation to the school system, and you did mention about the literacy.
Well, I was trying to bring it together.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not even.
You didn't think the host had it together?
I like the host a lot. I thought I could add. Sorry.
Okay,
I just felt like there's a lot happening, and it's happening right now. If that goes through, you guys need to be ready to say, hey, this is what we want. I know the party I'm in, and that's what they want. They're tired of everybody always complaining, and we never have a plan. We never have actions. They've always got to do something for us, and then we complain.
They're talking about their children.
Who
They're
done
not talking
something
about
for
ours.
us, young lady? Who done something for us?
They're not talking about us.
Why do you say that?
Can I say this?
Because they've never talked about our children.
Well, then
Any
we
damn
talk about
way.
our children.
That's
That's
why
what I'm
they're
trying to
failing,
say.
even though they get $10,000 per capita per student, which
Say it
in
again?
most communities they're not
You
getting
think that's happening in South Carolina?
What do you mean?
You think that's happening in South Carolina? Do you think that amount of funds is being spent in South Carolina?
I'm in
She
Cali.
want to assert herself.
It's not even happening
what
on
kind
these
of
I know. That's my point. Your perspective is very limited in this view.
But can I say this? The No Child Left Behind.
I get what you're saying. Believe it or not, dear, I really do. I really do.
I just feel like the kids are failing with what's happening. Like, they're already at the bottom.
Are your kids failing?
Heck no, not mine, no.
Are your friends' kids failing?
No.
We don't have a lot of friends.
So you're not
I
involved in
homeschool.
community. So my thing is this. I speak to teachers, and the thing about it is everything is going towards AI. Sooner or later,
Yeah, we use a lot of that.
Sooner or later, your child's going to be taught by a computer who's going to be fed information to teach your child.
That's
They
right.
tried they tried this with human beings. The No Child Left Behind is just a system of information. They tried it with the ladies of Confederacy and the ladies of Liberty, whatever their name is, the KKK women,
Mm-hmm.
and they in down south, and I'm only speaking down south because that's where I'm from. They controlled the education system. That's why when you go into the mostly poverty neighborhood, you see that these white slave owners and these white men is named after the schools, you know but
I see what you're
the
saying.
system was always set up. The only time Black Americans, and you hear this enough, but they trying to use these words against us. You hear it. The time that Black Americans was succeeding in education the most, because we're still succeeding. You take one or two, and you don't look at the million. You know, is doing when we were segregated. Why? Because when we were segregated, we controlled our own literature. We controlled what we
Yeah,
was taught. We
Is there a
controlled what the
exactly.
problem with
kids
that?
was
Is that
learned.
bad?
We brought confidence because when the child looked at the teacher, and I grew up with nothing but
Just
Black
like them.
teachers. The teacher looked just like them. Like I said, my
Right.
Just like
teachers
them.
went to the Million Male March. So when they came back as souvenirs. The
That's what
the
I'm
difference
saying that,
is
but people
the
always get
difference
really.
is,
I'm
and this
saying
is
that, but
just
there has
listen.
to be funding
I'm
for that.
trying to
Do you
get
know
to
what I mean?
your
Like I'm
point.
saying, where
But
moms
the
we
difference
go back to
is on
teaching
the
our own
Sister, you're
state
gonna
kids.
have to be
level, we're
quiet and
not
let
going to get
somebody
it.
else speak for a
Sorry.
moment.
The difference is, and I'm gonna just say what's happening in Houston. They are bringing lesser educated people in our community and paying them lesser dollars and saying, and they white tea, they other, and they saying teach these kids where they cannot relate to the kids. The education system changed because they took the jobs away. They flooded those schools with white tea people when they stopped the segregation. That was like a punishment. They unemployed a lot of the Black educators and they gave
Yep.
those jobs to the white tea teachers who don't give a doggone about our kids. And now we have not only white tea, we have others. We have people that look like us, Hispanics and everything, trying to teach kids that they don't give a damn about. So our kids are suffering. The kids can go to class every day and nobody care if they know how to read or write because the No Child Left Behind. They have systems put into a place that they just promote a child from one grade to another. That's the system that you're not talking about. Address the people, address your people, address them and say why our kids are being left behind in the knowledge and in reading and in writing when they have seen us over years do so well in the system.
How long will that take, though?
It didn't take that long to get into that hole, so it ain't gonna take that long to get out. You just have to start somewhere.
Exactly.
Okay.
And the
I was
money
trying to
needs to
bypass
stay
that.
on the
I just didn't
federal
even want the
level
fight. I'd rather just
so we
focus on
can
my
have the
kids.
federal protections to get that money to divert it to wherever we choose, however we choose to educate our children. If it goes to the state level, it's a wash. They're going to cherry pick and tell us which curriculum we could choose for our
And let me
children.
say
When it's
this,
on
if
the
What year?
FBA, let me say this, sweetheart.
I
Let me
want to
address
ask a
Becky
question to
Nelson
her.
before I
Can I
block
ask her
her.
a question?
Becky Nelson, if that's what you be afraid of, be afraid of it. If you're afraid that Black Americans will be powerful than you, be afraid of that. Because I don't care about your insecurities. We don't care about your fear. And we don't care when you have to wake up every day and utilize Black Americans invented to live a civilized life. When you wake up in the morning, you turn on a light. That is invented by a Black American. When you
That's
go
right.
cook your meals, even if you juice, that is invented. You
That's
so
right.
bad and you so uneducated, you can't even use your touchscreen phone, your touchscreen TV, or your touchscreen computer without thinking about a Black American. This voice over internet is a Black American. Digital
Mm-hmm.
wireless cell phone is a Black American. So
Mm-hmm.
when you want to say Black people is if FBA
Get her,
get
girl.
power in the USA, that
That's why we need the
it'll
woman
be
man
some type of
watch.
negative. We already hold power. You need us to live a civilized life. What have your people done?
Exactly.
There you go.
I agree somewhat. I don't. I mean, like all of the. I'm more just into just getting to the kids and trying to, not I
You don't even
alienate or isolate,
socialize
but
with your
Get a
community
job
because you
down
say
in
you don't
Let
have
me
Congress.
say this
friends.
to you, sister,
Tell her
right
go
now
to
so that you
Washington, get
understand
a
a
job.
significant part of FBA. We are delineating from the Democrat Party, but we are also delineating from anyone and anything that is not foundational Black American fertile
Correct.
ground. Okay?
What you're
If
asking
you are
us to
not
do,
bringing forth anything that is not FBA fertile ground, you are going to receive extreme backlash.
Pushback.
I will put it in scripture terms so that for those of you all who like to go that route, it's the little vines or the little foxes that spoil the vine. And right now, you are, because you won't sit in the back of the pew and listen, you are acting as a little fox.
I'll say it like this. Let me speak now, y'all. Let me speak now.
Okay.
Let me speak now. Listen. We're delineating from the Democratic Party. Yes, like you said, that is true. We're delineating from other Black immigrant groups that come in and try to undermine us and cosplay as us. We don't find that attractive at all. We're not even, it's not even that we're switching over to the Republican Party, because we're not doing that. Some of us may be voting for Trump, and that's okay, right? Because the enemy of our enemy is our friend. But we're more concerned about our lineage and our children, opposed to, it's not that we don't care about other children, but we're more concerned about our children and what's going to happen to our future.
Exactly.
Right? That's what it would come down to, because all this diluting black American culture, Black American history, and even Black people, we don't want that. We don't want our lineage to be diluted and mixed in with a bunch of immigrants that don't understand who we are and don't have that same spirit as us. So I get it what you're saying. You're doing something, whatever's working for you and your kids, keep doing that. Push that agenda, but we can't trust any type of political party, because they always try to do harm to us or minimize what we're really trying to do.
Exactly.
We don't want to be minimized.
I get it.
We want to keep the main thing. We want if there's going to be any type of leaders, they must come from us. They cannot come from outside. We're not going to trust some politician saying, "Oh, I'm going to speak on your behalf." No. You don't speak for me. Matter of fact, we have a woman or a man that we know, that we trust, and they will speak for us. They will carry the voice of the foundational Black American, and we will back them. If it doesn't come from the grassroots, we don't trust it. So if we see any,
would you trust the plan more from you or from them?
Hold on, cousin. If we don't see any Black person, if we see a Black person on television, we automatically don't trust that Black person, because we know they were put in by the power that be. We didn't put them on that TV station. We don't own that TV station. We don't own that media outlet. So we cannot trust any person that goes on there unless we have sent them from the grassroots to speak to them, right? Like a 𝗔𝗯𝗂𝘂𝘁𝗄𝗏. He can speak for us, right? But not everybody can speak for us. We have to know they have to have a track record. They can't.
So even if you meet the qualifications as a foundational Black American, it's actually an actual group, not just the criteria that makes you a foundational Black American?
It's not a group; it's a lineage. Listen. You could be a foundational Black American, but that don't mean you're not gonna undermine us, right? Because if you're not connected to the grassroots, if you're a branch trying to do your own thing, we still can't trust you. You understand? If you're not connected to the if we don't know you, if we don't vet you, we can't trust you. You understand? We have too many people coming into our community acting like they know best for us, trying to tell us how we should do this, why we should do that, wagging their little fingers, being super critical of what we got going on, and we don't even know who they are. Who are you to tell me anything, and I don't know who you are? You need to be vetted properly. That's all we're saying. If you want to go through the proper channels and get vetted, we'll probably hear you. We'll probably hear you a little bit more. Keep coming back to the channel, listening. Join.
I just felt like if you go into this group, you have to leave the other groups. That's kind of like where I am. I'm
gonna tell you like this: you cannot have dual allegiances. We don't trust that.
Yeah, that's not gonna work.
You're either a lineage business or you're not. So are you with your are you gonna put your lineage first, or are you gonna put the LGBTQ first? Are you gonna
America
put the
first?
Republican?
or the Democratic Party first. No,
America.
Listen, we are
They
lineage.
standing on our
Are
necks.
you on code with
Hold on,
FBA or are you not on code with FBA?
Exactly.
FBA, we are Americans, and we're going to stand on FBA business first. But America also, we're also American, so we're going to stand with America in the whole scope of things. But if you're not lineage first, if you're not part of the grassroots, I'm sorry. You probably have some great ideas, but we can't trust you because we know how easy it is. We've been infiltrated before in the past, man. All our leaders have been taken out.
Okay.
We've had people come in that shouldn't be in, and the act is one of us.
How do you feel about Byron Donald?
I love Byron, Ben Carson, Clarence Thomas. Those are all my faves. So yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
Well,
they're
that tells a
great.
story. That tells a
Hey,
story.
Say it again.
Gucci now.
I'm done.
No, Clarence Thomas is Gucci.
That
Wow.
says a lot. That says a
You're on
lot.
the wrong live, honey. You on the wrong live.
Well, I like you guys a lot. I was transparent. I didn't want to hide or lie or pretend. I'm upfront. That's why I said something early.
You on the wrong line.
Sorry about that then. I didn't want to take up your time. You guys are doing great. And where I can help out, I will. Sorry.
You could have been a factor here, but you on the wrong line. Lord,
The richest people in the
Those
world.
are the ones that want to align themselves with white tea, think they're going to get gifts for that, but you're not. So, as FBA, the very few protections that we do have federally is what I want us to take advantage of to get our money and to divert funds to how we want our children educated by us, for us. So I definitely don't want everything to go to the state level. It's bad enough. It's bad enough as is. We're not even really included. They use code words, pretend like they're including our children, but they're really not. They're talking about their kids. That's what they're doing. And they want to find a way to further disenfranchise monies that are available for education, economic resources, empowering our communities.
Look, money is kept in the white tea community.
Correct.
And we don't even talk about that. But let's focus on, we always love to focus on the money that's not in, that leave out the Black American community.
That leaves out,
American dollar is split among all communities, and those communities is not split among us.
Exactly.
So that's one reason we do have to be selfish with our dollar and look and support no matter what Black Americans.
I wish a part of what we do is to teach our Black American stop buying 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀 and 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀, all that crazy stuff, because they don't give no money back to us. But we flossing and wearing it. We flossing it and wearing it. They don't give. They laughing at us. They laughing at us.
Do you buy stuff that you like?
Correct. But I refuse to buy those things.
You live within your means.
I do. But I do stretch myself out. I do stretch myself out. It becomes the Black business. Because I feel like
keep a Black person apart. And that's like a triggering to me. We always want to put a Black person in a line, what you're not supposed to look like, what you can buy, what you can wear.
That's not my intention, though. That is not my. What I want us to do is I want us to spend our money amongst one another. That's my preference.
But if a
I would
person
like it to become the norm.
𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀, do that tells a person integrity? Do that make a person
but what it does say is that, wow, if that money was diverted back into our community, imagine the brands that will be just as popular and fashionable if those sacred dollars that we put aside for our extras, if it was diverted into our community, making our brands just as popular and luxurious as the others. And I find it frustrating because all these brands now market to us when before they didn't think nothing of. They market to us, get our dollars, but don't give us back nothing. They don't sponsor.
We tried to prove something to them, D. We tried to prove something. We've been proving it. When they told us no, we proved that we can actually buy it. And they just said back.
Now that we have, what's next?
We don't have to prove no more. We need, like you said, we
But
need
if
to. We are the biggest influence of the world, right?
Correct.
If you can
Yes.
see, right now on TikTok, they selling these ugly ass shoes, right? These tennis shoes. They selling these shoes for $99, and you see all these Black Americans on
Yeah.
here selling the shoe. And the shoe,
Yeah.
the way they selling it, made me like, hell yeah, I can rock that Goodwill shoe. That's
Yeah.
if you squint good enough, that shoe is cute enough. Do you understand?
Yeah. I get what you
And
mean.
we stand behind our people and our inventions, no matter what price they put out there. Because when I looked at that shoe, I thought it was gonna be $20. That shoe was $95, $99. You know, that's how we build our generational wealth in our community, because we support it, we put our money behind it, and we put our not even money. The free stuff was what get the attention.
that's why we need that reparation money.
We put our
Yeah.
voices behind it, and we get they don't want to give us reparations because of the amount that we are owed, and they afraid
Yeah.
that we're gonna do better. Because if you realize it or not, majority of Black Americans are doing well for themselves. That means if they pay reparation, majority of us gonna continue to do well, do better.
But Miss
Even
Sweet,
the
do you
even the
not
ones
agree,
in the
Sister C, do you
70%.
not agree that if we backed our brands that came from our community, could we not make our brands just as luxurious?
Yes. But
We
That's
have
what I'm
something.
feeling like. We've been there, done that.
That's what
We drive
FUBU was.
BMWs and Mercedes.
That's what
That's a
Sean
normal
John
part of us
was.
now,
Right.
But
right?
you cannot get
That's
mad when they sell
secondary.
it.
That's
Look,
secondary, quite
look,
honestly.
y'all, when they sell
That's
it
all
for a
secondary.
billion,
Ladies,
we
y'all
just
mind
need to
if I
move on
slightly
to the
divert
next
this?
person. Did that make sense? When they sell their companies, after we then got this business
David, D.
up, we
David, the
need to
David.
move on to the next company, the next Black American company. Once
Yep.
because what they're gonna learn now, what they did not learn in the 90s, is to keep stock in
Hello?
that company. You have to realize everything we learn, you actually seen us learning as we go. You seen them getting
Yeah.
fucked over. You seen them coming back and saying, look, y'all, they didn't did this and that, and I didn't know. You seen it, but we overlook it like, okay, that we normal. That's what they're gonna do to us. They're gonna F us over, right? But
Mm-hmm.
now the new kids know better. You understand? So if they
Realistic
build a
ideas. I
business,
hope so.
they still gonna
Mm-hmm.
get some kind of equity out of it. They still gonna get some kind of payment out of it when they sell it. But we do need to continue to move on to the next, like white people do. Because when I
Yeah.
looked it up, the richest people in the world is the white Americans, and you have to
Mm-hmm.
realize it was us who got them there.
That's right.
That's a fact. That's a
Yeah.
fact. That's a fact. Hey,
Hello?
you guys, listen. I got to end the
Yeah.
live soon. I got
Dave,
to
go ahead, Dave.
and bend some corners real quick. We're
Okay.
gonna hold on real
Oh,
quick.
sorry.
Hold on real quick. I'll let you speak. But I'm just letting everybody know I got to end the live real quick. I'm gonna end the live in probably like five to 10 minutes. I'm gonna give everybody a chance to speak again. I want you guys to make sure you click the link in my bio and download the FBA Constitution. The
Oh, you
FBA
did
Code
it.
of
Oh,
Honor.
great.
It's
Okay.
up there. It's up there. The FBA Code of Honor, and also the Black American Treaty. So make sure
Okay.
you guys download all three. We're having some great discussions. I'm very proud of us today. I'm very proud of my moderator. I'm very proud of the people on the panel, everybody in the chat that was rocking with us. I appreciate you guys. Man, we're doing some phenomenal things in this live, y'all. I just want y'all to understand. We're having higher level of intellect and thinking over here, and we're making strides. Now that we got the ideas flowing, now it's time for strategy, and what are we going to implement and put together? So
Yes.
I just want you to know you guys give me. I mean, you guys kind of dictate what I'm going to talk about the next day. I mean, you guys
Okay.
kind of these conversations help me. And I'm like, okay, when I see there's a need, I'm like, okay, we got to address this. We got to address that. We're not promoting any political parties on this platform yet, but we are going to talk about politics tomorrow. I'm going to tell you who I'm going to vote for tomorrow. Okay, you guys are going to know where I stand on that. Okay, I want to know who you're voting for and why. Okay, I want to know all those things. I'm going to give
Oh, y'all gonna curse me out. Oh Lord.
There's gonna be a bunch of shields up here as well. Gotta
You do
understand.
what
So
you do.
I want
Listen,
I want my
And I believe in
moderators.
equal voting,
Yeah, I
so
want my
nobody can cuss
moderators.
you out.
I want my moderators to be on heightened alert because we're gonna have a lot of shields up here tomorrow.
Yeah.
A lot of them. Okay, and they're
I
gonna try to
believe you can vote for
retort the
whoever you want to
message.
vote for.
They're
I
gonna
think
try to
that too,
retort.
because I'm gonna stand by my folks regardless. So
Listen, I just hope y'all know. Listen, everything we're doing is lineage based. Okay,
yep.
we're coming together. We're calling a shot, and I'm just saying. I'm still going to say this. We're letting the Democratic Party fail. That's pretty much what we're doing. We're letting the Democratic Party fail. They need
well,
to.
you know, I don't really agree to that. That's why I hope we start our own party. To be honest with you,
we are. I mean, it's coming.
we're too small. Quite honestly, we're too small to start our own party.
Yeah.
No,
But the
it's the right
influence that we
time
can
to
have
start
on the
our own
current,
party. Let
the
me
influence
tell
that we
you
can
why.
have on the current parties is significant.
The reason that we wasn't successful in the past is because
We'll talk politics tomorrow.
we had. I don't want to talk on the panel with them when they be fussing over those two people, those two tethers that's not
I
against
know.
us.
Oh,
I
you
don't want
better
to
come
be.
this.
I just
I
want
ain't
to
gonna be able to handle it
monitor.
without you.
Too much. I just want to monitor. I don't want to talk about it because I feel like neither one of them.
I hear you. But I want you there. I want your
I'm
voice
talking
there.
about the lesser of the two evils.
I'm a just, honorable person of righteousness. I don't do any form of evil.
I know cousin is going to be stomping the yard when we talk politics.
I look forward to that though.
And I hear it in 𝗣𝗲𝗏 as well. Okay, but I'm just saying, listen, we got to be codified here. We got to be codified as a people, as a lineage. Some things you're not always going to understand. I'm not saying ride just for the sake of riding, but I'm saying our lineage is on to something. We're doing something that needed to be done 60 years ago. It needs to be done. So
I will be.
Go ahead.
I'll bring 𝗖𝗲 Mitchell because a lot of people don't know who she is, and when they start talking about it, and I'll just show them and let them hear 𝗖𝗲 Mitchell. That's what I'm.
Bring anybody you want, especially people you feel can add to the conversation.
𝗖𝗲 Mitchell is already passed away. She was the first Black American woman to run for president before.
Oh yeah, you were talking about that. Yeah.
So, I'll let y'all hear her speech. One of her speeches.
Host, too much. Host, I placed the order on Mucho Art. Can you make sure I get it on the right website?
I just saw that. I'm looking at it. I'll make sure.
Okay, then I did it right. Okay, I was nervous.
So you did it right. I'm shocked at the two things that you chose.
I was looking for the specifics. I couldn't find the one you were talking about, the FBA shirt.
Okay,
I'll
I have it on my. I just haven't put it to the forefront. You probably gonna have to search down lower. If you want to
add it.
Okay, if you want to void that out and do another one, I'm okay with that as well too.
No. I don't want to void it. If that's your website, right?
That's mine. Yeah, 100%.
Okay, no, I want you to add.
Okay.
So you can send me a message and I can go back in because I would like 2 of the FBA ones. You didn't do the hat yet, right?
Okay, no, I didn't. So
I want 2 FBA shirts. So is there a way for you to add it to my cart and then I go in and pay for it?
What I can do, I can't add it to your cart. What I can do is I can send it to your email or send you a message with a link to that, and you can add that to your cart.
Will do. Send that to me. Okay.
So I appreciate you, sister. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Of course, it's my duty.
Appreciate it. And again, we're gonna talk politics. I just want my moderators to be on heightened alert because we're gonna have a bunch of these. Oh my God, man. We're gonna have a bunch of these shields in here, and they're gonna try to. So I
told you, man. You know I like politics.
Yeah. What I want to hear mostly is policy. I want everybody to stick to policy. I want to know why you're voting for who you're voting for, and what you're getting out of it. I want policy.
Well, do you mean what we think we getting out of it?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
I guess so, because we don't.
Yes, what you think you're getting out of it. Yes, what you think you're getting out of it.
Yeah, I guess that is probably the proper word. To think what you get out of it,
Correct.
you know. So
Yeah.
I want to
Because
see
I'm not
that.
naive to why I'm doing what I'm doing, but I stand beside the stuff that wants to be dismantled that I know we need later because of the I'm 10 toes down on our mission. So I
Baby,
know
we know that, sweet. But we ain't no doubt over here. You know that by now. You ain't got to keep reiterating that. We know where you at. You got a political perspective. We good with that.
Okay.
We good with it. We all right with that. Because again, as brother has said, some go vote for Trump, some go vote for Kamala.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that simple.
And FBA is still.
But FBA is first.
Yeah.
Correct.
B1, baby. B1 first. Black
I'm like
first.
If we're not getting tangibles, what are we voting for at that point? If we're not getting tangibles, if we're not getting something that we want,
I tried.
Why are we leaning to that? So
this is a good tease into tomorrow too.
Good tease. So y'all come back tomorrow.
I mean, honestly, I want better options. I want us to have our own party. Statistically, I don't know how many of us need to be in that to do that. But boy,
you would need other people to join the party and back it.
Mm-hmm.
And other groups, as history has shown, are not going to back us. They may socially back us. They are not going to politically back us.
Yeah, because we don't know
they've had multiple years to prove themselves.
Correct.
The foundation.
So I'm not sure what else you're looking at.
The foundational American Party that we're gonna get started is gonna be solely for foundational Black Americans. Are we gonna allow the other groups in? Not in any position of power.
Correct.
If they want to empathize with what we're trying to do, and we definitely going to welcome that. I mean, it is. I want the foundational American Party to be.
I'm gonna say it again. You get to sit in the back pew.
That is in step and in tune with the FBA lineage.
Correct. Identify automatically without being explained. Yeah.
When you do realize other communities have their own meetings and no Black Americans invited. No white Americans invited.
Exactly.
They have their own meetings. They get together and they discuss what they need for America among their people. And it's people that look like us. They even have scholarship, and you have to be a lineage of a Caribbean. You know, it says this. The
danger of that is the boule class.
It is nothing wrong with Black Americans. I don't care if it is more of us over here. This is where we was enslaved at. It's nothing wrong with Black Americans being alone. We have never done that in history. We always invited the other. And the other always came in and got more.
Yep.
So it is okay and I will preach this, is no hate, but it is okay. You see how they come in this live and they troll us. It is okay to separate.
I agree. And we, like I said, we got to be even weary of people switching parties who let's say, what's that girl's name? I can't even think of her name. Okay, let's say I'm just gonna throw out a name because I can't think right now. Let's say Condoleezza Rice says she wants to join the Foundational American Party and she has a lot of clout and a lot of pull. We don't necessarily rock with that, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because she can come in and galvanize us and change our agenda from the inside out, and we don't want that. So the Divine Nine, we're not necessarily interested in them per se. If they were to switch parties and try to latch on to us, because we know what's going on.
Are you saying that people that's in a sorority or Greek cannot be FBA?
No, I'm not saying that.
Not at all.
I'm not saying
not at all.
We have to be really critical.
Not at all. The question is, where would their loyalty be more?
Yes, who have been
they're still Black first. That's why
y'all can hurt my feelings now.
I'm saying because if that's what you're pushing.
No. Listen to what I'm saying.
No.
People in power. I'm saying a Democrat.
Give me a Democratic Boule 9 that's in. Okay, let's say well, Roland Martin's not FBA, but
But
give me
they don't
somebody
even
FBA
when they
that's
get
high
when it's a
up.
Black American, they don't
Get
even
out,
use
Roland.
that
Roland
as
Martin's not FBA.
No, he's not. He's not FBA. Give me
What
somebody
is he?
I
he's
don't know. I thought he
Caribbean.
was from Houston.
No, Roland Martin is not FBA.
He's not
When
FBA.
Roland Martin sat across from Richard Spencer and Richard Spencer asked him if he was black, and Roland Martin said, I'm a Christian, I'm an American. No, those were not anyone else's words but his.
No, Roland Martin's not FBA. He's Caribbean.
Oh, go check his show, go check his history. I know you didn't. Did you know Roland was a second generation immigrant?
Yeah, he's a second generation. He's not from here. He's not from here.
I did not know that.
So and that's why.
Did you wonder why Roland keep pushing that Democratic thing?
Well, see, I don't have an issue with that because I have my own perspective on it. But
I get it. I'm just saying he's a media figure.
So let me get this out real quick so I can end. I'm just saying, like, somebody like a
that's an agenda.
Let's say somebody like a Roland Martin was an FBA, and he was to come over to us, and he has influence and he has all that stuff, and we allow him to start speaking, and then all of a sudden we start noticing little messaging changes. Little Democratic.
Well, we can't allow messaging changes.
That's what I'm talking about. That's all I'm saying. We need to be critical of, and we need to safeguard against that because people will.
But we should utilize allies, though. You don't agree with that? But just not in officer positions.
I do agree with that.
His parents are from Haiti, y'all. I mean, his grandparents.
Oh, get out! Oh, wow.
He was born in Houston, but his grandparents, not his mother. Yeah. His great grandparents.
I did not know that. Okay.
As I said, second generation immigrant.
Yeah, you sure did say that, cousin. Mm-hmm.
So all I'm saying is we have to be careful when we start this party out, and that we make sure.
I'm gonna say this one more time because I know there might be others listening. Forgive me too.
Go ahead, cousin. Go ahead.
Let y'all get this. Don't forget again. The Black Authority.
Yeah, say that. Go ahead.
Your moment of truth. Professor Black Truth, Toria Rain, Vicky Diller, the new black media. If you are not down with the new black media, you are bereft of what the grassroots is coming with.
Correct.
You need to get in touch with the new black media.
Okay.
If you have not, I'm going to tell you right now, if you have not, you short.
Correct. Absolutely. So let's end it on
Didn't you say they're on YouTube?
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
Okay, so what do I put in the search bar? Black Authority?
The Black Authority. TBA, the Black Authority.
Okay. TBA?
Professor TBA, the Black Authority. You can do both.
Okay.
Okay. The other is Professor Black Truth.
There you go.
You want to be down. These brothers have been at this for 15 years strong.
And don't forget Tariq Nasheed. You got to add that brother, whether you like him or not. Some people think he's an agent or whatever.
And don't forget Tariq Nasheed. That's right.
Add Tariq Nasheed in there. That brother is, he's a little comical. He likes to.
There are.
He's petty. He's petty now. He's petty, but the truth and the power that this brother has and the work. I mean, he's a real activist. I mean, he got a whole. If you know what hidden color theories are, if you've seen those documentaries, if you've seen Microphone Check, that's Tariq Nasheed, man, and that brother's standing on business. So
oh, okay.
He makes those. He does those documentaries for us that without.
Telling y'all, I'm telling you, you're short. If you ain't down, you're short.
Yeah, you just gotta rock with it. The grassroots is really doing something phenomenal. I think we're doing something phenomenal here, but we gotta definitely be clicked in with the grassroots. We don't want to do anything without stepping in sync with the grassroots, man, because that's where our strength is. That's how we know who's who. That's how we know who's really an FBA and who's not. That's how we can identify who are sleeper cells and who's not, because they're going to come in with funny information, like that young lady. I didn't want y'all to beat up on her too much, but I wanted to don't want to hear, but we know that she's not with.
He wants to assimilate with YT.
Right.
That's where I get offended at.
You see how I gave her grace? Give me my props, y'all.
You did.
Oh, you got
You see how I got? You see, Byron Donald was the defining line was Byron Donald, wasn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I can't stand him.
Exactly. I just want us to be strategic. I don't want to. I want us everything with people that don't have the right messaging. I just want us to be strategic. I want us to hear, because they're going to tell us what they want. They're gonna tell us what they're trying to do. They're going to tell us where they're trying to lead us, and we need to know so we can say, no, I don't want to go down that path. And then we check them, but we do it with grace. We do it with dignity. We uphold our lineage. We don't gotta be nasty. You know what I'm saying? We don't gotta show the hood side that we all got. But we're gonna give them that work and give them that business. So,
but cousin, I want you to know that even though I'm not familiar with the Black Authority, I am well read. I have read, 𝗖𝗚 Hutchinson. I have read Elizabeth Alexander. I'm a huge fan. I actually know someone who worked for him, Arna Bonteeps. So, but I'm going to go to that Black Authority and get myself even more educated. Because, like I said, I'm 10 toes
Sister,
down.
I'm gonna tell you something.
Mm-hmm.
Them 10 toes you in, you gonna realize, ooh, I need to go cheeks deep, okay?
Yep.
Because he ain't playing. He ain't firing nothing but direct center mass bullseye.
Okay.
Okay. And if you ain't ready for a center mass bullseye,
be careful. Just be careful.
All right, be prepared. That's all I'm saying. Be prepared.
How long is that color? What's that Tyreek document? How long is
Hidden
that?
Colors. He has at least. He
Let me
has.
write that down.
Watch them all.
Hidden Colors series. I have the first 5.
Listen, and you gonna. I'm gonna tell you right now.
How long is it? Because I will play one of them today because I need to do I need to go live for 2. I can't bring nobody up on the panel, but I have to go live for 2 days, so 30 minutes.
Man, you gonna love it. You gonna be fully.
Well, can you, Sister Sweet? Can you send me a notification?
I'll do it right after the live. I'll go live and we can listen to it together.
Okay.
I'm gonna join that live. By the way, I'll be working.
You said the hidden
and he ain't even spoke on Buck Broken yet.
Oh man, that's okay. Start with one.
Bananas.
Start with one. Start with Hidden Color Series 1. Start with one, and then
start with Hidden Colors. Right, start with Hidden Colors 1.
And
let me say this on the side note, so that y'all get how powerful this was.
Live and listen in. Start with one, because I wanted to know. Okay. Hold on real quick, cousin. Before you say something real quick, hold on. Listen.
Great Britain banned 𝗔𝗯𝐺𝗂𝘁𝗁 from entrance into the country because of Hidden Colors.
Yes, that's how good. That's how good it is. That's how real.
He can't go to Great Britain because he produced the movie Hidden Colors.
Yes, it's that thorough. Okay, it talks. It tells you all about the white culture that we know, but it goes in deep. But here's what I'm trying to say. Real quick. Between our scholars on here, our research people, we need a list of all the things that you guys are looking at and you guys are studying. We need the books that you're reading. We need a book club, for lack of a better word. We need a book club.
Oh, I can definitely help with that. I'm old school. I still read a
Dr.
book.
Claude, we need we need our people reading Powernomics. We need a book club. So I want y'all to put together a list of books of reading that we can say, hey, go check this out. Go check this out. That people can be reading on their own time or listening to the audio tape on their own time. So everybody can start getting caught up to speed of what's going on. So we get more powerful, educated people up in here because they've been doing their research and reading. And especially you, Wilson, you come with that game, and we all need that.
I'm a big reader. I have to admit, I don't read off. I go buy the book.
In the Hidden Colors, Dr. Umar is in it.
Yeah, he's in one of them. He's in
everyone that you will possibly be able to consider a person of Black influence is going to be represented and or seen throughout this series.
Yeah, so make sure we get this book club. We need this book club with all the books of so everybody know our talking points and what we're talking about, because a lot of people don't. Where are they getting this from? man, we read, we do our research, we're around it. Okay, we know what's going. A lot of people don't know what's going on. I'm connected to the grassroots, so I'm always paying attention to what the grassroots is saying. I don't, I'm in stepping in sync. If y'all notice, I'm not out of bounds. I'm inbound. I know what's going on with our living, but I'm connected to it. So we need our people also to be connected to it. So we need the books that you guys are reading that's giving you this information. We need to get that to our people so they know how to get access to it, so they can get that same information, so they can also be powerful and walk in knowledge and walk in truth. So politics is tomorrow, y'all. Tomorrow is politics.
Oh boy.
Okay. I want y'all to stand on business. I want y'all to tell us why y'all voting for who y'all voting for. What policy is intriguing to you? And I want y'all to inform the people, because people are not informed. They're just going to be listening to the mainstream media and go up. And we're going to try to give people the real information so they can make an informed decision before they go in that voting booth on November 4th or 5th, whenever they vote. Okay. So that's it, y'all. That's it, y'all. I love everybody, man. Y'all, I'm proud of everybody on this panel. Y'all did y'all thing. I'm proud of the people in the chat. Y'all was rocking with us. Continue. This is the Too Much Moxie podcast. I am your humble host, Too Much, and we are.
Don't forget to send my email with the links, the shirts I want.
I'll do that. I'll
okay.
Wolfie, I need some information from you about Martin. So when we get a chance, we can get there.
Email to my direct message. That'll make it faster.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay.
I think when I subscribed, I put in my email, but I'll go in and do it again just in case. Okay.
Just send it to my direct message on TikTok. Just your email, so I can.
All right, fam. Y'all have a good evening, good morning, good night, good. Yeah.
All right.
Good night.
Take care, everybody.
Bye.